Professor Emeritus, Professor Paul R. Prabhakar ji is connected from USA, Chicago. There is some problem in his webcam, so he is not visible, but he is connected with us. So, as per our notification, I request to Honorable Chairperson Madam that please inaugurate this national webinar of education and methodology titled Recent Advances in Teaching Methodology and Education Development. Madam, please inaugurate the function. So, Madam Chairperson, Madam Vidyapeeth Garg ji is lighting the lamp and worshipping to God Sri Saraswati. So, you can also get blessing of Saraswati, goddess of education, inspiration, intellect of talents, source of energy, and symbol of empowerment for all the existing human beings in the world. So, to this day, Madam has lighted the lamp. Thank you, ma'am, for the inauguration of this function. And now, in a second, I would like to say that our chair professor of Faculty of Education and Methodology, Professor Ashwini Kumar, is connected with us. Welcome, sir. Professor Pramod K. Raghav, President and Dean, Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Science. Madam Meghna ji, Registrar, is also connected with us. And Paul Prabhakar, who is from USA, Chicago, is connected with us. So, as per the notification, and I request to technical team that please start national song Vande Mataram. Technical team, please start Vande Mataram.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujala Sufala, Malayaja Shitala, Sasya Syamala Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra-jyotsna Pulakitayamini, Pullakusumita Drumadala Shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you very much. In this way, this National Conference of Education and Methodology has been inaugurated by the blessing of our Honorable Chairperson Madam, Professor Vidyapeeth Garg ji, our Honorable Advisor and Chief Executive Officer of the University, Sir Vedant Garg ji. Now, we are being sentimental to remember our founder, Dr. Pankaj Garg ji, who established this beautiful campus, this beautiful institution for the empowering the girls across the country and globe. This national conference is dedicated to our honorable founder, late Dr. Pankaj Gargi, who is not with us, but the path shown by him, the inspiration given to us by him, the skill we have learned by him, and the trend set by him, we are bound to follow that legacy, to forward that legacy for the betterment of the humanity, and to fulfill the mission of the university and the dream imagined by our visionary founder, Dr. Pankaj Gargi. So, technical team, please show remembrance of our honorable Margdarshak.
और हम सबकी प्यारी लाडली बिटियाओं,
एक सपना जो ज्योति विद्यापीठ महिला विश्वविद्यालय के फाउंडर ने बहुत पहले महिलाओं को देश के विकास की प्रथम सीढ़ी पर लाने के लिए तथा उनके व्यक्तित्व के विकास के लिए देखे गए सपने को 2008 में डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग सर ने साकार किया और जयपुर शहर से कुछ दूरी पर ग्रामीण परिवेश में इसकी नींव रखी गई। 13 वर्षों में विश्वविद्यालय ने सफलता के कई कीर्तिमान स्थापित किए और देश ही नहीं वरन विश्व में महिला शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में विशिष्ट पहचान दिलाई। आज इस विश्वविद्यालय में छात्राएं देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आई हुई हैं और आयुर्वेद, होम्योपैथी, पत्रकारिता, मैनेजमेंट, इंजीनियरिंग, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, फैशन डिजाइन और एजुकेशन की शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रही हैं। हजारों छात्राएं दुनिया के विभिन्न हिस्सों में अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में अपनी सेवाएं दे रही हैं। ये जो पौधा 2008 में डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग सर ने रोपा था, आज वो पौधा पुष्प और पल्लवित होकर अपने फल और खुशबू चारों तरफ बिखेर रहा है। आज दुर्भाग्य से वो स्वप्न दृष्टा हमारे बीच नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी आवाज खुश रहो बिटिया आज भी इस परिसर में गुंजायमान है और उनके द्वारा लगाया गया पौधा वैसे ही हरा भरा है, क्योंकि उनके दिखाए हुए मार्ग पर चलते हुए विश्वविद्यालय की माननीय चेयरपर्सन विदुषी गर्ग मैम और सर की परछाई के रूप में मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी और सलाहकार वेदांत गर्ग सर का संकल्प है वो डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग सर के स्वप्न को साकार करेंगे और विश्वविद्यालय को नई ऊंचाइयों तक लेके जाएंगे।
So, warm tributes and heartfelt tribute to our founder, visionary founder, Dr. Pankaj Garg, who is not with us. This today's National Conference of Education and Methodology is dedicated to our visionary late Dr. Pankaj Garg. Again, we take oath, we JBN are taking oath that we shall fulfill the dream imagined by you, and we shall visualize this in the actual form under the dedicating leadership of our Honorable Chairperson Madam and Honorable Advisor Sir Vedant Garg ji. So now this is the time to start the business session of this national conference, and before calling to our Professor Paul Prabhakar, who is connected from USA, Chicago, and he is member of Academic Council of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. Also, he is Professor Emeritus of Faculty of Education and Methodology. We shall discuss the details biography of Paul Prabhakar. First of all, let me allow to say something about our esteemed university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, the Meru, means multidisciplinary education and research university leading to Atmanirbhar University of India. is the NAAC accredited and the only women's university in India having 12B status. This university is known for its quality education, for technical, professional, medical education, and 24/7 the security of the three-layer security of the university for the girls of the university is our USP along with our quality education. Since its inception, we have 30,000 plus enrollments. We are running 116 programs, and very successfully our teachers and our students have published 2,381 research papers. We have published 60 patents by the Ministry of HRD Journal, Intellectual Property Right Department, Government of India. We have successfully completed 500 research projects, and to inculcate the confidence to groom to our scholars, to our learners, university has set up 19 startups that is working day and night. Under the policy, earn while learn. Also, the curriculum outlet of Faculty of Education and Methodology and other faculties of the university is giving practical exposure to the students and giving practical outcomes related things to the society, industry, and other stakeholders of the country. University has 7 faculties. The first faculty is Faculty of Education and Methodology. Second is Faculty of Ayurvedic Science. Then the faculty is Homeopathic Science. Here faculty means college. Faculty of Law and Governance, Faculty of Pharmaceutical Science, Faculty of Physiotherapy and Diagnostic, Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Science. These are the 7 faculties. We have 2 directorates. One is Directorate of Research and Development, and another is Directorate of Distance Education. Our Directorate of Research and Development is successfully working 24/7 in the field of completion of the research project related to innovation, incubation, and startup. Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur is known as Research Vibrant Led Women's University of India. We have been winner of series of awards, and some of them are in 2021 National Excellent Award for Leading Women University for Research and Innovation. Excellence was given to Honorable Chairperson Madam. Thank you for that, Madam. Best Multidisciplinary Women's University of India, powered by Asia Education and Summit Award 2021 was also conferred to Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. ASSOCHAM Annual Education Excellence Award 2021 under the category of Higher Education Institution, Excellence in Serving for Social Cause in Rural Areas was also given to Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University under our dynamic leadership, dedication for the education and women's empowerment. We received CSR Leadership Award in 2021, and the things that is very much inspiring for all the listener participants and speakers and for all also, JBW created history on 21st January 2021 and become the first university in country to get its name officially recorded in India Book of Record for sponsoring the record event Maximum Ayush Medicine administered in an hour by female interns of Ayush. Also, our campus is known as a green, clean, and happiness campus across the world. And we have certification for that in the form of award that was given by SRD, then SRD, now Ministry of Education, Government of India, Swachhata Ranking Award 2019. JVW means Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University Jaipur ranked 18th amongst the cleanest higher education institution in India in the category of residential universities in Swachhata Ranking Award 2019. These are some brief about award and evaluations of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University of a particular year 2021. There is a very long list. It is not possible to exhibit each and every because it can consume more timing, and we are gradually proceeding on the path of success, and we are trying to fulfill the dream that has been visualized by the university management time to time. And we are working to fulfill the mission of the university, education for community development, leading to women empowerment. Now it is the time to request our guest speaker and Professor Emeritus, Professor Paul Prabhakarji. And one thing I would like to share with you that Professor Paul is known for his dynamic leadership quality in the field of education, and currently Professor Paul Prabhakar is in the College of Business, NLU, Northern Illinois University, DeKalb, IL, in Chicago, USA. He is known as the expert of student exchange, quality transmission of knowledge, collaboration with international and national organization regarding a student and faculty exchange program. So, Professor Paul, our expectation is high from you because we are going to discuss about recent advances in teaching methodology and education development. So we are expecting that you are going to give a brief light that what is happening in USA, what is happening in Canada, what is happening in Siberia, what is happening in Nigeria, and what is happening in Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. Because we have international collaboration with dozen of international universities, you know. We have also collaboration with IIT Chicago.
Yeah.
And other institutions also. Our chair professor, Professor Ashwini Kumar, who has served in different countries across, in the foreign countries. And he has also, vast experience of such things, who is also chair professor of Harvind Gurana, chair of Faculty of Education and Methodology. So, Professor Paul Prabhakar, please start your presentation, and we welcome you in this national conference. Professor Paul, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. Respected Chancellor, it's nice to see you and meet with you virtually. And Dr. Lal and other faculty who are here, it's indeed a privilege for me to stand in front of you. I know it's morning for you, but it's night for me. That's why it may be a little bit dark on the screen when you see me. I appreciate the introduction. Unfortunately, these introductions frame the expectations very high. It's always easier when you frame it lower so you can exceed the expectations. But I will just quickly add to my background. I'm also an educational advisor for the US government in Washington, D.C. 5 years before that, I spent uh, a period of 3 years as the educational advisor for the Prime Minister's office in Turkey. So I'm kind of fairly used to advising governments and educational departments in various aspects of administering a university and various aspects of teaching. So without any more fuss, let me jump into my PowerPoint presentation. I believe I've sent a copy of that a few minutes ago to Dr. Lal, and he may share that with you uh, whenever convenient, in case we are not able to complete the presentation. My intention today is to keep things very simple, try to take complicated phenomena and make it very simple, maybe even use visuals and pictures. But my goal is just only one goal. And that goal is teaching. If we keep doing what we've done in the past, except we do it more efficiently and effectively, and then we wonder why our results are not different, it's because we're running on the same treadmill and our results will be similar. So the evolution in teaching is really more a revolution. Gone are the days when we could take safety in familiar topics like CQI, continuous quality improvement. Gone are the days when we could provide professional development to our faculty and professors and instructors, teach them how to do their job better. The whole fundamental concept of teaching is undergoing a revolution, and I'm going to use the next few minutes that I have with you to share, at least at a high level, what those concepts are. Let me go ahead and share the screen. Okay, Dr. Lal, not to put you
No,
on
it
the
it
spot.
is not visible, sir. Please share
Yeah.
again.
Could you open up my PowerPoint? I sent it to you a couple of minutes back. Maybe we will use that as a. For some reason, it's not giving me the authority to share.
Actually, firstly, you open that PPT in a separate window, then click on the option share.
Yeah, the PPT is open in a separate
Then
window.
and then share, click share, and then again click the as you share in the case of Google and WebEx.
Okay, so I'm clicking on share and I choose the share screen or the video file. Share screen, right?
Okay.
Once again, it's not allowing me to do that. So can I
No,
ask you to share the PPT from your side?
yeah, you can send PPT, but the problem is that I am connected here, so I would need to use login the mail also. Then it is possible. Okay, you please send. I am giving you an email ID, Anil 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 @ jbw.ac.in. Please
And
send on that.
where do you want me to put that in? Login?
Hello.
So sorry about this technology problem here.
Okay, sir, I'm sending you an email address. Please forward that immediately on that.
Okay.
Please open your WhatsApp.
Now send it to my NIU email, please.
No, I'm sending on your WhatsApp an email address.
Okay.
You send there and that will be shared from our technical team.
Okay. Very good.
Yes, that is pukhraj@jbw.ac.in.
Yeah. I got that. I'm just putting it in now.
Yeah, you send there. I hope you have sent, sir.
Yeah.
Technical team, please share that PPT of Dr. Paul Prabhakar.
Yeah, I just sent it.
Due to some technical problem, we are saying sorry for the delay in presentation.
Did they receive it?
Yeah, Pukhrajji, have you received this? Pukhrajji, please confirm.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Thank you. Can everybody see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide.
Yeah. Please start, sir, please.
Yeah, let's go to the next slide.
Yeah, nice.
I want the second slide, please.
Your every slide is visible. Please
Yeah.
continue.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to start, since we don't have much time, I'll try to speed through this. I know there's an entire program after me. When we talk about teaching, the key word is pedagogy. And when we look it up in Wikipedia, essentially what you will see as the meaning of pedagogy is it's the approach to teaching, the theory and practice of learning. And the critical part here to understand is pedagogy is a style of teaching that focuses on learning much more than the teacher himself or herself. The second point about pedagogy is good, effective pedagogy takes into account other factors like social, political, and psychological aspects of the audience. I realize most of you here are professional speakers, professors. You've been teaching for several years, and you have the instinct to understand your audience. And that is what this pedagogy is saying. You can never generalize tools and techniques of teaching. It's specific to an audience. So if we go to the next slide, the third slide. Is somebody in your tech changing the slides or?
स्लाइड चेंज नहीं हो रही है ये करा
Can we go to the third slide, please?
Yes, please, sir. Please changing.
Yeah.
चुप हो जाना
Third slide, please.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so good practices in teaching that we've always looked at as good practices. I'll just mention these three very quickly because there is a long list here. Continuous quality improvement, where with good intentions, top universities attempt to put in place processes and steps to keep continuously improving. And then we sincerely measure teacher evaluations, student feedback, and then we also provide teaching methodology improvements. That these are all good things, but as I've written in the next sentence, the best that you can hope to achieve with these kind of practices is you can come from the past to the present. These kind of practices are an extension of the past. They will not take you to the future. And as they say, doing what you've always done will produce results that you've always been receiving. Doing the same as others.
Everyone, please mute yourself. Everyone, please mute yourself. Technical team, please care.
So doing the same as what others are doing will essentially result in results similar to what they are getting. So we have to think completely out of the box and see what do we have to do in teaching to produce results out of the box and not simply a repetition of the same old ways of teaching and the same old results that we've been getting. Let's go to the next slide.
Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you. So pedagogy is going through a revolution, and I'm going to show you the next three slides what the changes are. The biggest change is the very first one. You know, I'm an advisory board member for the #1 accrediting agency in the world for business schools. It's called AACSB. And I coach many business schools, universities worldwide, including in India and Europe and in the US, on achieving this accreditation. The key part of that accreditation is shifting the focus from the teacher to the learner, the student. We need to shift based on strategies, tactics, and processes. Let's go to the next slide. And the next set of changes that are happening is teaching excellence is really in the past now. Teaching excellence is very less important than learning effectiveness. If the learner is not learning what we promised to them, but we put an outstanding communicator in the classroom, you will have teaching excellence, but you may not have learning effectiveness. So the pendulum is completely shifting from teaching to learning. So teacher evaluations are being completely replaced by learning assessment, which means, can we measure what the students have learned in each and every course? That is the ultimate evidence that we are doing our job as professors. Let's go to the next slide. And most of us have been brought up in a way as professionals to build up our native skills. I have a strong feeling, I'm talking to a group of faculty and professors who are excellent in their communication skills, who have deep experience in their content. But where I would like to add to that is we need to understand that pure content is different from contextual content, meaning in what context is the learning taking place. The student or the learner is not in a vacuum. It's not like our ancestors when a guru can sit with a student under a tree and teach one-on-one. See, there you don't have to worry about the context. Very rarely do we have one-on-one teaching going on in today's world. We have multiple students, multiple backgrounds, multiple capabilities in one classroom. So the context of that is extremely important, both for content and for delivery. So let's go to the next slide. So to kind of put this in a one single picture, if you're the teacher, you think of yourself as that small red dot in the middle of the screen. Surrounding you is the context, the learning context. What does the learning context mean? These are all the external forces that will have their own influence on the learning. So if I'm only focusing on my teaching, I'm only looking at what is going on inside that red circle. My knowledge, my skills, my ability to communicate, that's all I'm focusing on. So the word context means that the learner is part of the context. And as you can see in this box, I've given you examples of external forces that can affect the learning of the student. So let's go to the next slide. One of the tools that US universities routinely use and develop is something called a curricular map. And maybe sometime in the future, if Dean Lal and the professors would like, I can get into this topic for an hour. But basically, for the time period, think of a curricular map as mapping the learning outcomes on the y-axis with the programs and courses on your x-axis. Programs and courses are the inputs. Learning outcomes are really the things that you want coming out of the learning experience. And to get there, you have to have this mapping. Every program, every course should be mapped onto a specific learning outcome. So let's go to the next slide. So I'll just spend a few minutes on particular techniques, a couple of them, given the limited time we have. One of the sayings in university training of professors is, you want to be a good teacher? Then learn, understand how your students learn. It's as simple as that. If you understand how the typical student in the classroom learns, processes information in their mind, hold that process to a mirror, and the mirror image of the process will become the teaching strategy. So hidden here is a useful advice. You cannot come up with a good teaching strategy in a vacuum. Teaching strategy is a reflection of learning strategy. So you have to understand the learning strategy, and then you automatically know what teaching strategy is. And the second takeaway from this simple point is, you can never generalize good teaching strategies. It's dependent on the learner and their learning styles. So every time I walk into a different classroom, there will be subtle differences in the learning styles. That if I'm a good teacher, I have to sense that with my instincts. And I have to integrate it in real time into my own teaching strategy as I'm talking to the students. And I'm going to give you some simple examples of that. Let's go to the next slide. So there are three basic drivers of learning. As I said, we don't talk about teaching anymore. We talk about learning, and there are three drivers of learning. How does your student learn? Well, I'm going to give you two extreme points. along one spectrum. Many of them learn through reason, rational, but many of them also learn through emotional ways, meaning they have to like the message in order to appreciate it. See, liking is an emotion. Understanding is reason. And different students use different combinations of these two subconsciously. The second way to put it is function versus form. My area of teaching is commercial innovation. And one of the basic building blocks in commercial innovation is function versus form. Which one is more important? Well, for the user, the form is more important. If it doesn't look like a mobile phone, it doesn't work like one, then the user will say that may be a high-tech futuristic phone, but I don't accept it as a mobile phone. That is the form. So whatever we do on the substance or the function part has to be embedded into the form of the user, what they will accept. So this again is sending us a very subtle message as professors, as teachers. We have to humble our role to a level where we say we elevate the learner, and it's our responsibility to fit into the style and motivation of the learner rather than the other way around. The old-fashioned way of teaching where we come down hard on the students and say, learn it, as we all know, is completely outdated. The third point here talks about a somewhat minor technical issue. Roughly half and half of all undergraduate students, research has shown, learn through high involvement. High involvement means in their mind, their cognitive structure, every time the professor is speaking, the mind will absorb the material, will rationalize it, and if they find it acceptable, it will become a permanent part of their cognition, their knowledge. That's called high involvement. But the other half of the students learn through low involvement. What is low involvement? It doesn't go through a process of rational filtering. It's like, how do you remember the words to your favorite song? You don't consciously try to memorize it, but the words are still there in your mind. And it keeps playing. And you sing along with it if you want to. That's called low involvement learning. I'm in the field of business. The entire field of advertising uses low involvement learning. Next time you watch TV, if you're wondering why are they showing the same advertisement 10 times in a day, that's because the learner, the audience, learns through low involvement. So what is low involvement? Don't try to appeal to reason, but repeat your message. Repeat it in different pleasant ways. That's called low involvement learning. It's the way we used to learn those multiplication tables when we were young. You memorize it, you'll understand it as you go along at a later point in time. I think I'm running out of time, Dr. Lal, so let me speed it up a little bit. Let's go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to leave this tool with you, very simple tool. This allows you to map where is your content. If you're teaching biology, if you're teaching maths, if you're teaching business, accounting, what technique, what style do you use? Well, what you do is you basically ask yourself, there are 4 possibilities. Is your content more rational, or is the learning going to have to be experiential? Meaning they have to learn by being in that situation. It's like medical students, their learning, 70% of it, clinical learning, has to be experiential. They have to learn by doing. Rational would mean learn by knowing. So you tell me where your content is on the rational experiential scale, and then you tell me where your students are on the high involvement, low involvement scale. Once you use this map, then you'll get a very good idea of where we started with. What is the learning style? And remember, I was telling you, your teaching style is a mirror image of your typical student's learning style. Now I'm giving you a very, very simple tool to figure out what is that learning style for your student. Most of us unintentionally make a mistake of going with our native strength. I'm a great communicator, I can tell stories and so on. But the student may be sitting there learning in a completely different way, and we are like two vehicles that pass in the night that will never cross paths. That is why knowing the learning style is much more than just words and jargon. Otherwise, your entire experience and skills will simply go around the student, around the audience. It will never reach into them. So once you do this, once you position your content in this, that will reveal a lot about where you have to get coached and where you have to practice your skill sets. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, I'm going to wrap up with a couple of points here. The big point here is teaching no longer is an outcome. If I'm running a university, I will not be putting a budget, if it's not an outcome, on measuring things that are not outcomes. I will not do that. I will not put incentives on things that are not outcomes. Teaching is an input. It's a service. So what are the outcomes? Let me give you some sample or examples of outcomes. Let's go to the next and final slide. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Okay, here are some examples of what real outcomes are in an academic learning environment, very current and into the future. Student learning is key. You will not see the word teaching in this list at all. You will not see the word teacher in this list. But outcomes of good teaching have to be student learning, institutional reputation. Ultimately, we're all responsible. We chose this vocation for our lives because we want to have an impact on young people. We want to shape them into responsible members of society because, frankly, I want to leave this world in a tiny way in the hands of people who are much better, much more educated than I am for the next generation. And on a more practical level, institutions need to get accredited, standardized, and those accreditation bodies will require documentation of learning. Very few of them require documentation of teaching excellence anymore. Student satisfaction could be used, and of course, the brand word of mouth, which is the equity of the institution, is also a big, big key. I know I've had to rush through this presentation. Let's go to the next slide. But I do want to take this time. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
So I want to thank you for, no, go back to the, yeah. I want to thank each and every one of you for your time, for your patience as we work through this minor technical glitch. It will be my pleasure to spend more time on smaller subgroups from this in a more casual way, a time and place of your choosing, when we can drill into this in a lot more detail. I've barely skimmed the surface of how you shift institutionally from teaching into learning, focusing on the student, less on the professor. But there's a lot more different layers to this revolution that's happening. Thank you again.
Thank you,
Dr. Lal.
Professor Paul. Thank
Yes.
a lot. And really, your each and every words at teachage. It has teaches. It has been narrated to our mind as a teacher, and
Thank you.
definitely our students and other participants will be benefited. So, thanks from the whole fraternity of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University Jaipur, as well as organizing committee of this national conference. I request all of us who are participated here that please stay for some moment. I would like to show, please move with me. Suppose you are moving with me in the campus of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. Please visualize where is your Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, how it is looking like. Technical team, please. Our campus, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, is before you. Professor Paul is observing from USA. Uma Sri is from South. Faizam is from South. Banu Rekha is from South. Vinnie Toms, she is in MP. And Professor K.K. Chaudhary, my colleague. Professor Manju Sharma is director of this faculty. We all are here, and we are moving to the physical campus of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. For a second, please. So, Professor Paul, I hope that you have visualized your campus.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Okay.
Very nice.
Your faculty are very blessed to have this campus to be in. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And one thing I would like to share with you that in every month on 21st of every month, we celebrate JB Mantra Day.
Mhm.
and the chanting, the mantra of
Mm.
JB is green,
Yep.
clean, and happiness.
Mm.
Our campus is green, clean, and happiness declared campus.
Yep. Very good.
So, Professor Paul, I request you that if you have time, then please spare some moment for us. Stay with us because we have some prominent speaker who would like to give presentation in your presence. And we have Uma Sri Raghunath. She is a very prominent lady from Chennai, and she is known across the globe for her contribution in the field of education, social work, and she is working continuously for the tremendous changes to be visualized by the different level of transformation related to academic and social reforms and others. So, without any details, description of Uma Sri Raghunath, I request Madam Uma Sri that please start your presentation.
Sure, sir. Very good morning to you all, and wishing the entire conference a great success. I think Paul sir had already set a great stage for the day, and we offer our tributes to Gargi sir and huge respect to the faculty management and all of you for putting in this for the student community and for your university. I'll start sharing my screen, and it's a very happy thing to be back to the university as a speaker. And today we are going to talk about the gifted educators and inclusion. As a diversity and inclusion activist, this is one topic which is very close to my heart. And we have been doing a lot, both in IBM, where I'm a senior leader, as well as in UIT, where I'm the current vice president, and also in the community as the diversity and inclusion activist. So coming to one strong statement that I believe it's one small step for man, which is a giant leap for mankind. I think how many ever more years we
Uma,
move
please,
forward.
Uma, please share your screen.
Yeah, sure. I'm sharing, sir. Can you see that?
No, it is not visible.
Okay. How about now, sir?
No. Yeah, please wait a while. Yeah, it is visible right now.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, I will make up for the minutes that we lost in the day. So a little rusher, but I'm sure I'll give the portal to Banu on time. So coming to the next thing, the basic topic for need for inclusion in education. As somebody who had spent more than a year writing a book on this particular topic called Simply Being Sid, I have worked with the Inclusion Summit people who have initiated India Inclusion Summit for the last few years. And with that experience, I can strongly tell we have marched ahead with the progress. However, there is a long way to go. So first and foremost, we need to understand that inclusion is something that we have to share the space on this earth equally with everybody. And that should begin from our schools and colleges and universities. Especially, there's a special needs for few children. All of us are blessed with different abilities. Some are blessed with really different abilities that need empathy and compassion. That's where I think there is a strong need for students who feel that they are being left out. And this is the reason why those children actually become dropouts and move out of the colleges and universities. It is our responsibility to ensure that there are no such dropouts. The Right to Education Act in India has provided a platform saying that we should provide equal educational opportunities to everyone. In fact, when I was in United States and Canada, I have seen that right to education for all is a bigger movement, and they do take it very seriously. Here, we, however, have a way to go ahead because we do not understand that situation unless we have been put into it. So there is a very big need for addressing individual needs based on individual abilities. Otherwise, it is the failure of the schools and colleges rather than the failure of the children who are ready to learn. Coming to the three important aspects for inclusion, this I call a triple A concept. This triple A concept is something that I have been talking to many forums for years now on ability to bring in unity amongst diversity. This starts in the college campuses. First and foremost, awareness, acceptance, and accessibility. Why? Because the beauty of understanding this AAA concept lies in as a test for civilization and for growth of all of us put together. Awareness is nothing but being aware, being understanding, being empathically understanding the situation of the other human being around us. We don't need to be Mother Teresa's who can uplift a whole community, but I think each one of us as educators, each one of us as somebody who had got influence in the society to help others, I think should have the basic empathy, awareness, and compassion for people having challenges. I will not call it disabilities. I will call them challenges. Each one of us will somewhere or the other fall into one of these challenges categories. So we have to be empathetical to the people who are in the other categories. Physical challenges like epilepsy, cerebral palsy, hearing impairments, visual impairments, wheelchair bound, and others. Communication challenges. Not everybody can communicate in the way that we can present in our own mother tongue or in the oral languages that we are familiar with. The speech is something that not everybody can articulate in a same way that everybody understands. Behavioral changes. With the given situation of the pandemic onset, most of us are stuck to our rooms, and it is very important we understand that children overnight have to get into a transformation mode of learning from such a vast campuses of your university to the living rooms of their houses. Imagine the trauma, imagine the kind of uh, anxiety, confusion, and the situation that the whole student community have been put into. So with this, we can see a lot of behavioral changes. They can be hyperactive, they can be attention disorders. How many of us are able to actually get the attention of the students for more than the first 20 minutes of any lecture? I really doubt it. And then the suicidal tendency. It is very unfortunate that we hear about this from the campuses of IIT and IIMs even today. And addiction, which is a big challenge. And then there are psychological issues, the fear, anxiety, stress, the lack of confidence and self-esteem, and depression. Everybody says, I'm stressed out, I'm depressed. These words have become very common around us. So how are we as educators going to really be understanding in an empathetical way to put these things in the back burner and really focus on the learning part for children? That is what we are going to discuss. Acceptance is the first and foremost step for fixing a problem. You know there is a problem. Unless you accept and you focus on solutions than on problems, I don't think we can find a way out. So it's very important then, instead of segregating them and classifying them as people with disabilities, LGBTQ, Q community, or people with special needs, it's very important to integrate them. It is very important that 90% of the community understands the 10% who can be extraordinary cream layer of a society. So first and foremost, you should understand that there are special educational needs. The teaching aids that we use, the classrooms being in the ground floor, if you are having a student who is wheelchair bound, you are having an audiovisual presentations if there is a child who is visually challenged. Audiobooks are very important to support them to go ahead with the regular practice of learning. It's very important that you don't show sympathy, especially the positively abled community doesn't like to be sympathized. So instead of sympathizing, let's be compassionate, let's accept their limitations and accept them. Autistic students are today slowly integrating into the mainstream education, which was a dream many years ago. integrate the children into the mainstream education, which is very, very important. There were days when, Siddha Jayakumar, about whom I have written the book, was put into a special school as of spastic society, and he really wanted to come out because he wanted to know how the normal world looks. That's when, I think a school accepted him. A teacher took the trouble to say that, okay, we will have the classrooms in the ground floor in case the child is not able to climb the stairs. He can actually use only one of his fingers for typing, and he cannot write or hold a pen or a pencil. So they gave him a typewriter so that he can actually record the notes. So this background noise of the typewriter in the class, the students slowly started understanding. So what they did, they started sharing their books, they giving him the books to home or writing twice and sharing. So it's not the children who will not understand. They are all empathical. Only when we educators put that in the right way. We have to teach them not to mock the child who is with special abilities, and we have to tell them to integrate. That you have to be little compassionate and make them understand. This will actually address a lot of issues that are related to adjustment in schools and colleges. This will boost the confidence not only of the people who are said to be the so-called normal in our society, but also the specially able children. This will build friendships, which will give them a confidence to overcome shyness. They are no longer isolated. They are part of our system. They add value because these people are intellectually very, very strong, and they bring into the table a lot of aspects of innovation and overcoming their inferiority complex. These people are very good at complex problem solving in real sense. I have witnessed situations where such people have actually brought in a different perspective to the whole issue in hand. That is only because they can think differently. We have to help them push towards much more positive approach. So let's all work together towards it. So as a university, as a college, as a student, as a lecturer, or as a NGO, or somebody who's been very compassionate and passionate about the welfare of the student community, these are the few things we have to keep in mind. One, inclusion and learning environment should be equal to all. That doesn't stop by just giving an admission to the student, but making them learn equally, giving them extra time for writing notes, giving them little bit extra time for examinations, understanding if they can be provided a scribe to write, and that scribe should not be somebody, for example, a scribe who doesn't know English cannot come and scribe for an English exam. There are instances which happen because the government is so insensitive at times that they think that getting an English writing scribe for an English exam will actually add value to the person with disabilities, and somehow give them extra grace marks. That's not the case. But understanding the concept and putting that, whatever they are prompting to put in the paper and make that visible to the invigilators is very, very important. So we have to be a little bit sensitive in those kind of areas, provide equal opportunities to participate, give them an opportunity to compete against the rest of the crowd. It's okay if they don't win, even if it's okay if they get just a participation certificate or a compassion certificate, but still it is worth the trying. Learn irrespective of race, color, class, gender, disability, learning styles, and languages. Let us not forget that our Dr. Abdul Kalam has come from a fisherman village, a very small village just at the outskirts of Ramanad district. So we have to remember, we can find diamonds among these people, and we provide the right platform and framework can definitely bring in great perspectives to the changes that we are looking for. And absolutely, it is time that all of us are sensitive about the human rights and conquering the human wrongs in the system. It's very easy to say, no, my college don't have bigger bathrooms for children with disabilities. Sorry, put one in the ground floor. If the woman needs some extra support, please provide that. If somebody of a different community or a faith need to take a break to follow the rituals, give them the space. We are a secular state. Let us not forget the preamble of Indian Constitution, which actually gives equal rights right from the page 1. and create provision. Let's not give restrictions. We will give them additional provisions. These are not reservations, friends. We are fighting for reservations at all levels. The 33% for women rights bill is still on the table of parliament. But still, let us not ask and push for reservations. We will work more for provisioning support than focusing on restrictions, which is very important. Building communities with equal employability opportunities. I'm very happy to see very recently that Amazon has taken a group of transgenders as their delivery staff, which is very, very encouraging, because transgender community, which has been shunned so far as part of the prostitution or the begging alone as a career options, today everybody is sensitive to their requirements. And I think companies like Amazon, companies like IBM, companies like Accenture, all putting together their foot down and say, we will take people from different abilities, is actually something that has to start from colleges and universities. Give more opportunities for them, and I'm sure we will, as a society, evolve better. Physical accessibility to libraries. I have been fighting for the accessibility rights of wheelchair person. What is the greatness of having our railway stations or our post office inside accessibility for wheelchair holders? Where are the roads that lead to these places? Equally for our educational institutions. United States and other developed countries have the facility of ramp at every public place. I think it is high time we do that for our schools and colleges as well. And enhance support services and provide adequate guidance. All that they need is a little bit coaching, little bit mentoring, additional guidance and acceptance. And I'm sure with this, there will be a much more equalitarian society. The last steps before I conclude on the inclusion part of being the great educators all of you in here are, and those watching on the live stream, I request you, please give education for all, even if it means our government institutions, some percentage within our private institutions. I think this university in particular is doing a great job for women, and please do continue to do that and spread the wings of fire all around you. It is time we protect our rights, we protect our girl children, we protect our people with different abilities and ensure their rights are in place. All the rights come with responsibilities. If you give them a right, I'm sure every one of us will hold that equal responsibility in place. Then identification of skills and resources. This is an era where every day an emerging technology is changing the life of mankind. So please provide skilling opportunities. It can be reskilling or upskilling, and that has to be with the right resources and education aids. That is the platform that we need to set up as a community, so that we actually build in a consciousness amongst every one of us and prepare ourselves for the challenges. It is nothing but the development of our humankind, and for improving the quality of education by inclusive means. Nothing but knowledge is what makes this generation more civilized, more appropriate, and more progressive in their thinking, their perspectives, and in their welfare. I think with this, I can conclude my presentation for the day, and I'm very happy to be part of this premier institute here today, providing my insights on education and inclusivity. Thank you, Professor Lal, and the entire team here for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Uma, and I hope that, as usual, your words were very, very inspiring for our research scholars, for our students and others. And
Thank you, sir.
I hope that your thinking about empowering the women, since you are Vice President of EWIT, empowering women in information technology and others, you are continuously working for the empowering the women, and your this lecture is going to be very, very fruitful and historical for our other participants. Thank you very much. I request you
Thank
that
you, sir.
please stay with us and listen
Sure.
your other colleagues also. Now it is
Sure.
time to invite another speaker who is known to be, a very, very dynamic lady, in the field of education, innovation, and other matter that is very, very, keenly related to the innovation and betterment of the society. We have Bhanu Rekha Kondar. She is from South, and she is president of EWIT, and she has been associated with different organizations. It's very difficult, to discuss each and every one. So, Bhanu Rekha, I request you that please settle yourself and start your presentation.
Okay. I hope I'm clear.
Yeah, yeah,
Am
you
I
are clear.
am I audible?
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure.
Okay. So before I begin, I like to just chant Saraswati Slokam because this is the Vidyapeeth.
Yes, yes.
So Om Saraswati Namastubhyam Varde Kamarupini Vidyarambham Karishyami Siddhir Bhavatu Me Sada. We invoke Goddess Saraswati to bless this auspicious conference. First of all, Mr. Lal, Professor Lal, and the dignitaries, teaching staff, faculty, and all the esteemed members of the Vidyapeeth, and my dear students. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today with you. It's a great opportunity to connect on education and the future of education and how gifted educators can bring in that perspective of inclusion. My dear friend and colleague Umashri touched upon why we should be more inclusive in our approach towards education. We have seen some very talented students lose that opportunity because they did not have the right facilities, encouragement, or support. And the differently abled people can have different types of challenges. They could be dealing with dyslexia. And we know a lot of famous personalities in the past have struggled with dyslexia as a challenge, but still they were so successful in their life. So, as gurus, this generation of students that we see, the guru needs a very friendly, a collaborative, and a very transparent relationship with the students. The reason I say that is gone are those days when, without questioning our gurus, our teachers, and our trainers, whatever was given to us, we would just accept as it is and take those learnings. Today, the students have the empowerment and the knowledge because of the massive online open courses like Udemy, Coursera, and all of that. The students have an opportunity to go Google anything and learn. So when they come to the classroom, the students know a certain level of awareness or knowledge they already have, and therefore they begin to think, given their age, they begin to believe that they know it all. And when they come to the classroom, when the teacher sees the textbook and trains the students think, oh, I know it all. So why is it that I should sit in a class of 50 or 60 and listen to the teacher if she's not adding any value to my already existing knowledge? So it becomes a very challenge in the current times to be a guru. So therefore, the guru has an opportunity now to upskill themselves even more than in the past. There has to be a very constructive and creative way of how a gifted educator can bring that value to the student's life to help them understand that not everything in life can be Googled. That a Google cannot replace a guru. That is the first and foremost thing that all the educators are facing today as a challenge. When we go to colleges on behalf of EVIT, or I'm currently working with Sutherland, when we go for our campus interviews, we notice that the first thing the faculty or the professors are complaining to us is that the students are distracted, they don't pay attention, they don't respect the teachers today. The students are not respecting. That is a huge cultural setback that we are seeing just now. India has always revered, worshipped the gurus. But you look at the current generation, they believe they know it all, and the respect is slightly fading away. So we need to bring back that Guru Shishya culture in our current way of teaching. First and foremost, I have to respect my Guru, not just because my Guru knows more than me, because my Guru brings me to the path of enlightenment. My Guru brings me to the path of learning and transformation. Learning is primarily used here as a transformation tool. It is not just I know more than Google or Google knows more than me. I'm not a machine learning engine. For that, there are edtech companies, education tech companies like, for example, Byju's. Look at Byju's valuation today. Byju's is one of the top most leading company today when it comes to edtech companies. Why? Because they give a tablet to everybody, and the students, whether they are 5-year-old or 15-year-old, they can go through a Byju's tablet, prepare from it, and pass any examination. But is that going to help them deal with the real life challenges that are thrown at them? So, what is it that a guru can change? What a Byju's computer-led online virtual training cannot do. That is where a guru steps in. I'm not saying you should not be adopting technology. It is extremely essential that we should be embracing technology, because technology is the only way education can change. Today, in this pandemic, last 2 years, education is going uninterrupted. Thanks to the virtual classrooms, trainings, a conference like this is possible today because of the technology. So technology is the biggest boon to us, but how we use technology is in our hands. So first and foremost, cultural changes are extremely important. We have to ensure, and I'm coming from South, but I have lived most of my life in Jamshedpur. I can tell you, I still have connections with my teachers. We still talk to our teachers, thank them for giving us this life. If I'm an associate vice president with Sutherland today, it's primarily because of the gurus that have intervened in my life at the right time, shown me, sorry, sorry, shown me the right path along with my parents and given us this life. So my request to all the respected educators here is, we have to imbibe that culture and ensure we pass on the message that live as if you were to die tomorrow, but learn as if you were to live forever. Learning is the only way. I can say I am an educator, I have been teaching for 20 years. There is nothing more for me to learn. Look at as a doctor, right? The doctors today don't have a solution for COVID. Can we disrespect the doctor saying, hey, you don't know how to solve a COVID patient's issue? There are so many people dying, so you're not a doctor anymore. Can we say that? Not really. We still have to go to the doctor whether there is a solution, there is medication or not. And the doctors also are learning for the last 2 years how to deal with this complexity. Likewise, a guru also has to learn with the changing world, where students have access to something like MOOCs, the massive online courses, like I said, Udemy, Coursera, whether Google. Students can learn theoretically what they want, but the practical implementation and the application and the practice of those learned concepts is truly where a guru needs to intervene, needs to step in. So when you are inclusive, your inclusivity has to be in terms of how much more are you bringing in as a real life learning. I have few examples. Unfortunately, I'm not able to share my presentation which I made for you, because my Office network is not allowing me to log into your, because you have made this login through only Facebook and YouTube. Unfortunately, my Office network is not allowing me to go inside, but I'm going to share what I have for you. It is extremely important. This is the year of transformation. We are seeing that there is digital transformation happening everywhere. Educators also need the digital transformation. So, transformation of all kinds and all levels is required. The teaching strategies have to change when it comes to innovative teaching methodologies. I'm sure Vidyapeeth has its own educational videos. You have your own conferencing systems. Your classroom technology has improved. You have GPS devices, you have Skype and Microsoft Teams as a collaborative tool. So go for it. If you don't have, this is where we can guide you, help you. We are happy to do that. As an organization, we help companies go digital. I can help you as well to go digital. Ensure you embrace the newest technologies, embed them into your learning methodologies.
ये
However,
प्रतिभा भाई कौन जुड़ गया एजुकेशन में?
sorry.
Yeah, please continue. Please
Yeah.
continue.
Okay. So interactive learning is going to be extremely important. Instead of the olden days, like if this session was interactive and participative, it would be much more fun, right? So when I say interactive education, ensuring that there is participation from the students, making the students do the role play of a faculty, for example. So in my company, we support customers from all over the world, and we hire, say, a fresh graduate who's just 21, 22 years old, and we bring them into our corporate world. We train them. But you know what? The day one, when they talk to an American customer, they feel, oh, the language is a problem, culture is a problem, I really don't know how to do it. So as part of training, we have included role plays, which is we make the student who has just joined as employee as a customer. They pose as a customer and they try to look at it from the customer's viewpoint. So the teachers can also start that kind of an approach where you role play, change your roles, and have the students come and present on topics that they are passionate about, that they know a lot about. That will help you a better participation in the class. Spaced learning works. If I have learned a new concept, for example, what is the real life application of that concept? How is this tool or technology or concept works in real life? Creative teaching. Maybe you want to take them to, if you're teaching them something about biology, take them to a place where they can see something, where they can feel something, and that is something that they will never forget as a learning. Gamification. There is tremendous amount of gamification in the training today, which means that you introduce a lot of animation, gamification in your tools, in your technology, and all of that. Sorry about that. Brainstorming. See, brainstorming has been a lot discussed, right? Where people come with brilliant ideas. So when I'm introducing, say, for example, a new concept, I should be helping the students come forward with brainstorming, which means we tell them that, hey, this is what it is. Can we today spend the first 30 minutes brainstorming on whether this is a boon or bane for the society? How do we go about discussing whether we should continue the lockdown or should we consider going new normal? So students have fresh perspective. Today, organizations are getting mentored by the younger generation because they believe that the younger generation, the student community, brings in fresh perspective to everything. So it is not a bad thing that we sometimes pick those learnings and embed into our teaching or our systems. So give them the power, but at the same time, ensuring that they understand we are the ones who are holding this power to educate them, to set them on the right path. Most importantly, my request to everybody here will be to help the students learn to respect each other, trust and dignity. A lot of successful students, when they finish their academic circles, when they join the corporate journey, they forget and they kind of treat the women or each other, the peers, they don't treat them with trust and dignity. There is sexual harassment on the rise today. My request to teachers will be, and there are case studies of that everywhere, right? So sexual harassment can be prevented by on-time training and on-time awareness. Young girls or young boys need to know that there is a law today which mandates that any unwelcome behavior, glance, touch, even a message can be escalated. I'm sure, Mr. Lal, Professor Lal, you have an internal complaints committee within your college, and you have the ICC members who look into harassment issues and they take the right decision. So, training them on gender biasness, unconscious bias.
Madam Bhanurekha, such type of problem doesn't happen here because we are dealing with only females. So, but we have some and we are monitoring each and everything under the dynamic leadership of our university. Our university is run and governed by women administrators only. So we are very watchful and very, sincere about all the things you are discussing and bringing into our notice. Thank you for that.
So
Please
that
continue.
is, yeah. So, but Mr. Lal, Professor Lal, the law mandates that even if it is a women's college and it is administered by only women, I cannot guarantee that those issues don't happen. The law mandates that you need to have an ICC committee, internal complaints committee,
Yeah,
and
yeah, everyone is
training
here.
them and
Everything
bringing
is,
awareness to them.
yes, yes. Please
So
continue.
even if it is a women's college, it is a possibility, but awareness is important. And that's something that I want to leave you with. However, when it comes to ensuring that as educators, we go about bringing in new ideas, welcoming new ideas, gamifying it, having certain clubs like quiz clubs or consulting clubs or clubs that encourage innovation. My son is in third year IIT Madras here today, okay, and he's part of the quiz club. His responsibility is to ensure that he goes driving about awareness around quizzing. And we all know that quizzing is such a beautiful hobby that it helps them to learn more, as well as it helps people connect and bring in relationships. So bringing in such clubs, ensuring the students participate and use those tools, technologies, and forums to learn from each other. I am going to pause here for any questions that you may have, but I again like to thank the entire Vidyapeeth and Professor Lal for having me here today. This is a great session. I wish the conference a beautiful success and a great learning journey for the students as well as the teachers.
Thank you, Madam Bhanurekha, for your inspiring and very innovative idea. And we hope that all the participants, specifically our students and research scholars, will be much benefited. And I request you that please stay with us. Now it is time to actually, as per notification, we have a very senior and renowned professor, and she has been dean also in Rajasthan University, Professor Rita Arora ji. But madam, I request you that please allow me to invite Dr. Beanie Toms. She has to take part in a very essential meeting of IGNU, and she has to take part in this meeting with her vice chancellor. So I request you that please allow me to invite Dr. Beanie Toms, and she is Dr. Beanie Toms is the regional director of Indira Gandhi National Open University, Bhopal. Madam Rita Arora ji, please allow me to request Dr. Beanie Toms before you, please.
Whenever professors and academicians are busy, we should always give them the slot which they want for discourse and for delivering the lectures. So, Professor Lal, no issues with me. When she will finish her program, only after that I'll take
Okay. Sure,
I'll be on the
madam.
platform.
Okay, since you are senior most, so it is my, protocol to discuss with you. Since I have passed this request through Director faculty of education also to interact with you. Might be she has not interacted. So I request Dr. Bini Toms, Madam, please you start your presentation, and I am expecting that you are going to deliver your lecture on the topic assigned, and on the topic of the conference, that recent advances in teaching methodology and education development. So please start your presentation, Madam Dr. Bini Toms.
Greetings to all of you present here. Uh, the management of the university, the vice chancellor, um, the fellow panelists, Professor Lal, and students. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Rita Arora for permitting me to give this presentation before her. As I had requested Professor Lal, because we have our first, on behalf of in memory of our first Vice Chancellor, Professor G. Ram Reddy, we have a memorial lecture every year on the 2nd of July. And today it starts from 11:30 and goes up till 1:30. And we are all supposed to take part in it, although it is online. So I had requested Professor Lal if he could manage the timings, and I'm grateful to Professor Rita Arora for permitting me to continue with my presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Before I begin the presentation, I would like to pay my tributes, as I've been hearing about the university and about the loss of the founder, which I came to know only recently. So I pay my tributes to the visionary founder, and I compliment each one of you for um, carrying out such remarkable work in the field of women education and women empowerment. My compliments to Professor Lal and all his team around. So the topic under which I'm going to speak is recent trends in educational development and teaching methodology. Since it's a very broad topic, I would talk about women empowerment through open and distance learning and cite the case of IGNU as an example. And then with whatever experience I have, I would like to just touch upon few things that I have in mind when we talk of women empowerment. So with these words, I would like to share my slides. So can you see my screen?
No, it is not visible right now.
Not yet, okay. I hope you can see it now.
Yeah, just wait for a second. Yeah, please. Okay, it is visible. Dr. Binitams, Regional Director, INSAR's Regional Evaluation Center, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Bhopal. It is visible, madam. Please.
Okay. Now the full screen?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So the topic which I have chosen is empowering women by education through open university. So first we would look at the educational scenario of women, challenges faced by women when they wish to proceed with education, how open and distance learning system of education can come to rescue, IGNU as a case study, how the ODL system or the open and distance learning system is in consonance with the national vision, and then few words as we talk of the way ahead. So yesterday also and even today, we have been talking about the educational scenario. We have seen that over the years, women have been getting educated, but still the scenario is not very encouraging, and we have a long way to go. Now, also, the number of females per 100 males enrolled in higher education is fewer. When we talk of women after primary schooling, India's enrollment levels are lower as compared to other developed nations. The challenges, we have been talking about challenges faced by different groups. Just now, just before me, the speaker was talking about different groups. So there are challenges, and women, of course, they face challenges. And when we talk of challenges faced by women, it may be due to the male dominated society, patriarchal families, because of which women are many a time not able to take decisions, or the decisions are influenced by other members in the family. They do not have the personal freedom to go ahead with their careers or go ahead with their education. The main reason for that is also because they do not have access to, or they do not have control over resources which are required for advancing in their education. Then when we talk of the societal structures, sometimes women are married off very early. Due to early marriages, they are stuck in family commitments, societal constraints, because of which their education dreams are, they're not able to carry forward their dreams of higher education. It is in this situation that the open and distance learning system of education can come to rescue, because this system of education provides seamless accessibility. People who have dropped out, or who cannot continue with regular education for some reason, if they're not able to take up their exams in a particular session, this system of education has got the flexibility, uh, that they can study at their own pace and place. Then, of course, the affordability aspect is important. Outreach, of course, they can continue to upgrade themselves. The concept of lifelong learning is possible through open and distance learning systems. Inclusive education, we have been talking of inclusiveness in our earlier presentations. So this system of education is a very good option, which offers um, the option of inclusive education. Inclusive education for various underprivileged and marginalized groups, including women in certain situations. Advancement of careers. And today, if we see the statistics, about 25% of enrollments in higher education are in the open and distance learning system. Uh, the speaker just before me was talking about Coursera, about Byju's. So there are various options through which we can study at a distance at our own pace and place. And I would just like to mention IGNU as an option in this area. So when we talk of IGNU as an example, IGNU, most of you would be knowing, would know, I believe, that the Indira Gandhi National Open University was established as an act of parliament in the year 1985, and the UNESCO declared it as the largest institution of higher learning with 30 million learners. It has a large reservoir of open and distance learning resources. It is the People's University, Jan Janta Vishwavidyalaya, and it has got popular print material. The print material, the study materials of IGNU are not only used by IGNU students, but also by various other people preparing for various examinations. And then, of course, reaching the unreached through ODL. If we talk of IGNOU's mandate, it is to disseminate learning through ICT and thus reach the unreached. So, use of technology. Then it caters to underprivileged groups. That is where we talk of the concept of inclusive education. And I would just like to mention that when we talk of inclusive education, to various target groups like prisoners, IGNOU provides education free of cost, and to groups like the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, for specific programs, they are given education free of cost. And the mandate of IGNOU is also to promote this system of education for diverse needs and for diverse target populations. And it also has the mandate to coordinate and determine the standards for such systems. it is the National Resource Center for Open and Distance Learning Material. I spoke about the self-instructional material of IGNOU, which is quite good and used by many. It is a
Madam,
pilot.
sorry for interruption. I request you that kindly convergent to the topic we have already assigned for our conference. And I hope that we should focus on that only, because
Right.
this is a case study that may be,
Yeah,
but the
I think I can skip through the case study slides and move
yes,
ahead. Yes.
yes,
So what I was going to say that the open and distance learning system provides many options. So it's not just about IGNOU. IGNOU is just an example, but but the multimedia, the e-Gyan Kosh, that is the digital repository, the Gyanvani and the Gyandarshan channels, Gyan Dhara channels, the Swayam Prabha of the Ministry of Education, Government of India, the Swayam Prabha, the DTH channels. All these are various technological tools through which um, women can make use of these and upgrade their education. IGNOU has its reach both nationally and internationally. And this again is a slide for inclusive education, I must say, because it catches, because when we talk of open and distance learning, not just IGNOU, any other education, even as you mentioned, our JVWU also has an ODL directorate. So when we talk of the open and distance learning system of education, I think somebody's mic is on. Professor Lal, could you ask them to
yeah,
mute their
yeah.
microphone? There is
Actually,
disturbance actually.
we have. You should. I suggest that, madam, you should visit to the university website. We have digital version 2.0, and through digital version 2.0, it is possible for all the students across the globe to go through the so many study materials as per the curriculum of different medical professional and
Okay.
technical programs, that is
Hmm,
free
hmm,
for all for accessing from anywhere. So that is a
hmm.
accessible big directory for any scholar anywhere in the world. And for your kind information, I myself I am giving an example for your case study. As a teacher, I have submitted 1,000+ videos
Yes,
prepared
sir.
by me, and we are also uploading our videos on Swam, and we are working for Swam Prabha and others. So
Yeah, I mentioned about the same because IGNOU is the national coordinator. So just a
yeah,
mention about that, sir. It's
okay,
wonderful. I know Jayoti Vidyapeeth has been doing amazing work, um, and uh, especially in the field of women education and empowerment.
yeah,
And the open and distance learning system of education is also in consonance with the vision of the nation. When we talk of the Digital India movement, the vision area, digital empowerment of citizens, that also indicates digital empowerment through digital literacy. And therefore, this system of education is in consonance with this vision area. That is what I was arriving at. And when we talk of the 9 pillars of digital learning, digital India movement, then the concept of e-education or technology enabled learning is also part of that pillar. So, what I was stressing on is the importance of open and distance learning, especially for women, because they're considering them as a disadvantaged group, or as a group which sometimes faced with challenges. In that case, this system of education can come to its rescue. So this system of education, if we use open and distance learning, then it can, of course, the students can go ahead with higher education with this system of education. Professionals can continue to upgrade themselves with online courses, and there's also an option for sensitization and awareness on any of the topics of their interest. ODL is a potential tool for educating educators, students, of course, even educating educators to upgrade themselves, educating the society as a whole, empowering society with education, and thus strengthening the grassroots. I would like to mention just one more point. When we talk of today, the learning spaces have changed with the pandemic. there is a paradigm shift in the learning environments. And with this shift, it is this system of education which comes into play. That is what I feel. And also with this shift, it is important that when we remember the mission and vision of a university, it is also important to think about the values that a university or any organization that, for that matter, should keep in mind. So, the ethics quality of any organization is the extent to which they have been successful in advancing the goals of student support, addressing grievances, advancing a culture of safety, transparency, and justice, and thus improving student satisfaction. So, keeping the values of the organization is also important now that the whole education has shifted. There is a revolution in education, as Professor Paul was discussing in the morning. So, with that, it is important that we think about the ethics quality of the organization also. And so that is it. Women's education, they face challenges. So in that case, it is important that they have a system of education which is easily accessible to them, which is affordable to them. And with the shift in the kind of education, that is, our learning spaces have become more digital, and with that also lots of changes, and the systems of education, that is ODL system of education, has come into play in that situation. That is what I wish to say. So let us all, in our institutions, in our families, as individuals, try our best to um, to to work towards women education. There's a need to change mindsets also when we talk of women's education and women's empowerment. So changing our mindsets, working towards empowerment in the societies, in our institutions, in our families, and at personal levels. And as the American writer Max Lucado rightly said, no one can do everything, but everyone can do something. So let us do our bit to make a better society with empowered women. Thank you.
And madam, I would like to add by your side to know something of everything of something. To know everything of something is better than rather to know something of everything. It should be adopted by our scholars, our co-participants, and others. And nothing that you know everything of everything. This is also a philosophy in education. This is also a philosophy in methodology. So thank you
Rightly
for
said,
your
sir.
this. Yeah,
Rightly said, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
and thank you very much for your nice presentation, madam, and very informative presentation. We are much delighted to see you again in our next level of discussion. So I hope that your this delightful presentation is going to give a very sharp understanding to the students who are even curious to learn through the open learning mode, and you know ready to prepare some their own study material, SLM and others. They will be your presentation will be helping them more. We have also our distance education directorate. In the beginning of the session, I discussed with you all, and we faculty members are also involved in that activity. So thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Now it is time to invite a very renowned academician, a very seasoned academician, and power of symbol of women empowerment, a personality who has guided dozen students for their research and their upliftment in their career. We have Professor Rita Arora. She has been, associated with this university, and her blessing is always with us. She has been dean in the Rajasthan University, and now she is connected with us. Madam, we welcome you, and I request you that please start your presentation, Professor Dr. Rita Arora.
Thank you, Professor Lal, giving a very warm welcome and speaking highly about me. Thank you, sir. And today I'm reminded of late Professor Garg last time when you people organized a webinar, and I was speaking to Professor Garg, and I still remember the dialogue which he said कि we are from the same university. तो हम तो भाई बहन हुए. I said how is it कि दोनों ने अपन ने साथ साथ PhD किया था same university से. And my tribute to him, and I'm happy to see that the Vice Chancellor, Professor Vidushi, has organized and taken the lead, and a very empowered
Madam, she is the Chancellor. She is the Honorable Chancellor.
I'm sorry. Sorry,
No.
Professor Chancellor ma'am, Vidushi ji. I'm very happy to see that you have taken the lead, and your team has Professor Lal, Professor Manju Sharma, and team members have taken this lead and organized this beautiful webinar. सर, जब मैं आपका थीम देख रही थी तो जो मेरा कंसर्न उसमें नजर आया, सस्टेनेबिलिटी की जब हम बात करते हैं तो मोस्टली लोग सोचने लग जाते हैं, गांधी जी के विचारों से ही हम बात शुरू कर देते हैं और कहते हैं कि मानवता के, मनुष्य के लालच के लिए इस भूमंडल पर शायद साधन संसाधन कम पड़ जाएं, लेकिन हम सब लोगों की आवश्यकताओं के लिए तो यहाँ पर्याप्त नहीं, बहुत कुछ है. वर्षों से इस बात को सुना, कुछ लोगों ने इसको जीवन में अपनाया भी सही, और जब पिछले 20 साल में जब मैंने सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात अपने विद्यार्थियों से की, अपने साथियों से बात की, और जो हम मीडिया के अंदर देखते हैं, तो वहां पर शायद ये समझ आने लगा और ये समझ दी जाने लगी कि इस दुनिया को सस्टेनेबल बनाना है तो शायद उस सारी चीज की बागडोर है टेक्नोलॉजी और साइंस के पास मौजूद है. विज्ञान है जो काम कर सकता है, तकनीक है जो काम कर सकती है. उस विज्ञान और तकनीक को अपनाकर, by adopting that technology, the scientific practices, inventions, discoveries, all kinds of things, those gadgets, we can make our Earth a sustainable planet. And down the line, what happened in the last 2 decades, people have switched to STEM. Means we all know science, technology, maths, and engineering, etc. And less focus and less importance is being attached to humanities, to philosophy, to social sciences. किसी भी पेरेंट से बात करिए तो वो सीधा सा ये कहता है कि बच्चा यदि कुछ नहीं कर सकता है, then he or she should be pushed towards social sciences, towards the study of humanities. Otherwise, every parent wants that his or her first choice should be STEM, S-T-E-M. I have departed from that practice. I have taken departure in the sense that when I was guiding my children or whosoever came into contact with me, I said, नहीं, जिंदगी में आप चाहते क्या हैं? आपका लक्ष्य क्या है? Do you want to mint money? पैसा कमाना चाहते हैं? नाम कमाना चाहते हैं? या कहीं मन के किसी कोने में यदि थोड़ी सी भी जगह है इस प्लैनेट के लिए, अपनी लाइफ को बेटर बनाने के लिए, या कहीं मन में थोड़ा सा भी फ्यूचर जनरेशंस के लिए, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए थोड़ा सा भी आप चिंतित हैं, तो गिव इट अ थॉट. अब आप कहेंगे कि प्रोफेसर लाल, प्रोफेसर मंजू शर्मा, अश्विनी कुमार जी, आप और हम तो इस उम्र के इस पड़ाव पे कहेंगे कि नहीं, वी आर कंसर्न्ड अबाउट द फ्यूचर ऑफ आवर कमिंग जनरेशंस. बट व्हाई विल दिस प्रेजेंट जनरेशन थिंक ऑफ द coming generations? They are more worried right now about their own future. तो यहाँ पर सवाल इसीलिए आता है कि हम सोशल साइंसेस को और ह्यूमैनिटीज को महत्व दें. गिव इम्पोर्टेंस टू ह्यूमैनिटीज, सोशल साइंसेस, to philosophy where the students are not entering. अब यहाँ पर मैं पहले philosophy की बात आपसे करना चाहती हूँ. Although I am not a scholar of philosophy, but whatever little experience in the field of education I have with philosophy, I would like to talk about it. ये बात आप और हम करते हैं, जो बड़ी पीढ़ी के लोग हैं, जो बड़ी उम्र के लोग हैं, हम कहते हैं हमारे लिए मूल्य बहुत महत्व रखते हैं. The role of values is very important to us, and one of the panelists, she had talked about the respect to be given to the teachers. She was talking about gurus. So मैं वहीं से बात शुरू कर रही हूँ. उन्होंने एक वैल्यू की ओर हमारा ध्यान आकृष्ट किया कि गूगल से हम सब कुछ नहीं ले सकते. Teacher is important. Teacher has a significant role. Teacher is important in my life. How is teacher important? क्योंकि वो वैल्यूज को उसने जो मुझे इनकलकेशन किया है वो गूगल नहीं कर सकता, वो साइंस नहीं करती है, वो टेक्नोलॉजी इतना नहीं करती है. आप कहेंगे कि नहीं करती है, डिबेटेबल इशू है. करती है, साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी भी वैल्यू को इनकलकेट करते हैं, लेकिन वहां पर जो ज्यादा जो रोल है वो वहां पर टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशंस का है, दूसरी चीजों का है, वैल्यूज का कम है. अब मैं बात करना चाहती हूँ कि वैल्यूज का रोल सस्टेनेबिलिटी में बहुत ज्यादा है. वो कैसे है? देखिए, जब हम बात करते हैं साइंसेस के अंदर बायोडाइवर्सिटी की, हम बात करते हैं ओवरफिशिंग हो गया, बहुत ज्यादा मछली पालन से जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, इतना ज्यादा उसको हमने निकाल लिया कि हमारे सामने समस्या होने लग गई. हमने जब देखा कि हमने उर्वरकों का, फर्टिलाइजर्स का जितना ज्यादा यूज किया हमने किया, तो जो हमारा टॉप सॉइल है उसका जो इरोजन हुआ है, वो आने वाली पीढ़ियां उस टॉप सॉइल इरोजन को वापस से मेंटेन नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो यदि कहीं इन सारे जो ये हैपनिंग्स हैं, इनके साथ यदि हमने फिलॉसफी के थ्रू बच्चों में इंटरजेनरेशनल जस्टिस, इंट्रा जेनरेशनल जस्टिस की बात डाली होती, या डालें हम सोशल जस्टिस की बात डालें, हम सोशल इक्विटी की बात हम डालें, तो शायद ये वैल्यूज हैं, बट दीज वैल्यूज लीड टू सस्टेनेबिलिटी. These values are important, and that is why I say philosophy कोई एक विचारधाराओं की बात नहीं करती है. इसका सीधा सीधा सा लिंक मेरी जिंदगी से है, मेरी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी से है. So, and then when we talk about the development, everybody is concerned about economic development. Economic development की बात हो रही, विकास, जो राजनीति के लोग भी विकास की बात पहुंच सकते, but what kind of development we want to bring in our society, at what cost? So then I say कि at the global level भी यूनिवर्सिटी इज ए मार्केट प्लेस ऑफ आइडियाज. आप और हम सब मिलके इसको हमने एक मार्केट प्लेस की संज्ञा दे दी, क्योंकि आज जो हायर एजुकेशन है या एजुकेशन है वो एक कमोडिटी हो गई है, पहले जैसा नहीं रहा. प्राइवेटाइजेशन के दौर में, इस ग्लोबलाइजेशन के दौर में एजुकेशन इज अ मार्केट प्लेस, बट इट इज अ मार्केट प्लेस ऑफ आइडियाज. तो क्या फिलॉसफी और इकोनॉमिक्स के दोनों चीजों को मिलाकर हम क्या सस्टेनेबिलिटी को पोषित नहीं कर सकते हैं क्या? So somewhere the role of philosophy is very important in bringing sustainability. Then how to do it? आप और हम मिलके तय करें कि हम अपने करिकुलम में, कोर्सेज के अंदर हम इसको किस तरीके से फीड करें. और 21वीं शताब्दी में हम चिंतित हुए बहुत ज्यादा, क्योंकि 20वीं शताब्दी के अंदर तो हम सभी लोग सोचे जा रहे थे positivism. Now what is positivism?
Ashwini sir, please mute yourself. Ashwini sir, please mute yourself. Madam Rita is feeling noise, please. Yes, madam, please continue.
सर, चूंकि इस वेबिनार के अंदर काफी सारे हमारे स्टूडेंट्स भी होंगे और शायद उनको ये ट्रेंड पता ना हो कि 20वीं शताब्दी के अंदर व्हाट हैड हैपेंड इन द 20th century. पीपल वर टॉकिंग अबाउट पॉजिटिविज्म, और रिसर्च की भी जब हम बात करते हैं तो कहते हैं पॉजिटिविज्म. व्हाट इज दिस पॉजिटिविज्म? पॉजिटिविज्म की जब बात शुरू हो रही थी तो पॉजिटिविज्म में हमने कहा कि सोशल साइंसेस हो चाहे ह्यूमैनिटीज हो, और स्पेसिफिकली सोशल साइंसेस की जब हमने बात की तो हमने कहा इसको न्यूट्रल बनाइए भाई, वैल्यू फ्री करिए, और वैल्यू फ्री करके आप ह्यूमन बीइंग्स को स्टडी करिए। भाई सोशल साइंसेस के अंदर, ह्यूमैनिटीज के अंदर, who was at the hem, who was at the center? The center was the centered social sciences के अंदर हेल्म पर ह्यूमन बीइंग्स थे, लेकिन ह्यूमन बीइंग्स के लिए बात की गई कि नहीं साहब, आप तो उनको वैल्यू फ्री एजुकेशन दो। तो सोशल साइंसेस का जो नक्शा हमने बनाना शुरू किया 20वीं शताब्दी में, मैं कहूंगी साइंटिसिज्म की ओर ले गए, उसको बहुत ज्यादा हमने वैज्ञानिकता का देने की कोशिश की। और वैज्ञानिकता देने में ये जो हमारे हायर गोल्स थे, जो इंडियन फिलॉसफी में, वेस्टर्न फिलॉसफी में जो बड़ी वैल्यूज की हम बात कर रहे थे, वो कहीं डिप डाउन हो गई। और अब अगेन जब 21वीं शताब्दी में इन पेंडेमिक्स का दौर शुरू हुआ, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स आर ऑन द राइज बिटवीन नेशंस, हमारी जो जियोपॉलिटिक है वो बदल रही है। कल ही का अखबार जब हम पढ़ते हैं तो चाइना और हिंदुस्तान की जब बात कर रहे थे और चाइनीज प्रेसिडेंट ने जिस ढंग से कहा, थ्रेटन, उनकी जो स्पीच है उसमें एक थ्रेट हमें महसूस होता है। सो जियोपॉलिटिक्स इज चेंजिंग, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट के वो सारे बदल रहे हैं, कैपिटलिज्म से हमारा मोह भंग हो रहा है। एंड देन व्हेन वी लुक एट चाइना, तो चाइना हमारा राइवल इन द सेंस कि हम वी आर कम्पीटिंग विद चाइना, और हम इस सेंचुरी के अंदर या इन दिस डिकेड वी वांट कि चाइना से हम आगे निकल के हम एक ऐसी इकोनॉमी में हम तब्दील होना चाह रहे हैं कि हम चाइना के जो उसके द्वारा किए गए जो निर्यात हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स हैं उनको हम चेक करके हम अपनी एक बूस्ट देना चाह रहे हैं इकोनॉमी को, हम अपने आप को सस्टेनेबल बनाना चाह रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पर सवाल आता है कि सोशल साइंसेस के माध्यम से, थ्रू सोशल साइंसेस, अपने विद्यार्थियों को, अपने स्कॉलर्स को हमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी की फील्ड में लाना पड़ेगा। एंड देन वी सी कि जो हमारी सोशल साइंसेस है और जो ह्यूमैनिटीज है, इनका अपना एक रोल है सस्टेनेबिलिटी को लाने में। वो चाहे आप इंक्लूसिवनेस से लाएं, चाहे आप क्लाइमेट जस्टिस के नाम पर लाएं, चाहे आप रिस्पॉन्सिबल कंजम्पशन के नाम से लाएं। तो रिस्पॉन्सिबल कंजम्पशन, रिस्पॉन्सिबल कंज्यूमर बनाना है, क्लाइमेट जस्टिस करनी है। All these things can be done only through humanities and social sciences. हमारी जो टैक्स पॉलिसीज हैं, हमारी जो अदर पॉलिसीज हैं, यदि उन पॉलिसीज को हमने प्रॉपरली हम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से लाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, डाउन द लाइन वो फेल हो रही है। क्यों? सस्टेनेबिलिटी जो है वो स्लो चल पड़ी, बिकॉज सोशल साइंसेस और ह्यूमैनिटीज के माध्यम से ह्यूमन बीइंग्स जो हमारे जो यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको हमने प्रिपेयर नहीं किया। एंड आई अप्रिशिएट कि आईआईटीज के अंदर आज हम सोशियोलॉजी को पढ़ता हुआ देखते हैं, एनवायरमेंट साइंस को पढ़ता हुआ देखते हैं, वहां हम वैल्यूज का सब्जेक्ट दे रहे हैं, वहां पर इथिक्स को देख रहे हैं। तो यदि if due importance is given to humanities, due importance is given to social sciences and humanities, I think जो sustainability को हम लाना चाह रहे हैं, we will not fail. So the onus is on our shoulder, responsibility is on my shoulders. How do I prepare my students, whether they are in the teacher education program, whether they are management graduates or engineering graduates. हम बात बार बार कर रहे हैं नेट जीरो कार्बन ले आओ जी, और बहुत अच्छा आइडिया था। और हम लोगों ने जो हमारे ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सिस्टम को गेयर अप किया, हमने कहा कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ड्रिवन कार्स आ जाए, वेरी नाइस। हमने उनकी लाइफ को कर्टेल किया, लेकिन उसके साथ हमने एक जो नेट जीरो कार्बन की बात कही, और जो नई कार्स आने वाली हैं जो कि तैयार हो चुकी हैं, उन कार्स के अंदर जो मिनरल्स यूज हो रहे हैं वो मिनरल्स बहुत ही कम मात्रा में है, बहुत कम देशों में है। एंड अगेन यू विल सी द गेम एंड द प्ले ऑफ कैपिटलिज्म। और धीरे धीरे जिन कंट्रीज के अंदर वो नई कार्स का नेट जीरो इमिशन कार्स जो आ रही हैं, व्हीकल्स आ रहे हैं, वो जब कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं उन मिनरल्स को, उन कंट्रीज की यदि आप पिक्चर्स देखें तो देन अगेन यू विल बी शॉक्ड कि पूरा ग्लोब जो है वो तो कार्बन इमिशन से फ्री हो जाएगा, लेकिन उन कंट्रीज के अंदर क्या हो रहा है, वहां का पूरा एनवायरनमेंट, वहां की पूरी खेती, वो सब बिगड़ रही है। सो इस बात से मैं ना खुश हो जाऊं कि मेरी टेक्नोलॉजी, मुझे साइंस मदद कर रही है एक ऐसा विश्व बनाने में, एक ऐसी अर्थ प्लैनेट बनाने में जो कि सस्टेनेबल होगा, जहां पर एनवायरनमेंट बहुत खुशनुमा हो जाएगा। ऐसा नहीं होगा। सो वी आर गोइंग टुवर्ड्स टेक्नोलॉजी माइंडेड। ये इंडस्ट्रियल टेक्नोलॉजिकल जो ग्लोबल रेवोल्यूशन है, इसके वाइड रेंजिंग इम्प्लीकेशंस हैं सोसाइटी के लिए, इकोनॉमी के लिए। आपको इंजीनियर्स, टेक्नोक्रेट्स कुछ सॉल्यूशंस दे सकते हैं, लेकिन जब तक हम सोशल साइंसेस के माध्यम से उन सोशल फैक्टर्स को, ह्यूमन बींग्स जो इम्पैक्ट हो रहे हैं, यदि उस ट्रांजिशन को हम नहीं समझेंगे तो ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी आपकी शेकी रहेगी, ये हिलती रहेगी और बहुत स्लो रहेगी। सो मैं अपने इस थोड़ी सी बातचीत के माध्यम से केवल आपका ध्यान सबका इस ओर आकृष्ट करना चाह रही हूं कि हम सोशल साइंटिस्ट, चाहे वो हिस्टोरियंस हैं, चाहे वो इकोनॉमिस्ट हैं, पॉलिटिकल साइंटिस्ट हैं, फिलोसोफर्स हैं, थोड़ा सा इस तरफ अपने स्टूडेंट्स को लेकर जाएं और टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ इन सारे कोर्सेज को मर्ज करें, जिससे कि केवल सॉल्यूशंस का जिम्मेदारी टेक्नोक्रेट्स के पास नहीं हो। कोई टेक्नोलॉजी आपके पास कोई हेवन से ऐसा मान नहीं लेके आ जाएगी। वो बाइबल के अंदर एक रेफरेंस मिलता है कि जब खाने की जरूरत थी तो भगवान ने उन लोगों को थोड़ा सा खाना दे दिया। ये स्थिति हमारे यहाँ होने वाली नहीं है। कोई हेवन से कोई ऐसा फूड नहीं आ जाएगा जो कि हमारी सस्टेनेबिलिटी को ले जाएगा। सो इन नटशेल आई वांट टू से, जितना हम इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं टेक्नोलॉजी पे, जितना हम इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट पे, विदाउट पॉलिसीज, विदाउट इंसेंटिव्स, विदाउट रेगुलेशंस, विदाउट द स्टडीज ऑफ सोशल साइंसेस एंड ह्यूमैनिटीज, इट विल बी, आई विल नॉट से जीरो, लेकिन कुछ ज्यादा हो भी गया तो शायद मैं और मेरे आगे वाली 2 पीढ़ियां तो मुझे लग रहा है कि इस सस्टेनेबिलिटी को मेंटेन नहीं कर पाएंगे। और इसीलिए राइट पाथ पे जाने के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट जो है टेक्नोलॉजी, वो इकोनॉमी को स्टीयर तो करती है, आगे तो बढ़ाती है, सस्टेनेबल नहीं बना पाती। सस्टेनेबल बनाने के लिए तो टीचर्स के पास आना पड़ेगा, इकोनॉमिस्ट के पास भी आना पड़ेगा, पॉलिटिकल साइंटिस्ट और सोशल एक्टिविस्ट के पास भी जाने का। अब सवाल, मैं 2 मिनट प्रोफेसर लाल और लेना चाहूंगी। आई डू नॉट नो हाउ मच टाइम।
यू हैव टाइम मैडम, प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
अभी देखिए सर, अभी कल ही की बात थी जब मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज की वो एक जो उन्होंने वर्डिक्ट अपना दिया, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा, और आप सबने भी इस खबर को पढ़ा था, 1 नेशन 1 राशन कार्ड। ये कब आई हमारे सामने बात? जब हमारी माइग्रेंट लेबर पेंडेमिक के अंदर तरस गई खाने के लिए। उसके बाद 1.5 साल के बाद हमारे दिमाग में ये स्कीम आई कि 1 राशन कार्ड 1 इंडिया होना चाहिए। तो ये पॉलिसी है, लेट आई दुरुस्त आई, हमने उसको कर लिया। तो मैं ये कहना चाह रही हूँ, थोड़ा सा हिस्टोरिकल पर्सपेक्टिव को भी समझने की जरूरत है। पास्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। हुआ क्या है इन पिछले 20-25 साल के अंदर, खास करके 20-25 साल में, हालांकि उससे पहले से भी हमने हिस्ट्री को पढ़ा कि पास्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट कभी उसको इस ढंग से नहीं सोचा कि जब मैं अपने प्रेजेंट को डील करूंगी तो मैं पास्ट पे एक नजर तो डाल लूं। पास्ट को मैंने इसलिए पढ़ लिया क्योंकि वो मेरा पास्ट था, उससे मैंने कोई इनसाइट नहीं ली, उससे मैंने कोई लेसन लर्न नहीं किया। नाउ व्हाट आई वांट टू से इज कि ये जितनी मॉडर्न एनवायरमेंटल प्रॉब्लम्स हमारे सामने आ रही हैं, आधुनिक पर्यावरण की जितनी समस्याएं हमारे सामने आ रही हैं, जिनको हम पूर्व में नहीं देख पा रहे थे, ये अनसीन थी, लेकिन क्योंकि मेरी जो नजर थी मायोपिक थी, मेरी नजर बहुत थोड़ी छोटी थी, सामने आई तो मुझे दिख गई, दूर तक दूरदृष्टि मेरी नहीं रही कि मैं उस पर। आज का अखबार पढ़ रही थी मॉर्निंग में, तो पढ़ा कि जयपुर के अंदर जो पानी है बीसलपुर बांध से आता है, उसके अंदर केवल मात्र अक्टूबर तक का पानी है। What will happen after October if we will not get good rainfall? Then I look at the past. मेरे आसपास जो इतनी बावड़ियां हैं, जो कि गुजरात में मैं गई, वहां पर मैंने 5 तले का कुआं देखा। When I go to हिस्टोरिकल ये जो मेरे किले हैं, जो हमारे महल बने हुए हैं, इनके अंदर जो पानी के रेजर्वॉयर्स हैं, हम उनको एक विद्यार्थी को ले जाते हैं और कहते हैं कि देखिए अतीत के अंदर कितने सुंदर तरीके थे, लेकिन उसको देखकर आ गए, अप्रिशिएट कर दिया, दैट्स इट। लेकिन उसको आज की एनवायरमेंटल प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के अंदर वी डिड नॉट गो बैक, उसका हमने उपयोग नहीं किया, उससे हमने समझ नहीं लिया वापस से। सो व्हाट आई वांट टू से इज कि आप आज जो हमने शेप करना है, आज का हिंदुस्तान, आज का विश्व, उसको जो हमने शेपिंग करनी है, उस शेपिंग के लिए वी मस्ट गो टू आवर पास्ट, वहां से कुछ निकालें, वहां जो धरोहर है उसमें से कुछ अच्छा निकालें और अपने इस एनवायरनमेंट के प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करें। तो ये हमारी पृथ्वी, एक ये जो प्लैनेट है हमारा, ये सस्टेनेबल प्लैनेट होगा, वरना वो दिन दूर नहीं है जहां मुझे ऐसा लगता है समटाइम्स जो यंगर जनरेशन है, 10th 11th का स्टूडेंट पूछता है, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन पूछते हैं नानी तो हम रह पाएंगे, पानी नहीं मिलेगा तो हमारा क्या होगा? बिकॉज whenever I say कि you have to save the water, use it very carefully, ध्यान से इस्तेमाल करना है, यहाँ बचाना है, पानी बहुत जरूरी है। पानी की कविताएं पढ़िए तो आपको समझ में आएगा कि पानी इतना बड़ा रिसोर्स क्यों है हमारे लिए, देन से हम बच पाएंगे, हम मर तो नहीं जाएंगे। Why is this fear? Because we are not taking lessons from our past. So मैं अपने हिस्ट्री के स्टूडेंट से, मैं जब अपने रिसर्च के B.Ed, M.Ed, B.A, B.Ed और अपने एजुकेशन के स्टूडेंट से बात करती हूँ कि आप जब जाएंगे अपने स्कूलों में, अपने कॉलेजेस में पढ़ाने के लिए जाएंगे, तो आप वहां पर चेंज को देखिए, ड्रॉ करिए उनकी अटेंशन एनवायरमेंटल प्रॉब्लम्स की तरफ जो कि हम पहले नहीं देख पाए हैं। क्वालिटी ऑफ वाटर के बारे में बात करिए, पानी के संकट के बारे में बात करिए। अर्बन डेवलपमेंट को जब आप करें तो पीछे मुड़ के देखिए पास्ट के अंदर किस तरीके से अर्बन डेवलपमेंट हुआ था। आप डिजाइन प्रोडक्शन की प्रोसेसेस को देखिए और शार्पन कीजिए अपने आप को, तो हिस्ट्री के अंदर हमको दिखाई देता है हिस्ट्री को पढ़ना बेकार नहीं है, हिस्ट्री से बहुत कुछ लिया जा सकता है, वेपनरी, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। तो जो हमारे पॉलिटिकल स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं, जो हमारे इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम्स हैं, जो हमारे कल्चरल फ्रेम्स हैं, मैडम वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट द कल्चरल फ्रेम ऑफ गुरु, कल्चरल फ्रेम्स हैं, तो यदि इनको हिस्ट्री के अंदर हम इनको खोजेंगे और एक सेंस ड्रॉ करते हैं, तो जो आज की डेवलपमेंट की प्रॉब्लम्स आ चुकी हैं, not only we will be able to solve these problems by looking at our history, by looking at philosophy, by studying social sciences and humanities, etc. उससे स्टूडेंट्स को सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट का जो केवल समझ ही नहीं आएगी, वो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट को करने के लिए प्रोएक्टिव होकर काम करेंगे। अब देखिए हुआ क्या, मैं आई वाज गोइंग टू माय फार्म हाउस और वहां पानी की बहुत प्रॉब्लम थी। तो जब वहां हमने इंजीनियर से बात करी, इंजीनियर ने अपनी बात कर दी, पब्लिक ऑफिशियल आया, उसका देखने का नजरिया कुछ और था, और आर्किटेक्ट तो आप जानते हैं कि वो अपनी तरीके से बात करेगा, एक्टिविस्ट आता है वो अपने तरीके से बात करता है, लेकिन वो बात करेंगे टॉक्सिसिटी के बारे में, वो बात करेंगे कि हमारे जो फील्ड्स हैं वो ब्राउन क्यों होते जा रहे हैं, वो बात करता है जेनेटिक मॉडिफिकेशन ऑफ क्रॉप्स के बारे में बात करता है। लेकिन इन सब के लिए कहीं और से भी तो हमें पूछा जाना चाहिए था। ये जो देख रहे हैं एक नजरिए से देख रहे हैं, जबकि सस्टेनेबिलिटी को जब देखना चाहिए तो एक कलेक्टिव नजरिए से देखा जाना चाहिए। एक्टिविस्ट प्लस आर्किटेक्ट प्लस इंजीनियर प्लस सोशल इंजीनियर, ये जब मिलके बैठ के सोचेंगे और हम अपने गांव के आदमी से बात करते हैं जहां ये समस्याएं हैं, तब हमें समझ में आता है ये समस्याओं के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल कौन से सोशल फैक्टर्स थे, हिस्टोरिकल फैक्टर्स कौन से थे जिसकी वजह से आया। और यदि आप नहीं कहेंगे तो हम क्रिपल्ड हो रहे हैं और आ जाएंगे और होते चले जाएंगे, और हमारे पास एक सोफिस्टिकेटेड रिस्पॉन्स जो आना चाहिए वो नहीं हो पाएगा। सो मेरी गुजारिश केवल इतनी सी है, we should all prepare our students well, give them proper training, और ऐसा नहीं होगा कि इस प्लेनेट को ना बना पाए, बट every citizen, every teacher, every student has to come forward. We should not look at others. ये करेंगे तो ऐसा हो जाएगा, और एक तरफा अलग अलग अप्रोच करने से काम नहीं होगा. We should sit together. जब भी कहीं कोई छोटी समस्या है, बड़ी समस्या है, इकट्ठे बैठ के सोचें तो डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव्स हमारे सामने आते हैं, विभिन्न परिदृश्य हमारे सामने आते हैं. वो परिदृश्य हमें समृद्ध बनाते हैं. They enrich us and then they lead to the solutions of problems, environmental problems, sustainability, etc. सतत विकास के लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अपने संसाधनों को अनुकूलतम उपयोग करें, ऑप्टिमल यूज करते हुए विकास की राह पर भी चलें और आने वाली जनरेशंस के भविष्य को भी सुखद करके जाएं, तो अपना जीवन का ऋण उतार पाएंगे, वरना इस जीवन का ऋण उतरने वाला नहीं है. Thank you, Professor Lal, for giving me an opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you
Looking
very much.
for some discourses, not only through webinars, but I hope that in future also we will sit together and we would like to solve the problems and train our students well.
Definitely, madam, we are expecting the same. And in the beginning, I'm repeating the same, and I am repeating again the same sentence with you, that your blessing should always be with our students and with also, because you are sitting most. And I hope that you have given a, very significant angle of understanding and thinking to those who are working on social science, humanities, and not on a STEM. Yes.
Can I speak?
Yes, sir. Please, we want to give any comment. Please, Professor Ashwini Kumar.
Thank you, Professor Lal, for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Arora has raised a very important point, and ये बहुत ही सामायिक है. आप just see, the scientist has said that you wear the mask, but it is the duty of social scientists to explain to the society why to wear the mask.
Right.
Social distancing and social science is playing very important role, and people are to be not to be regulated by police, but the social scientists and humanities, and they have a role to play, that health and hygiene go together. And environment issue is also very important. Tomorrow I will like to speak on this. Environment, everybody knows environment is good, but nobody says that don't use 4 or 5 cars in one house. So you are polluting the environment. They don't use too many air conditioner, don't travel much. All these things come through the social science. So madam has raised a very important point, and I am very happy that this your Jayoti Vidyapeeth is working in this direction. I have seen for many years that you have all inclusive state society, and sometimes you have the gobar gas plant also, rural education. You involve the villagers, so you are making a good effort to make it inclusive. And Dr. Rita Arora, I may assure you that at Jayoti Vidyapeeth, it is a very good institution where they wholeheartedly, all teachers, including Director Manjuji and teacher, make full effort to teach, not only teach the student, but to develop their personality. But I fully agree with you and support with you that regarding environment, health and hygiene, the social scientists must come together and help in spreading the message. Dr. Lal, I am very much thankful to you for giving me this opportunity, and when my turn will come, I will speak more. Thank you very much.
Definitely.
Sir, I had the opportunity. I had visited Jayoti Vidyapeeth, and last time I saw the efforts being made by Jayoti Vidyapeeth, going to rural areas and preparing students.
Yeah, madam. For your kind information, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University has adopted 9 villages under Ministry of Education directive and under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan.
Okay, sir.
And our students and teachers are visiting regularly, and they are performing different, they are discharging their responsibility as a citizen, as a, intellectual to discharge, but they are trying to provide the facilities and help, awareness, and different types of social activity we are performing there for the enhancement and upliftment of the people who are sitting in the last row of the society.
Sir,
So,
the
And
first
also
founder
in basic
vice
sciences.
chancellor of your university, she was from Vanasli Vidyapeeth,
yes,
and
yes.
I am also an alumni of Jyoti Vidyapeeth, and I know the efforts being made by Jyoti Vidyapeeth through Manju Sharma also, because Professor Manju Sharma is my research scholar.
Okay.
So
Oh,
she
great.
often tells me the developments being made by Jyoti Vidyapeeth. You are making an impact on the society. I'm very happy to
we are
see.
we are working on the path shown by our founder, and right now we are following the instruction given by our chairperson
Chair.
and honorable chairperson and honorable advisor of the university, and madam, we are trying to do what we can do. So thank you.
Honorable chairperson is doing selfless service. I have
Yes.
seen the entire team and are working, and how much they are involved with the welfare of the society. But and on one hand, I have seen Mr. Pramod generating the basic knowledge. So all things must come together: the generation of knowledge, the application, and the social science, which will take it to the society. I am very happy to know that you have adopted villages. I have seen them working in the villages. I have a report different sources from agriculture university and others that the people come there and they actually do work in the village, not for the
Okay,
showing
sir, we have
that
we
that
have
they work
another
it. And I
speaker.
have congratulated you.
Sir, we have another speaker. She is connected since morning, and she is from our seven sister states. She is from Manipal. Yeah, sorry, Manipur. And let me allow to request her. She is Dr. Koizam Sobita Devi, and she is faculty of Department of Teacher Education, Manipur University. That is a central university, Imphal, Manipur. So, Dr. Koijam Shabita Devi, please, we welcome you and start your presentation. Dr. Koijam Shabita Devi. Madam, are you getting me? Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
First of all, thanks for your patience since you are connected with us from very morning, and we are listening each and everyone, and it is our responsibility to listen you also and get some lesson by your this patience. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much, sir. It's my great pleasure.
Thank you. Please. Are you facing any problem?
Sir, is it visible, my slide, sir?
No. It's not visible. First of all, open your slides in a browser, then click the share. The same process as we do in Google and others, Google Meet and others, or in Zoom. Apply the same. Yes, it seems it is going to be. Please continue. Start sharing. Yes, click here. Okay. It is
Sir, is
visible.
it visible, sir?
Definitely, it is visible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A very good morning to everyone, and my sincere respect to all the dignitaries, resource persons, learned members, scholars, and all the entire team of the esteemed institute, Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. And my sincere thanks to the entire organizing committee for inviting me to be the part of this occasion and for taking initiative to organize the conference with a very relevant topic in this present context. And if we want to live with love, harmony, and peace along with the development, first we have to think on the possible strategies for sustainable development. And well, my topic was given under the theme of sustainable development. And so let me start my presentation on sustainable trends, education, and research. The education is fundamental to sustainable development. We all are aware about this. And nowadays, new technologies are changing our ideas, our concepts, our objectives, and our methodologies on education. We cannot follow the same methodology which we applied few years back also. During this pandemic also, the methodologies of education are changing from time to time to suit the present situation. And this trains carries risks and dangers as well as new possibilities. And our research and reforms need to be developed with an awareness of both risks and possibilities. So we have to think about the sustainable development also. And when we think about the sustainable development, we will be able to live with peacefully, harmony, and the development also we will be able to bring it. And we all are talking about sustainable development. And this sustainable development is defined by Brundtland Commission. Got development meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Unquote. And this concept of sustainable development become increasingly more precise after the Brundtland Report of 1987. And the most common model of sustainable development consists of three domains which attempt to ensure sustainability in the areas of ecology, economics, and society. So these are the three pillar model of sustainability. We have to think simultaneously for these three pillars. And other competitive models also have been suggested nowadays, like for example, models of including dimensions like cultural and institutional sustainability. So we need to focus on these areas also because culture, society, and institutions are part and parcel of the sustainable development. We need to focus on this also. And the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals requires an integral reform of society, economy, and environment. In this agenda also, it is focused on people that end poverty and hunger in all their forms and dimensions. And next, planet. It focuses on protect the planet from degradation and ensure that all human beings enjoy. And again, then this kind of development should foster peace also. Again, last point, it is focused on mobilize the means required to implement this agenda, that is partnership. And when we think about the uh, sustainable development, we should focus on the communication and collaborative and partnership work also. We cannot avoid this one. And again, under the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations 2030 Agenda, the fourth goal, that is ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. This particular goal is also very much related with this conference also. And here, education for sustainable development is crucial because education plays an important role in environmental policies and the practices which can promote ecosystem and the resource conservation. And here, education is one of the indicators of human development index, a fundamental dimension for sustainable development assessment. And education for sustainable development aims to find an effective solution in the multidimensional world. The digital transformation is increasing the complexity and the rate of change in the modern world due to the increased connectivity coupled with the increase in the number of highly educated individuals worldwide. And education is a pathway to a better society, to a better society and the for the developing situation and this also it's very important indicator of human development index. And the digital transformation is increasing the complexity and the rate of change of the modern world due to the increased connectivity and of the worldwide. And education as a pathway to a better quality of life because many of the challenges for a sustainable future, that is population, employment, urbanization, etc., directly impinge upon education and they are again largely dependent on education if we are to cope with them. So this is about the sustainable development and which we can do through education because whenever we think about sustainable development, we have to think about the proper and systematic education and it should not be very harmful in the next generation also. So again, for the sustainable development, this education that we can find out certain other strategies, how we can investigate on that and how we can improve the sustainable development through education. I'm always mentioning education repeatedly because education is the only way which we can find out the proper and systematic strategies to find our sustainable development in the society. And here, now, number one, we can focus on innovation and educational aims and objectives because we have to think very critically about sustainable development. And instead of saying sustainable development, we have to think in our mind that very critically that what are the ways we can uh, find out the strategies to work on was in a possible way and in an effective way. First, we can think about innovation in educational aims and objectives. And sustainable education requires a sustainable development strategy with a final objective to achieve sustainable policies and practices. Here, research on education needs to be directed towards sustainable and effective educational methods, keeping in view the transformation into technology. And technology is dramatically changing the routine skills needed to workforce to skills that require complex and high level capabilities. The transformation from physical tasks to creative, strategic, and analytical thinking is effective, what students need to master in schools and colleges. Initially, this educational strategies was only for reading, writing, and arithmetic. Academicians have now started talking about forces, that is critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration. And we need to investigate to reorient the curriculum centrally around these four elements. The orientations may be how would the preparation and the training of teachers have to change? And how would the forms of assessment and the testing have to change? And another orientation is how would our vocabulary about educational goals and the desirable characteristics of students change? So these are the points we shall keep in our mind. And next point, we can focus on the new educational ecology. Here, educational ecologies offer a framework of thinking about educational sustainability with the understanding of the spaces and context of learning. The COVID-19 pandemic have given us educational alternatives outside the formal institution of schooling, and this conference is also one
Dr.
of the best
Koizam,
example.
Koizam,
And
for interruption, Dr. Koizam,
yes, sir.
we are interested to listen you on these two topic, new learning process and the new teaching process.
Yes, sir.
So please try to focus on these also. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Thank you, sir. And one dimension is the extent to which new technologies allow for greater personalization of the learning process. And the student have different ways of engaging materials and the different paces of learning and different problems or difficulties they encounter. Why I'm mentioning all these points? Because these are the major things we need to think about when we think about different methodologies and pedagogies of learning, because these are the basis important points we need to focus while planning for the new methodologies and strategies. And a new technologies allows for varying degree of customization. And these new technologies are occasions for fundamentally changing of how, when, where, what, and why of learning. These new technologies are occasions for fundamentally changing the process of time of learning, methods through which the learning happens, the content of learning, and the motivational structures of learning. These are very important points we need to focus, because when we think about the sustainable development, only straight we cannot go for the sustainable development. And what are the basic foundations we have to think on while planning for the strategies and the methodologies and the method of teachings, pedagogies, everything. And again, we can focus on the new learning processes. Here also, the changes in the learning processes and motivations also call for rethinking of teaching strategies. Because all these points are interrelated when we think about the new pedagogies and the methodologies. Today, we need to rethink about the constructivist or the facilitator model on the learning online learning context to change their forms and strategies in the contemporary technological context. And in order to continue to be effective as a lecturer or as a guide or as a mentor or as a facilitator, and in order to continue to scaffold the processes of inquiry and problem solving, teachers need to think again about what these activities mean in online, blended, flip, and ubiquitous learning context. So these are the points we need to think critically. And again, another point for new teaching processes. Here, with innovations like adaptive instructions, teachers can work collaboratively with technology and data experts to have design learning environments that correctly identify learner difficulties and suggest instructional interventions that can help remedy them. And another point is that the hands-on experience of teachers is an indispensable resource in understanding student learning as it actually happens. And furthermore, teachers are expert in motivating and encouraging student learning, a crucial factor in educational success. It is very important. Teachers' motivation part and um, their encouragement, their help is very important, even though we have new technologies at present, and through media and through new technologies, we can learn everything, but we cannot avoid the importance for the teachers. And again, another point we can go for the appropriate programs and policies. Here, in today's educational system, decision-making power can be distributed across multiple governance levels, from national to state governments, as well as just as they have broadened the scope of teaching and learning context, new technologies
If possible,
also.
please your slide, madam. If possible, please change your slide.
Yes, sir, I'm focusing on this point, sir.
Okay,
And the
okay,
yes, the last point I'm talking
okay,
about the appropriate programs and policies. So
okay, good.
these are very important when we think about the sustainable development. we have to frame very appropriate programs and policies, and all those programs and policies also, that should be workable. Otherwise it is of no use. There are so many programs and policies we have come across in our country also for sustainable development, still it is not working, because so that may be because of many weaknesses and strengths. But the thing is that what are the applicable programs and policies which we can apply in the institutions, that is very important. So that's why I'm mentioning for this. So programs and policies is required, but what are the appropriate programs and policies which can be implemented easily in all the institutions to improve the sustainable development? That is very important. And here again, at a more personal level, educational leaders can use these informations to guide their own decision making and planning also. But these new technologies, other than potentials for the leaders and governance as well, opening up channels of communication with parents and community leaders around school performance, that can be started. Engaging a wider conversation around school goals and priorities, and keeping the parents of students better informed about what their children are studying and learning in school, and engaging them in an active partnership in reinforcing educational goals and projects in home. Another aspect is to break down the gap between schoolwork and homework to create a more continuous flow of teaching and learning interactions across different spatial locations like school, home, museum, library, etc. in different areas. So these are simple policies and programs which we can implement very effectively along with the community, along with the parents, and along with the children. So there should be good communication with the parent, teachers, and the community also, so that we can work positively for sustainable development. And we can focus on there are certain areas which we can focus for education for sustainable development. First one, we can focus on science education. Here, what we can do is that education for sustainable development for science can contribute in three dimensions of relevant science education, that is individual, societal, and vocational relevance. In this specific three areas, we can focus for making science education for sustainable development. And the focus on the new paradigm with innovative structures can promote educational reforms beyond mere curriculum revision and domain-specific pedagogical intervention. So we need to think on this also. And regarding the social science education, here, education for sustainable development for social science education self-focus on sustainable communities, cultural diversity, intercultural understanding, health and well-being, peace, security and conflict, citizenship, government democracy, human rights and needs, etc. So there are so many strategies, there are so many aspects, there are so many areas which we can focus to bring sustainable development for social science education under the social science education. So it has to be collaborated with the parents, with the students, with the teachers, and with the community, with the society. So we need to make an education which develop the all-round development in all the areas of the sustainable development. So we have to focus for the peace, harmony, love, cooperation, and a no conflict in the society. So all this, if we really wanted to live in peace, that has to be reflected in the education policies and the programs and the strategies. So when we talk about this sustainable development, if we don't find the proper strategies and implementation ways, there will be of no use, even though we have a lot of policies and programs. And again, for the environmental education, education for sustainable development, for this environmental education shall focus on natural resource management, food and farming, ecological system, waste to wealth, water conservation and harvesting, and energy, biodiversity, climate change, everything. So all these areas has to be incorporated in environmental education. So we cannot deviate one part of the education, that is science. We cannot focus only to science. We cannot focus only to social science. We cannot focus to environmental science. All these areas, three areas, has to be incorporated to make sustainable development. And this strategies has to be included in the education system. Then only we will have the sustainable development. And nowadays we have many policies, programs, but it cannot be implemented effectively. That we need to look into on that very critically. And as we all know that education is a catalyst for our well-being and for the future of our planet. And we need a transformation of our system of education with an orientation towards new technologies, not just a delivery system, but a set of affordable resources that provide an opportunity to rethink our educational aims, methods, and institutions. We need to organize the limitations and boundaries of artificial intelligence, as well as its potential advantages. At the same time, we need to recognize human beings in terms of flexibility, creative work, and work related to value, belief, and emotional support. Artificial intelligence is an inevitable feature of human life. It is therefore necessary to strengthen laws and regulations and ethical standards related to artificial intelligence through research and innovations so that it operates within a broader framework of human intelligence and purposes. And we should never think about depending totally on the artificial intelligence. And we should try to utilize, understand the creative and emotional context, value, belief of our human intelligence also. And it is the need of the hour. So when we talk about the education for sustainable development, the points, I feel that whatever I've mentioned, it should be incorporated and it will be very helpful for preparing and the arranging for the strategies for education for sustainable development. And we should not forget to focus on the science education, social science education, and environmental education altogether. We have to be incorporated, and we should never deviate, and we should not forget, and we should not delete the importance of the human intelligence also. And we should never try to lead ourselves by the artificial intelligence. All this has to be incorporated. And I feel that hopefully we can have a very good education system along with the effective policies and programs for making sustainable development in our planet. And thank you very much, all of you, and I'm wishing for a very successful conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ojam Shobita Devi ji, and a very concentrated idea, a very convergent idea.
Thank you, sir.
To sustain a complete system of our ideology, our understanding, our work in the class, and thinking for the planet. This is really a very, very appreciable and very, very good presentation. We appreciate and we thanks you that you have given a very good presentation to our participants, to our scholars, to our students. And Sabita ji, one query is here from a scholar side that what is your opinion about the education in empowering women, those who are coming from the rural areas of the society?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for interacting with my presentation. So it's very interesting and happy that how to improve the empowerment of the rural women. So this is the problem facing in our country, and because women in the rural area, they do not have much educational facilities. And when we go for survey also, when we experience also, and when we learn from the many women from the coming from the rural area, they say that they wanted to go for study in the institution, but it is not permitted in by the parents or maybe by the community. Even their parents also wanted to make them to go to institution, but community doesn't permit them. And moreover, in the rural area also, many of the many of the families, they have very low socioeconomic status, and this is the main reason for women to block for the education. And the main thing is that when there is this is a simple example we all are experiencing in the rural family, that there are children for men, boys and girls, but if the parents wanted to send them for the institution, to the institution, they prefer only boys. This is the common very obvious instances happening in all the families. So the main thing is that when the parents have very low socioeconomic status, and when the children need to support their parents for running the family, and automatically the task is given to the girls. So this is the main thing. And the government of India also have given for the free and compulsory education, but still, even though this facilities giving free and compulsory education along with the midday meal program also, when we go for survey to far villages and the hilly areas, still so many girls children, they cannot go to the institution because they support the financial uh, aspects to the parents. So that is why they go to they go to the field, they go to the hills, and at least they can work for a day and they can earn at least 50 rupees to 100 rupees. But when they go to the institution, there will be no money. So that is why to support a family, so they go for the work. So this is the main reason. So that is why this is my humble request to all the um, policymakers, program makers, and all the learned members, and the uh, all the individuals who take initiative for education for sustainable development. So to improve the economic status of the family. As I've mentioned about the economic is also very main part of the sustainable development. So development of economic is very important part. So that is why without food we cannot go for education, and without food, when we are hungry, we won't be able to concentrate in any work. So that is why in the agenda for 2030, agenda for sustainable development also, all the people should be free from hunger. So when the people are hungry, they will not be interested in any kind of sustainable development. So especially, sir, you have mentioned about the women from the rural area. So this is the same case. So they are earning, they are trying to involve in the earning of the money to support the family. This is one of the main goals. And another societal issues like women should not go, girls should not go to the institution. Nowadays, that concept is improving, because many of the families, they feel that parents also, even though they are very poor, they feel that education is the most important, or maximum of the parents, they wanted to send their children to the institution, but because of the poor socioeconomic status in the family, they make their girl child to support them. And even in the when the girl also married also in the family again, uh, there are so many household activities a woman should do in a day, they cannot avoid all those things. So doing household activities and the helping the family, this is the main hindrance of the girls and the women to go for the education. So this is my humble request that all the policy and program makers, that at least if there is a proper socioeconomic status in the family, automatically I feel that all the girls and the women's will come out for education from their home, even though it is rural or urban. So this is my idea, sir.
Yeah, very nice remarks. Another, I have gone through a report by Times of India, and I'm not recalling the actual date, in which I found that there was some description that in seven sister states, the ratio of dropout of female students is very high in
Yes,
higher.
yes, yes.
So,
As per
yeah. So, what is your opinion about that?
Yes, as per record in the Seven Sister in the Northeast state, we have a lot of studies and we found many research findings that dropout rate for girl is very high compared to boys. And the most important is that uh, um, other states, other than the Northeast state, that problem may be same or different from one state to another, but especially for this hill area, the main problem is that institution is very when the institution is very far from the home, girls cannot go because as it is in the hilly area, it is not safe for the girls. This is also main cause in the northeast state. And the diverse road, it is not effective, and in the hilly area the road is also very slippery in the rainy season, and it is very difficult for the girls to go to school. And the school when the school institution when the institutions doesn't have the good boundary, then it is not safe for the girls also. And the again the point which I have mentioned about the maximum of the girl children, they support the families in the hilly areas. They will go to the in the hill, they will go to the in the hill, they will go in the morning and they will come in the afternoon and they will bring something, and in the afternoon parents will sell it and they will earn 50 to 100 rupees per day. And if they go to the school in the morning, then there will be no money, so and they will starve the night. So this is the main cause when we talk about the this dropouts to the parents. When we go to the families, different families in the hilly area and very far villages also we go, and when we talk about this, they said the main thing is for the very low socioeconomic status. And another point in the hilly area is that when the school is very far from the home of the particular girl, then it is not safe for them to go because the road is not straight, sir. So that is why it is in the hilly area, it is all curved, and so many forests are there, and they feel that it is not safe. If someone is there, if the parents are free, then they can take their child to the institution and they can take them again home. But if they are not free, if they go to the hill for work and if they go to the field earning daily basis and everything, then no one is there to take care for the girl to go to the to send to the school and to bring from the school to the home. So that is why it is not safe for them. So this is all the main reason. So
Okay, so please
especially for
stay,
them.
very nice, very nice. Please stay with us. And again, I am coming to Professor Rita Arora, madam. Please, Rita,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Yeah, the reason is here again, and I would also like your comment also. But how to get rid of the problem of dropout in case of girls' education, in her education case. Yeah, please unmute yourself.
So
Yes.
initially, your question was on the empowerment of girls. So when we people look at empowerment, we only think that the girls will get education, they will contribute to the earning of the family, and that is how we look at empowerment. Empowerment is as far as I think about empowerment is not only contributing to the family. Empowerment is when I look at the size of my family, how to nurture my children, and when I get education, maybe I'm getting completing my school education, and from there I open up my mind and I know why to go for vaccination for my children if I get married early, how to provide nutrition to my children, because in India, and we are facing the problem of malnutrition among upper primary school children and primary school children. So if a girl gets educated, I hope she will pay attention to the nutrition, to the vaccination, to the nurturing and rearing of children, rearing practices, and then she will be able to take decisions. So if I get education, I can contribute. I can say my say will be there in the decisions of the family. If I am not educated, then what will happen? The family members will say, "Oh, she's not educated. She just can't. She doesn't understand all these things." But once a girl gets educated, she very emphatically can say, I understand all these things. So please listen to me. And even the family members, they open up and they say, yes, she can make wise decision. So there are many areas how to manage financial matters of the family, how to make a budget of the family. I think these are the areas where we see the women empowerment. So women empowerment is not only going to a workplace and bringing money to the family. Yes, that happens, but the only thing is when there is a domestic violence and the girl is educated, she knows that nobody can harass her, and she can raise her voice. But once a girl who doesn't get education, she can't raise voice about domestic violence or dowry. She
Madam, again,
understands.
Madam, sorry for interruption. Again, I am repeating the question. My question is that on behalf of the some viewers who are writing and asking that
Okay.
how to stop dropout problem for
So one of
higher
the schemes the government has launched is the midday meal scheme, which attracts parents as well as children to school. Because in the poor, Sobita, you were talking about the lower
context
socioeconomic
education.
status of the family, and lower socioeconomic status people will definitely send the children if there is a midday meal scheme in Rajasthan. Even the schools are providing breakfast, eggs, and milk to children. So if these kinds of schemes are launched in northeastern states, and if the NGOs come forward, if we people as an activist, if I go to a corporate sector and ask their intervention in the school, definitely I think in certain villages we will be able to curtail the size of dropouts. This is what I think. It's not always the government which has to work. There should be some initiative by the people also, and corporates can help us because they get the benefit of these things in their corporate social responsibility. But the initiative should come from the head of the institution, the principal or the teachers. They have to contact the people, to the NGOs and to the corporate sectors to curtail that. Definitely people will come forward.
Madam, and in case of higher education, and particularly for girls, how to resist this dropout problem?
Dropout problem. गवर्नमेंट का तो ऑल ओवर इंडिया तो केवल एक ही स्कीम हमें नजर आ रही है जो कि सोशल वेलफेयर की स्कीम है, जो हम बात बार बार रेज कर रहे थे. एंड शोभिता हैज आल्सो रेज दिस पॉइंट दैट the affordability of the female child is less because the parents support the education of the male child. They become less forward for the education of the girl child. So government has taken the initiative for this by supporting. And again, I'll say ki again we will go to the corporate sector, and many companies are coming forward. And it's not only that the student should only go to the university in a face-to-face mode. We have distance learning universities, open universities, and if we come to know that the girl is not pursuing her education, and if the teacher or somebody in the society uh, provides her guidance and counseling, so she will be able to continue her education through online mode.
Very nice, madam. Thank you very much for your very nice remarks. Now it is time to request our chair professor, Professor Ashwini Kumarji, that you are chairing this session since morning as the chair professor of Arvind Khurana, chair of Faculty of Education and Methodology. So you have listened to each and every speakers, keynote speakers, learned professors and experts. So please, you share your opinion about this morning session. So please,
Sir, this has been very illuminating session, and we have learned from different aspects: social development, inclusive education, social sciences. Now, to my mind, it appears that in this COVID period, the society is suffering in different way, and one of the problem is society is the confinement. So, in the era of confinement, problem. When I did my bachelor of teaching way back in 1965, there were three facets of education: student, teacher, and curriculum. When the private universities come into play, there was another facet added to it, that was the institution. So institution, teacher, and curriculum, these were the main sources for education. But recently, now what we see, the student centric education was promoted instead of teacher centric. In our old system of Indian education, the education was guru centric. Guru was supreme and everybody has to listen to him. Now the education has put the student as supreme. Student has many choices to go anywhere, study anything, and go to any stream. So in my opinion, a student is now exposed to internet, he is exposed to social sciences, he is exposed to health, he is exposed to emotional problems. During these 2 years, two important things have come up. What is the method of online education? So, as a premier institution, Jyoti Vidyapeeth has a chance to develop a module how we can do online education and how we can provide the examination system. Now, most of the time, our education is confined to writing some questions and answering there and getting exam pass and then appearing in NEET or something or the other. What I want to say, that I want to feel that your Department of Education and Methodology under Director Manju Sharma is doing excellent work. But we have to not only develop methodology, but we have to develop some modules also. Just like Baiju and other companies, private companies, our players are doing wonderful job. And so Jyoti Vidyapeeth can develop a module for emotional quotient and emotional education, and how we can cope up with the this COVID situation. The health problem will continue, and this frequent lockdown will continue, and education will be hampered to the children sitting at home and they have to study. So my opinion that first we develop the learning module online, how it is possible. Then we have to develop content online. The education teaching methodology is not only, in my opinion, confined only to develop methodology, but a time has come when we have to develop the content also in the scientific area. What I found that 1965 to this date, I did from Dayalbagh, I want to share. To this date, not much has been changed. While the technology, digitalization, era, we have to go in a different way, because a student is problematic, his parents are out of job, there is a transport problem, there is problem of communication. So today pupil is influenced by so many different forces that he is not able to cope up with the system. And with the result, you can see that many students are getting dropout, many problems are happening. On the other hand, what I found, this is a boon to different institutions, that particularly Jyoti Vidyapeeth, Dr. Professor Lal, you can support my idea that we can make a modular system for imparting education methodologies, and we can also develop some different theory of this communication, communication in education, communication in health, communication. What I found that these developed nations are governed by the scientific principles. And in our case, right from the morning till evening, whatever we watch on television or social media, the teachers and the teaching has very little impact other than the classroom teaching and passing an examination. Teachers on the whole, whether in any subject, are not able to make any impact on science, or neither they are given any importance. They are just sitting on the back seat. So what I want to say that Professor Lal, you may agree that time has come where teacher or teaching has to play a positive and important role in the society. Do you agree with me, sir?
Yeah, please continue, sir. Thank you very much for nice remarks. Please.
Yes, and I wanted to make my small presentation. If you can allow me, my slides. I have sent you the email, and I have sent the slide in attachment. It will be very nice if you can please allow me that.
Yeah,
and project it.
You are chairing this session, and you are chair professor of this, faculty. So I am not here to say allow or not allow. If time is permitting.
No, it is very kind of you, because you are making the show, so you can see the slides.
If time is permitting, then you are welcome.
Can technical team show my slides?
You have sent a slide to them?
Yes, I have sent a slide to Dean in attachment, my lecture.
Once you send that slide to pukhraj@jbw.ac.in. Pukhraj.
Yes. Yeah. I sent to Dean.
No, you have to send there to technical team. I'm writing in the chat box. You please see and send here.
Okay.
मंजू जी फॉरवर्ड कर दीजिए.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Probably Manju ji has the slides.
Professor Manju, if you have the slides, kindly forward it to the technical team so that the chairperson of this session can share with us.
Actually, sir, your sustainable impact of COVID-19 and social isolation on academic staff and something you have written. That is on my WhatsApp.
Right.
Yeah, you have sent on my WhatsApp. Okay. You forward that on technical team. Please coordinate with us and ensure the presentation of Professor Ashwini Kumar Ji.
Is it possible? Different studies have been done in different countries on the aspect, and I have tried to collect some of the information, and I would like to share.
Actually, they have not received any mail. They are talking like that. They have not received any mail. So how it is possible? Okay, sir, no problem. Tomorrow we can see your presentation.
Okay. And tomorrow I will see. I'll show some presentation.
So now here we have our director, Faculty of Education and Methodology, Professor Manju Sharma ji. Madam, are you getting me, please?
Okay, please send me link where to send my slide tomorrow.
Yeah, I will send.
भेज दी मैंने, पुखराज सर को भेज दी.
ओके, अगर भेज दी तो मैं दिखा सकता हूँ सर, अगर आप टाइम दे तो.
Okay, sir.
If Pukras sir can able to present them.
सर आपको मैंने भेजी. सर मैंने व्हाट्सएप करी आपको. व्हाट्सएप करी आपको मैंने.
No WhatsApp, madam. Please send on the mail written here
आपका
as
मेरा WhatsApp जुड़ा हुआ.
jbw.ac. Okay, sir. Tomorrow we shall see your presentation.
Okay, okay, no problem.
Director,
Tomorrow,
madam, I request you that please say something about this first session of our this national webinar conference, recent advances in teaching methodology and education development. Professor Manju Sharma ji, please. Hello.
भेज
क्या
दी
हुआ
उनको,
भैया?
अभी कर रहे हैं.
Madam,
भेज दी
please.
सर आपको.
Madam, we are requesting for your few words for the first session as a remarks.
मंजू जी, प्रोफेसर लाल आपसे कह रहे हैं कि आपको कैसा लगा, आपके कमेंट्स चाहिए. आपकी ऑब्जर्वेशंस क्या. मैं बीच में इंटरवीन करके.
नमस्कार, नमस्कार प्रोफेसर मैम, रीटा मैम, नमस्कार अश्विनी सर, आपको नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
It seems there is some technical problem.
ऑडियोबल आवाज आ रही है? हाँ, अब आई. नमस्कार जय प्रोफेसर सर.
नमस्कार. नमस्कार.
रीटा मैडम आपको प्रणाम. गुरुजी आपको भी. शोभिता मैडम आप भी. लाल सर, आज का सेशन हमारा बहुत अच्छा रहा है और इसमें जो जो सजेशंस आए हैं मॉड्यूल बनाने के लिए भी सर बोल रहे हैं, उस पर हम प्रयास करेंगे. और शोभिता मैडम का भी बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन. ओवरऑल जो भी हमारे इंटरनेशनल जो प्रेजेंटेशन पॉल सर का भी था, सबका बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन रहा है. और जो जय प्रोफेसर सर बोल रहे हैं कि मॉड्यूल्स बना करके जो पेंडिंग के टाइम में हम जो हेल्प कर सकें, उसका हम प्रयास करेंगे.
Okay, thank you very much. Pukhraj ji, please stop sharing. Presentation कल होगा. Pukhraj ji, please stop sharing. Okay, technical team. So, Professor Asmi sir, tomorrow we shall be listening you in detail, and you are in a capital of our faculty and our university. You are intellectual capital. So,
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Tomorrow, what time will be my presentation, sir? Tomorrow, what time?
We shall be discussing personally. Okay, this session is and one thing I would like to share. So far, the specific modular of any learning is concerned. The name of our faculty is Faculty of Education and Methodology.
Sir, very good.
This is the unique, this is the single university in India who is running education program and regularly working on methodology.
Right.
So, to inculcate any specific module, it is a part of our regular research activity on education and methodology.
Very good.
For example, I am sharing with you for our BA B.Ed student, for our BSc B.Ed student, we are training them in their spare time for their CTET, their teacher's eligibility test, their central teacher eligibility test, any other eligibility test of the concerned students, means we are giving them competitive output rather than the regular classes. This is one of the module on which we have started working. We are giving free of cost coaching to our students who are coming from the rural areas, having no net connectivity.
एक्सक्यूज मी सर, इनकी वो पीपीटी सर की चालू हो गई थी, तो 5 स्लाइड भी
No,
करवा देते हैं ना
कल tomorrow we shall be giving
सर।
presentation.
अभी
Listen
कल
to
भी
me.
आ जाएंगे, तो अभी तो इनकी चालू ही हो गई थी ना सर।
So far the specific modular is concerned, we have developed so many models, and even Niti Aayog, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan.
Sir, if slides are possible, I'll take just 5 minutes to explain my view, if you permit today, because tomorrow I will like to discuss environmental issue, and this will supplement my ideas.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
10 minutes,
Team,
not more than 10
please
minutes.
Okay, sir. Technical team, please share the slide of Professor Ashwini Kumar, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Technical team, please.
Very nice.
Technical team. Actually, we are left with 3 minutes only.
Only 3 minutes?
Please see the watch. Our session is about to be finished at 12:30.
Oh, then there is no point about it. In 2 minutes is not possible. I thought it was up to 10 minutes more.
No, because we have to start our next session from 1 p.m. and 30 minutes is for lunch break.
It's okay. It's okay. So I will take care. No problem. Time is over. So tomorrow we will have a chance. So I will discuss both about environment and this module system.
Okay, sir.
When Baiju can do something to earn billions, you can also do it.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you very much for the participation of all the esteemed speakers across the globe, from USA, from South, from North, and each and every part of the country. It is our privilege to welcome you all on behalf of the whole fraternity of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University.
Thank you.
We extend our heartiest greeting and thanks. We are fully honoring, we are paying a very huge respect to our respected chair Professor Ashwini Kumarji for sparing his very precious time since morning.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we are hoping that, expecting that tomorrow we are going to listen you in detail, and whatever presentation you have, we will be giving enough time to you to exhibit your all the presentations in the tomorrow session. So thank you very much, and Dr. Koijam Shabita Devi ji, we are very much thankful to you, and Professor Rita Arora ji, Professor Paul Prabhakar ji, Uma Sri ji, and
thank you.
Dr. Beanie Toms ji, Dr. Bhanu Rekha ji. We are very much thankful to all who has delivered their very innovative and precious presentation here. Thank you very much. And this is the end of the first session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
शेरली वो व्हाट्सएप कराऊं तीनों का हेलो प्रीति शर्मा
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
हेलो प्रीति शर्मा
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
बेटा आपकी पीपीटी शेयर कर लो
Okay, ma'am.
स्टार्ट कर बेटा है ना हाँ
Yes, ma'am. मैं शेयर करती हूँ.
इंट्रोडक्शन के साथ अच्छे से है ना
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
हाँ
Okay, ma'am.
बेटा फर्स्ट से स्टार्ट करो आपका नीचे लास्ट आ रही है बाबू
Okay, ma'am. बच्चों मैंने पहले कैमरा ऑन करना है जरा. हो गया. Share screen. कोई बात नहीं, अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ ना। स्टार्टिंग अभी मैं अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ, स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट कर। हो नहीं रहा।
प्रीति आपका थैंक यू आ रहा है, आप फर्स्ट से करो स्टार्ट, फर्स्ट स्लाइड से।
बस मैम ट्राई कर रही हूँ, थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो रही है नेटवर्क।
एक बार या तो आप भेजो तो पुखराज सर से बोल दें।
मैम यहाँ से तो स्टार्ट हो गया मैम, वहाँ पे विजिबल है फर्स्ट स्लाइड।
सर इसकी है ना बच्ची के थैंक यू पहले दिख रहा है उसके, तो
स्टार्टिंग से करती हूँ। शेयर स्क्रीन। विजिबल नहीं हो रहा, यहाँ पे तो विजिबल है मैम, विजिबल हो रहा है।
अब विजिबल है।
ओके मैम,
स्टार्ट।
हम स्टार्ट कर दूँ?
हाँ
ओके। गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन, आई एम प्रीति शर्मा।
हाँ कर दो स्टार्ट, एक मिनट करो बेटा करो।
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Preeti Sharma, PhD scholar from Education
आकृति
Department.
टाइम से आ जाना बेटा, कर लो भले 10 मिनट बाद ही कर लो।
Before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge my heartiest thanks to Dr. Vidushi ma'am, President of Jyoti Mahavidya Vishwavidyalaya, who gave me this opportunity to complete this research work. I express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Vidhan sir, whose cooperative behavior and valuable guidance made this work successful. I would like to thank Dr. Mini ma'am and Dr. Shobha Lal sir for their constant encouragement and guidance throughout the research. I sincerely grateful to my guide, Dr. Manju Sharma, who have been continuously encouraging and guiding me in the last 2 years, and also how she have helped being so friendly and supportive of all my efforts and struggles and working under your supervision and has been very enjoyable, and I have learned and grown a lot. Thank you, ma'am. And lastly, I express my gratitude to the faculty and my colleagues as well as parents for helping me in this research work. I hope that you will forgive my errors and make my hard work successful. So, the title of my presentation is Recent Advances in Teaching Methodology and Education Development. मैम मेरी स्क्रीन दिख रही है आपको?
दिख रही है बेटा। नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन, कंटिन्यू।
ठीक है मैम। The title of my presentation is Recent Advances in Teaching Methodology and Education Development. The content of my work includes introduction, review of literature, material and methods, result and discussion, research outcomes for policymakers and government, scope for future research, correlation with ancient Indian literature, conclusion and references. Before I come to the introduction part, it is very important to understand why modern teaching is the need of the hour. Education is the need of the hour as it creates an educated society, and in the process of educating the society, motivation and instructions are very
आपकी
crucial.
स्लाइड भी बढ़ाते जाओ बेटा, स्लाइड भी बढ़ाते जाओ.
मैम स्लाइड्स बढ़ा रही हूँ बट यहाँ पे शो नहीं हो रही है. मैं अपनी खुद की तरफ से बढ़ा रही हूँ.
ओके चलो
मैम इसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, क्या करूँ मैम?
ओके आप तो कंटिन्यू करो. अभी एक बार आपका व्हाट्सएप मेरे पास है, वही है ना आपकी, मैं आपको भेजती हूँ, हमारे टीम
मैं
को
आपको
भेजती
सेंड
हूँ.
करती हूँ. जैसे मैं आपको सेंड करती हूँ अभी. हाँ मैंने आपको सेंड कर दिया.
प्रीति डाउन एरो प्रेस करो, नीचे स्लाइड हो जाएगी.
डाउन एरो?
हाँ डाउन एरो, कर्सर को नीचे लेके आ जाओ, सेकंड पे क्लिक करते जाओ. आप सेकंड पे क्लिक करो, आप सेकंड पर क्लिक करो. आपकी जो स्लाइड साइड में है, लेफ्ट साइड में, इन पे सेकंड पे क्लिक करो. इसके जस्ट नीचे वाला, इसके जस्ट नीचे वाला, नीचे की तरफ एरो जो है नंबरिंग. हाँ इसकी यस इसको सेकंड. हाँ करेक्ट इंट्रोडक्शन पार्ट स्टार्ट हो गया आपका. हाँ इस पे क्लिक कर दो. ये 5th है आपका, ऊपर जाओ. ये 6th. हाँ ये सेकंड. हाँ ठीक है.
बिजी वाला मैम?
यस करेक्ट.
ओके थैंक यू मैम.
स्टार्ट करो.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Preeti Sharma, PhD scholar from Education Department. Before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge my heartiest thanks to Dr. Vidushi Ma'am, President of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Mahavidyalaya, who gave me this opportunity to complete this research work satisfactorily. I express my gratitude to advisor Mr. Vedant sir, whose cooperative behavior and valuable guidance made this work successful. I would like to thank Dr. Mini Ma'am and Dr. Shobha Lal sir for their constant encouragement and guidance throughout the research. I am sincerely grateful to my guide Dr. Manju Sharma, who have been continuously encouraging and guiding me in the last 2 years, and also she have always been so friendly and supportive of all of my efforts and struggles. And lastly, I express my gratitude to the faculty and my colleagues as well as parents for helping me in this research work. मैम नेक्स्ट स्लाइड शो हो रही है?
नहीं हो रही बेटा.
मैम वही प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, स्लाइड.
मैंने टीम को भेज दिया आपका, अभी मैं अभी ऊपर भेज दी मैंने, वो देख लीजिए.
डीन को भेज दे. बिल्कुल, इसको डीन को भेजने का क्या मतलब?
अरे ऊपर भेज दिया मैंने बुखराज सर को.
इसको वो मत कर. जब हम वो करें ना वो सारी शो हो रही है, अगर हम ऐसे करें फिर हमें शो नहीं हो रहा है. ऐसे रहेंगे.
बोलो आप, बोलो आगे अपना कंटिन्यू रखो.
हाँ अभी ठीक है. आप चल रहा है स्लाइड. हाँ अब करो.
Okay, ma'am. The title of my presentation is Recent Advances in Teaching Methodology and Education Development. The content of my work includes introduction, review of literature, material and methods, result and discussion, research outcomes for policymakers and government, scope for future research, correlation with ancient Indian literature, conclusion and references. Before I come to the introduction part, it is very important to understand why modern teaching is the need of the hour. Education is the need of the hour as it creates an educated society, and in the process of educating the society, motivation and instructions are very crucial, and teachers, guides, and administrators are responsible to inspire the learners. Nevertheless, with time being changed to an extent, learners demand new techniques and methods to gain knowledge, which make them not only good in theoretical study, but ensures them to gain practical knowledge, sharpen their abilities, and make them self-sufficient to face any kind of challenges. The student should be taught in a manner to tackle the 21st century, which is technological driven time and which require creative and innovative minds for the progress of individual, society, and nation. To cope up with the modern world and the knowledge driven era of technology, adopting modern ways are the only means to survive. Hence, modern teaching methods are the only way to meet the requirement of modern era. Next slide is introduction. Nobody can deny the fact that teaching methodology have influenced human life very positively within the last century. The innovative teaching style, which we term as the modern learning process, is much more interactive and concentrate on the learner's mind, completely immersing participant in the learning experience. Curriculum instruction and organization are performed in the contemporary teaching approach with the pupil as a central objective. There have been noticeable modification in instructional methods over time. Rather than depend on the teacher, modern teaching method emphasize inquiry, illustration, explanation, practical application, cooperation, interaction-based learning. With the introduction of recent teaching method, it has helped the children to reduce competition among them, enhance cooperation, and ensure the efficiency of the educational process. Recent advancement in teaching methodologies has helped to promote the active engagement, perception, and cognitive development of students. And for achieving this purpose, a new teaching and learning paradigm is required. Now, literature review. Review of literature is one of the most important step in in the research process. It is an account of what is already known about a particular phenomena. So, and this is the literature review of my topic. Moving on to the next slide. Research questions. The main research question of this topic include first one is what are the contemporary teaching methodologies, and second is what is the need to adopt contemporary teaching methodologies. Coming to the next slide, material and method. In the current study, interpretism is the correct choice to achieve the research goal set. The current study is a text-based study. Thus, the current study is a qualitative study and the only secondary data has been used to collect the information regarding the contemporary teaching methodologies and education development. Sources of information. The required information for the current study is collected from various books, journals, dissertations, conference proceedings, and other relevant material. Coming on to the next slide, result and discussion. Result and discussion can get with the help of modern teaching method. That is, first one is collaborative education, second one is spaced learning, third one is learning in a flipped classroom, fourth one is self-learning, then gamification, then WAC instruction, then crossover learning. Now I will discuss it with least possible explanation. First one is collaborative education. Collaborative learning is a situation in which two or more people learn or attempt to learn something together. As you can see in the picture, there are more than two students and they are trying to learn something together. That is collaborative education. In this contemporary teaching approach, teacher create a group of students so that they may solve problems, discuss issues, and get answers to their questions. Every student is a part of group success in this contemporary teaching approach since they help each other and learn to interact with one another. Learners learn to accept others, to listen to others, and to collaborate in a group setting. They will be able to meet a variety of people and get an honest assessment of their work. The second technique is spaced learning. The most important benefit of this technique is that knowledge is retained for long time in spaced learning. It helps to strengthen the power of recall and it helps to decrease the problem of forgetting. Teachers use this technique to repeat a lecture many times, essentially until the pupils comprehend the material completely. The third technique is flipped classroom. In this approach, students are asked to rewrite or practice material that they have learned at home rather of having it delivered to them. The student put this technique into practice at home by viewing a video lesson, searching online, or working on the material that is often provided by the instructor. For example, as you can see in the picture that the student watched a video at home before attending the lecture in the classroom. Students prepare themselves with the content before before arriving in school, and if they face any doubt they can discuss it in the classroom or they can ask the concerned teacher. They can also suggest their ideas related to the content and share it with other classmates. The next technique is self learning. Self learning is anything you learn outside a classroom environment by yourself without a set curriculum or examination. This contemporary teaching technique is very important throughout the teaching process. It forces students to always discover new things, and encouraging children to assess their own work will help enable them to gain a better understanding of what they are best at and what they need to work harder on. The next technique is gamification. As the famous saying goes, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. So games are very important. Teaching through game is one of the most important contemporary teaching techniques that has been used in modern classroom. Children love games. The importance of gamification in education has been observed mostly in the elementary and preschool system. Learning through playing games won't be even realized by students. Teachers can organize online quiz, puzzles, or brain games. This modern teaching method is a fun learning method to teach. Then the next technique is VAC teaching. In VAC, V is visual, means seeing the data. A is audio, means gathering information by hearing the data. And K is kinesthetic, means feeling the data. VAC teaching technique was developed in the 1920s to help students who have dyslexia problem. Watching and learning through videos has become a popular new medium of education in the age of the internet. Students learn more quickly when they see, hear, or feel the information than reading it. Then the last technique here is crossover learning. Crossover learning is a less common temporary education approach that employs both formal and informal teaching and learning setting. Cross learning combines the strength of both formal and informal learning environment and aims to provide students with the best of both. It is one of the greatest methods to provide learners with the best education possible. Crossover learning engaged learners and produce genuine but creative outcomes. Teachers introduce new questions in the formal setting and answer for which students should try to find in informal setting, such as by exploring that question on the museum visit. Research outcome, and also I would like to add that modern teaching benefit in various ways. It helps in making the student more motivated towards their work. It is easy to understand the most challenging concept. Modern teaching method are less time consuming. Teachers take less time to cover the syllabus, and the visual medium is far better than any other medium to give instructions. It helps to memorize the concept fast. Now, moving on to the next slide, that is research outcomes for policymakers and government. The research outcomes can help in devising new creative ways to help students understand the learning material. It is also the duty of instructors to educate pupils using appropriate and contemporary techniques. A teacher is an important factor in a student's success. As a result, it is the teacher's responsibility to take the first move towards embracing contemporary teaching techniques. Then, coming on to the next slide, that is scope for future research. The current study can be further taken forward by understanding the impact of the modern teaching methodologies on the learning outcomes of the student. Furthermore, a study can be conducted after implementing contemporary teaching methodologies discussed in the current study and comparing the result with the traditional teaching methodologies. Then, moving on to the next slide, correlation with ancient Indian literature. The ancient education focused on imparting ethics like truthfulness, discipline, and respecting all creation to the students. The practice and application of Vedic knowledge can help us in a variety of ways. Vedic education is the answer to all of the issues that we now face in the country. The ultimate goal of contemporary education is to prepare students for life in the real world. Education is something that makes a man self reliant as well as selfless. Contemporary teaching methodologies aim at developing intellectual faculties of students in line with the ancient Vedic literature. Now, conclusion. Innovative strategies and methods stress on gaining knowledge that specialize students not only in academic study but also assures practical knowledge is imparted. It is found that only other way to satisfy the demands of modern times is to use modern teaching methods. It is found that flipped classroom is a popularly accepted method which has also proven to be productive and efficient for the development of the student. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
गुड, नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन था आपका. थोड़ा सा ब्रीफिंग में आप ऑरल भी बोलिए प्रीति, कि आप क्या क्यों इसका.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, I would like to add that modern education, modern teaching benefit the student in many ways. For example, such as it makes the students more motivated towards their work. It is easy to understand the most challenging concept. Modern and the third one is modern teaching method are less time consuming. Teachers take less time to consume to cover the syllabus and the visual medium is far better than any other medium to give instructions.
Methodology are very fruitful too in this time. Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Any question? Any question? Research scholar, student? Any question? Write in chat box. Any question? Thank you, Preeti. Nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for giving me the chance. Thank you.
Good, good. Nice, nice. If it is nice. लेफ्ट हो जाओ प्रीति, अब कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. नेक्स्ट आकृति, आप प्रेजेंट करिए अपना.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I am sharing my screen.
Not visible, beta.
1 minute, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible now?
No, no, no. Not visible.
Ma'am, is it visible?
No. Any problem, you send to me WhatsApp. I send to technical team.
I am trying, ma'am. 1 minute. मैम अब शो हो रही है?
नहीं हो रही बेटा.
शेयर पे जाइए ना, शेयर स्क्रीन करके नहीं आ रहा है.
शेयर
Yes, sir. I am doing the same thing. Sir, 1 minute, sir.
उपरा सर बताइए थोड़ा. आकृति आप मुझे
सर मैं शेयर कर रही हूँ।
व्हाट्सएप करो मुझे एक बार, मैं भेजती हूँ टेक्नोलॉजी।
यस मैम।
शेयर नहीं हो रही बेटा, के साथ कुछ बोलो ना, इसको सजेशन दो ना।
हो नहीं रही ना, दिक्कत नहीं। हाँ हाँ, अब हो रहा है बेटा
सर
सर।
आगे बेटा विजिबल।
सर विजिबल
नॉट, हाँ क्या है
मैम, नाउ इज इट विजिबल?
हाँ हाँ स्टार्ट।
ओके मैम।
Yes.
Namaste and okay, ma'am. Namaste and a very good afternoon to Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, Founder and Advisor, sir, Doctor, sir, Registrar, ma'am, and all dignitaries present over here. I feel blessed to have an ideology of late Dr. Pankaj Garg, sir. I, Vivian Akriti Pandey, pursuing BSc BEd PCM 6th SEM from a very esteemed India's state first private women's university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth. I am grateful to all dignitaries for providing me this opportunity to participate in this National Conference 2021. My today's topic of presentation is inclusion of local needs in syllabus. I started Inclusive education is a new approach towards educating the children with disabilities and learning difficulties with that of normal ones within the same room. It brings all students together in one classroom and community, regardless of their strengths or weaknesses in any area, and seeks to maximize the potential of all students. It is one of the most effective ways in which to promote an inclusive and tolerant society. Today, what are the needs and challenges for achieving the goal of inclusive education? How quality education can be effectively and efficiently delivered for all children? Therefore, inclusive schools have to address the needs of all children in every community, and the central and state governments have to manage inclusive classrooms. Keeping in view Keeping in view these questions, this article discusses in detail the concept of inclusive education, including important challenges and measures to implement inclusive education in India. Scope of future research. There have been efforts internationally to include children with disabilities in the educational mainstream. In effective inclusive programs, teachers adapt activities to include all students even though they individually goals may be different. We have learned that we have learned that inclusive education is a better way to help all students succeed. Researches show that most students learn and perform better when exposed to the richness of the general education curriculum. Some of the benefits include friendship, social skills, personal principles, comfort level with people who have special needs, and caring classroom environment. This is the pictorial representation of inclusive education, which refers including all children in quality learning. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Research outcomes for community development. With higher expectations and good instruction, children with disabilities learn academic skills, being together, because the philosophy of inclusive education is aimed at helping all children learn. Everyone in the class benefits. An inclusive approach to education recognizes the community have a real contribution to make to children's learning, and they have the right to be involved in the decision-making process. Schools and communities need to understand each other and reinforce each other's roles. Inclusive. It does not mean if you want to participate, conform to the culture, social norms of the majority. It means diversity is so vital that every person will have his needs met so that all have access to the same opportunities to learn, play, and live. Correlation with ancient Indian literature. Important details: ancient Indian literature writings. The earliest known work of Indian literature was Rig Veda, which is a collection of 1028 hymns written in Vedic Sanskrit. Yajurveda deals with directions for performance of the yajnas. Samveda deals with prescribed tunes for recitation of the hymns. Atharvaveda deals with prescribing rites and rituals. Brahmanas contains detailed explanation about Vedic literature and instructions. Upanishad deals with concepts about origin of universe, death and birth, material and spiritual world, which are written in poetry and prose as expressions of philosophical concepts. Vedangas contain astronomy, grammar and phonetics. Results and discussion. Students presented with vast amount of content knowledge that is not organized into meaningful patterns are likely to forget what they have learned and to be unable to apply the knowledge to new problems or unfamiliar contexts. It is well accepted that students draw on their families, communities, and cultural experiences to create meaning and understanding. If students are able to draw on their cultural, social, and historical experiences, problem solving situations, they are more likely to deepen their understanding. Conclusion: inclusive education is a complex and controversial approach in creating a school for all and managing to meet the diversity. If it is properly implemented, it can bring about academic and social benefits to all learners. Inclusive education system is to provide all students with the most appropriate learning environment opportunities for them to best achievement. Inclusion is understanding your school community, valuing everyone about the needs of the whole community, celebrating diversity and individuality, valuing other cultures, knowing and understanding the needs of all people, reflecting on your practice, not just about assess everyone's responsibility more than just a policy. Thank you very much. Then, ma'am. I have done so. Yes, ma'am. I have done, ma'am.
Any question? गुड आकृति, आपने शॉर्ट टाइम में अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन गुड।
थैंक यू मैम।
अदिति, अदिति आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट करिए।
यस मैम। Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am?
Visible, beta.
Yes, ma'am. Can I start, ma'am?
Introduction.
Namaste, ma'am. I am Aditi. Now, I am pursuing Integrated Bachelor of Science and Methodology from the Faculty of Education and Methodology from Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. So I would like to, first of all, I would like to thank to Dr. Vidushi ma'am and Dr. S. Lal sir and the Dean Director of Faculty of Education and Methodology. So I am here to express my views on recent advance in teaching methodology and educational development. So
Hello, Aditi. Where is your topic?
Introduction. Education is the process by which the personality of a child is developed. Thus, the education of tomorrow should be able to play its role more effectively by making the individual creative, innovative, and effective. The innovative teaching methods with the latest teaching technologies helps the students to achieve their excellence in education. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam says technology and knowledge would
तुम्हारा टॉपिक कहाँ है बेटा? क्या टॉपिक है तुम्हारा? टॉपिक बताओ बेटा, टॉपिक क्या है? रिसेंट। ये तो कॉन्फ्रेंस का नाम है।
recent advances in teaching methodology and educational development.
ये तो कॉन्फ्रेंस का नाम है बेटा। आपका टॉपिक क्या है? यही है?
Yes, sir.
आपका टॉपिक यही है क्या? ये तो कॉन्फ्रेंस का नाम भी यही है।
Sir, modern teaching innovative methods I am explaining, sir.
देखिए हमेशा ध्यान रखिए, जो फर्स्ट स्लाइड होती है फर्स्ट स्लाइड के ऊपर टॉपिक आपका फर्स्ट स्लाइड पे होना चाहिए। उसके नीचे आप लिखिए प्रेजेंटेड बाय, जो ठीक है ना। फर्स्ट वाली स्लाइड निकालिए अपनी, फर्स्ट स्लाइड। देखिए इस पे आपका टॉपिक नहीं है, लेकिन आपने नीचे लिख दिया प्रेजेंटेड बाय। तो व्हाट इज योर प्रेजेंटेड? यहाँ पे ज्योति विद्यापीठ यूनिवर्सिटी लिखा है, वहाँ पर अपना टाइटल लिखा है ना, आगे से ध्यान रखिए। उसके नीचे प्रेजेंटेड बाय, फिर आप आगे स्टार्ट।
Yes, sir.
कंटिन्यू करिए चलिए बेटा। आपकी नेक्स्ट स्लाइड नहीं आ रही
Sir, ma'am, अब आ रही है?
चलिए।
So, education is the light.
जूम करो, दिखेगा। ठीक है चलो, ठीक है बेटा।
Education is the light that shows the mankind the right direction to search. The purpose of education is not just making a student literate, but adds rational thinking, knowledgeability, and self-sufficiency. When there is willingness to change, there is a hope for progress in any field. Creativity can be developed and innovations both students and teachers. So, now importance of education. Education is the manifestation of perfection already in a man. Is an engine for growth and progress of any society. It not only imports knowledge, skills, and inculcates values, but it is also responsible for building human capital which breeds, drives, and sets technological innovation and economic growth. In today's era, information and knowledge stand out as a very important and critical input for growth and survival. Rather than looking at education simply as a means of achieving social upliftment, the society must view education also as an engine of advancement in an information era propelled by its wheels of knowledge and research leading to the development. Now, methodology. While teaching, the most important thing is used as methodology is very important in teaching. So, the traditional or innovative methods of teaching are critically examined, evaluated, and some modification in the delivery of knowledge is suggested. As such, the strength and weaknesses of teaching methodology are identified and probable modifications that can be included in traditional methods are suggested. Now, this is methodology. Types of methods may vary based on age, but everyone needs to be actively involved in the learning process. These are the stages in which the development is seen in the person through at every stage. Then there is the advanced teaching methods. The transformation for traditional teaching methods such as blackboard, textbooks, etc., to computer aided presentations has been innovative. Such innovative teaching methods have improved the learning process and strengthened governance. With the rapid rise in digital technology, there are further advanced teaching techniques available. And so it is time to change the decades. New methods are designed to improve the quality of education along with students' involvement in the educational process. We can use some innovative teaching methods as following. First, use educational videos. Second, improved classroom technology. Third, interactive learning. Fourth, creative teaching. And fifth, welcoming new ideas. By thinking new ideas, the person get more knowledge, and open-minded attitude can help you in innovating new teaching methods. Though you might claim to be open-minded, and it's human nature to resist, evaluate yourself and ensure you try out new ideas in the classroom. Now, what is the result of these modern advanced teaching? The number of teachers trained or number of students enrolled. Quality needs to be the focus of education investments, with the learning gains as the key metric of quality. Resources are too limited and the challenges too big to be designing policies and program in the dark. We need evidences on what works in order to invest smartly. Not just the most privileged or gifted acquire the knowledge and skills at the need. Major challenges of SS remain for disadvantaged population at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. We must lower the barriers that keep girls, children with disabilities, and minorities from attaining as much education as other people groups. Teaching methodology and education development need to be same advanced step. Now the conclusion. The timing has never been better for using technology to enable and improve learning at all levels, in all places, and for people of all backgrounds. From the modernization of E-rate to the proliferation and adoption of openly licensed educational resources, the key pieces necessary to realize best the transformation made possible by technology in education are in places. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Good, good. Nice. Next, प्रतिभा. प्रतिभा आप अपना तैयार रखें. प्रतिभा आप सुन पा रही हैं? प्रतिभा. प्रतिभा पारीक. अदिति आप लेफ्ट हो जाओ बेटा.
ओके मैम.
हाँ तो ये स्पेस हो जाएगी यहाँ पे, है ना. प्रतिभा. प्रतिभा आप सुन पा रही है? प्रतिभा आपके शो करो पीपीटी. ओके ओके आप आज और इंट्रोडक्शन. आपकी हो पा रही या नहीं हो पा रही प्रतिभा? नेक्स्ट को बोलूं क्या मैं? प्रतिभा नेक्स्ट कैंडिडेट को बोल दूं?
क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या आ रही है? आपकी का क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रही है? आपकी वॉइस क्लियर नहीं है, आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
बेटा क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रही है प्रतिभा? आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
आवाज चेक करो, आपने म्यूट पे तो नहीं कर रखा है? म्यूट अनम्यूट करो अपने आप को।
माहिम, यू आर रेडी?
अनम्यूट करो
प्रतिभा
बेटा।
के बाद माहिम आप तैयार रहना।
यस मैम रेडी।
बेटा नॉट ऑडिबल, आपकी माइक को अनम्यूट करो।
यस
हाँ
मैम रेडी।
हाँ, आप बोलिए, अब आवाज आ रही है।
प्रतिभा पारिक, प्लीज अपना फैन ऑफ कर दीजिए। आपकी सराउंडिंग आवाज आ रही है, तो जो भी है प्लीज इसको बंद कर दीजिए। आप म्यूट है, पहले तो आप अपना
ये इसने कर रखा।
माहिम,
यस मैम।
आपकी पीपीटी रेडी है, शेयर करो। प्रतिभा आप माइक के बाद आ जाइए।
ओके मैम।
आवाज नहीं सुनाई दे रही है। क्या हो गया? अच्छा प्रतिभा आपकी होगी? प्रतिभा होगी? हाँ प्रतिभा, हाँ दिखाई दे रहा है, आप करिए मेडिटेशन। देखिए सर क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रही है इसको?
अरे अनम्यूट करे अपने आप को। अनम्यूट करो ना अपने आप को। अनम्यूट क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? म्यूट किए बैठे हो। प्रतिभा अनम्यूट करो अपने आप को। ये म्यूट किए बैठी है, अनम्यूट नहीं करेगी। अरे अनम्यूट करो अपने आप को, आवाज तभी आएगी। एक म्यूट लिखा होगा आपकी स्क्रीन पे नीचे, उसे क्लिक कीजिए। हाँ आप बोलिए। फिर म्यूट कर दिया।
प्रतिभा आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
अरे अनम्यूट करो ना। अनम्यूट करके फिर म्यूट कर दिया आपने।
क्या? मैं कहती हूँ तुम ठीक कर लो तो यहाँ माइक को अटैच करने वाला।
अरे अनम्यूट कर लो अपने आप को, या किसी से पूछ लो।
किसी से पूछ लो ना।
म्यूट किए बैठी है।
वो ऐसे बोल रही है अपने आप म्यूट हो रहा है, मेरे गड़बड़ हो रही है।
अपने आप कैसे हो रहा? क्लिक कर देती होगी बार बार।
अच्छा
एक ही बार करो ना, उसे दिखता नहीं तुम्हें कि सामने की म्यूट हो रहे हैं या अनम्यूट हो रहे हैं? हाँ अब बस अब रहने दो, अब बोलिए। स्टार्ट करो प्रेजेंटेशन।
हाँ प्रतिभा स्टार्ट करो।
फिर म्यूट कर दिया इसे, इसका कैंसिल करके दूसरे का शुरू करो। अपना टॉपिक ले लीजिए।
प्रतिभा नहीं सुनाई दे रहा आपका माइक। माइक माइक माइक। सर माइक का बता देंगे फ्रेंड।
हाँ माइक का करा दो। एग्जाम खत्म नहीं करा। जो फैकल्टी नहीं है ना,
महीन खान आप बोलिए अपना।
मानिक आप कर रहे हो क्या प्रेजेंट?
यस मैम, प्रेजेंट करें।
आपकी विजिबल नहीं हो रही है ना।
मैम नाउ।
पीपीटी शो नहीं हो रही है आपकी।
मैम नाउ।
चलिए एंट्री ले लो तुम भी, क्योंकि बच्चों की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है तो अगला तैयार है तो तुरंत हो जाए। एंट्री ले लो बेटा। बेटा आपकी नहीं दिखाई दे रही है।
आपका नाम तो वही रहेगा, ये जो काम को ऑन करने वाला नाम तो वही रहेगा। आपका नाम तो ही है। चलो कौन तो करने वाला है मॉडरेटर। हाँ इसीलिए नाम हुआ और कुछ नहीं है। क्या कह रहे हैं? आज बोले हमको बोले आज क्या
तुम्हारा अगर तैयार हो तो एंट्री कर रखिए, देख लेना इस बच्ची का हो रहा है ना, ठीक है? अगर पहले माइंड का देख लो 2-3 मिनट, नहीं हो तो फिर तुम हो जाना है। चलिए एंट्री ले लो। मेरे को नहीं भेजा और में लो एंट्री। क्या हुआ माइक? माइक बेटा नहीं हो पा रहा है क्या?
यस मैम।
महिमा अपनी शेयर करिए, स्क्रीन शेयर करिए।
माइक ट्राई कर लो जब तक पेज फाइल अपनी प्रेजेंट कर रहा है।
अंशिका पांडे बी डैश।
ओके मैम।
माइक आप सुन रहे हो?
अपना चालू कर दो। हेलो
आप ट्राई कर लीजिए, अभी आपका 10 प्रेजेंट करा देंगे।
यस मैम, आप अपना चालू करें।
पेज फाइल आप
ओके मैम आवाज आ रही है बोलना। हेलो हेलो जी मैम आवाज आ रही है?
आ रही है आपकी पीपीटी शेयर करो।
हाँ जी मैम कर रहा हूँ मैम पीपीटी।
पहले आप उद्बोधन के साथ चालू करिए। सम्मानीय चेयरपर्सन मैडम विदुषी मैम,
जी मैम एक
एडवाइजर सर मिस्टर वेदांत जी, सबका नाम लेके उद्बोधन के साथ शुरू करिए।
जी मैम आदरणीय जी मैम आवाज आ रही है मैम?
आ रही है। पीपीटी प्रेजेंट नहीं हो रही तुम्हारी।
जी मैम
पहले
एक
बोल रहे
सेकंड
बोल।
मैम। सम्मानीय चेयरमैन पर्सन हेलो सम्मानीय चेयरपर्सन मैम, सम्मानीय गुरुजन एवं शिक्षाविदों एवं शोधार्थियों को सादर नमस्कार। मैं तेजपाल पारिक ज्योति विद्यापीठ में एजुकेशन का स्कॉलर हूँ और डॉक्टर मंजू जी मैम के निर्देशन में कार्य कर रहा हूँ। मेरा स्कॉलर नंबर JVR 11/20/4008। आज मैं सामाजिक समदृष्टि एवं शैक्षिक अवसरों की समानता से संबंधित शिक्षा के विषय में बोलने जा रहा हूँ। हाँ मैम स्क्रीन हो रहा है?
नहीं हो रहा है। नहीं हो रहा है।
एक सेकंड मैम एक सेकंड मैम कर रहा हूँ।
एक्सक्यूज मी मैम, पीछे से बहुत शोर आ रहा है। मैम बहुत शोर आ रहा है, क्लियर आवाज नहीं आ रही है। मैम बहुत ज्यादा शोर आ रहा है।
कौन बोल रहे हो?
मैम प्रतिभा बोल रही हूँ, बहुत ज्यादा शोर आ रहा है पीछे से, इसीलिए शायद तेजपाल जी की आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ पा रही है।
अच्छा अब बोलो।
हाँ मैम अब क्लियर हुई है मैम आवाज।
हाँ बोलिए प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए।
मैम तेजपाल जी दे रहे हैं तो ठीक है, वरना फिर मैं देती हूँ, मेरा नहीं हो रहा है अनम्यूट।
तेजपाल
जी मैम आवाज आ रही है मैम?
आवाज आ रही है। आवाज आ रही है। प्रतिभा का दिखाई दे रहा है।
हाँ जी मैम मेरा टॉपिक हाँ
आपका नहीं
मैम
दिखाई दे रहा है।
सामाजिक
नहीं दिखाई दे
हाँ
रहा
मैम
है।
अब आ रहा है ना मेरा? जी मैम मेरा टॉपिक है सामाजिक समदृष्टि एवं शैक्षिक अवसरों की समानता से संबंधित शिक्षा। वाइब्रेट हो गया। सामाजिक समदृष्टि का अर्थ निष्पक्षता और समान व्यवहार है। प्रशासकों के लिए सामाजिक समदृष्टि एक मूल्य निर्धारण भी हो सकता है, जिसमें लक्षित कार्यक्रमों को
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे लाओ।
जी मैम अगला जी मैम ला रहा हूँ। जिसमें लक्षित कार्यक्रमों को इस ढंग से लागू करना जिसमें लक्षित कार्यक्रमों को लक्षित कार्यक्रमों को इस ढंग से लागू करना शामिल हो सकता है जिससे उपकरणों की समानता के विरोध में परिणामों की समानता लाई जाए। मैम आवाज नहीं आ रही है?
टक की आवाज आ रही है। डिस्टर्बेंस ठीक करिए।
थोड़ा कम जी मैम अब
हाँ बोलिए।
हाँ मैम हाँ
पूरा वर्ड देख रहा है। इसमें देख रहा है पूरा प्रॉपर मेंटेन डिसिप्लिन ओवरऑल।
जी मैं सामाजिक समदृष्टि का अर्थ निष्पक्षता और समान व्यवहार है। प्रशासकों के लिए सामाजिक समदृष्टि एक मूल्य निर्धारण भी हो सकता है, जिसमें लक्षित कार्यक्रमों को इस ढंग से लागू करना शामिल हो सकता है जिसमें उपकरणों की समानता के विरोध में परिणामों की समानता लाई जाए। सामाजिक समानता पर सार्वजनिक प्रशासन के स्टैंडिंग पैनल की राष्ट्रीय अकेडमी ने इसे परिभाषित किया है। प्रत्यक्ष रूप से या अनुबंध पत्र के द्वारा लोगों की सेवा करते हुए सभी संस्थाओं को निष्पक्ष, न्याय संगत तथा समान प्रबंधन हो एवं सामाजिक सेवाओं का वितरण निष्पक्ष, न्याय संगत और समान हो एवं सार्वजनिक नीति को लागू करना और सामाजिक नीति के निर्माण में निष्पक्षता, न्याय और समता को बढ़ावा देने की वचनबद्धता है। सामाजिक क्षमता समदृष्टि समाज की एक परिस्थिति है जिसके अंतर्गत विभिन्न मानव जाति समूह, जातिगत, धार्मिक अथवा सामाजिक समूह के सदस्य अपनी पारंपरिक और सांस्कृतिक एवं विशेष रुचि के विकास और अपने आंतरिक मामलों में स्वतंत्र रूप से योगदान देने में अपनी स्वायत्तता बनाए रखते हैं, परंतु ये सामान्य समुदाय की सीमाओं के अंतर्गत ही होता है। सामाजिक क्षमता एवं शिक्षा। सामाजिक शिक्षा आर्थिक विकास में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती है, उनके साथ ही सामाजिक क्षमता के सुधार में भी उपयोगी होती है। सामाजिक क्षमता को आर्थिक विकास से पृथक नहीं किया जा सकता। हेलो जी मैम, आवाज आ रही है ना? अपना डिस्कनेक्ट कर दिया। हेलो
आ रही सर, आगे आप कंप्लीट रखिए।
जी मैम, सामाजिक क्षमता को आर्थिक विकास से पृथक नहीं किया जा सकता, जैसे सभी के लिए सुधार, युक्त शिक्षा एवं अर्थव्यवस्था में मानव संसाधनों की संपूर्ण गुणवत्ता को बढ़ाती है। इससे संबंधित ADB टीम वर्क और सोशल इकोनॉमिक ऑफ एजुकेशन प्रोजेक्ट द्वारा प्रतिपादित किया गया है। शिक्षा आर्थिक रूप से कम आय वाले समूह के कौशलों को विकसित करके गरीबी दूर करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा सकती है। इसके साथ साथ योग्यताओं का विकास भी करती है। शिक्षा स्त्रियों की रुचियों को बढ़ावा देने में उनके विभिन्न युक्त प्रभावों को बढ़ाने में और राष्ट्रीय विकास के लक्ष्यों में उनके योगदान को बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अदा करती है। जी मैम, मैं चेक करता हूँ। एक सेकंड मैम, 1 मिनट। अब मैम सिंगल, अब सही है मैम?
हाँ ठीक है,
जी मैम,
डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है बेटा।
जी मैम, शिक्षा का रोजगार अवसरों और कमाई की क्षमताओं में वृद्धि करने पर अत्यधिक प्रभाव होता है। इसलिए माता पिता प्रत्येक बालक के विकास के लिए अधिक से अधिक निवेश करने को तैयार हो जाते हैं। शिक्षा प्रत्यक्ष एवं अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक स्तर तथा आर्थिक विकास के स्तर को ऊंचा उठाने में योगदान देती है। सामाजिक समता समदृष्टि के संकेत। क्षेत्र संबंधी क्षमता, इसका संबंध अलाभान्वित क्षेत्रों में रहने वाले लोगों के लिए शैक्षिक अवसरों से है। अधिकतर अलाभान्वित क्षेत्र ग्रामीण होते हैं, आर्थिक रूप से पिछड़े क्षेत्र भी हो सकते हैं। सामाजिक वर्ग से संबंधित क्षमता समदृष्टि, ये सामाजिक रूप से अलाभान्वित समूह में संबंधित है। स्त्रियों के प्रति सामाजिक जी मैम, स्त्रियों के प्रति सामाजिक मान्यताओं के आधार पर उन्हें सीमित मात्रा में शिक्षा के अवसर प्राप्त होते हैं, जो शिक्षा प्राप्त करने में उनके लिए प्रतिकूल होते हैं। लिंग संबंधी क्षमता, इनका संबंध कम लाभान्वित धार्मिक समूह जैसे मुसलमान, ईसाई, पारसी आदि के शैक्षिक अवसरों से होता है। वे आर्थिक रूप से पिछड़े और कमजोर अथवा अल्पसंख्यक हो सकते हैं। जाति संबंधी क्षमता, इसका संबंध निम्न जाति समूह के लिए शैक्षिक अवसरों से है। ये अनुसूचित जातियां और जनजातियां होती है। विकास संबंधी क्षमता, इसका संबंध विकसित व विकासशील राष्ट्रों में रह रहे लोगों के लिए शैक्षिक अवसरों से है। आय संबंधी क्षमता, इनका संबंध वित्तीय रूप से अलाभान्वित राष्ट्रों से होता है और आय के क्षेत्र में गरीब प्राकृतिक संसाधनों के रूप में इन्हें शैक्षिक अवसरों तक पहुंच में गरीब और शिक्षा में सफलता के लिए पुनः अवसर देना होता है। यहाँ कुछ तथ्यों का मैं विशेष प्रकाश डाल रहा हूँ। लिंग संबंधी क्षमता। यद्यपि महिलाओं के आर्थिक और राजनीतिक योगदान को पहचाना गया है, फिर भी लिंग संबंधी क्षमता की सुधार की अभी भी भारत में आवश्यकता है। यूएनडीपी मानव विकास रिपोर्ट 1997 में कहा गया है कि कोई भी समाज अपनी महिलाओं के साथ वैसा व्यवहार नहीं करता जैसा कि वह पुरुषों के साथ करता है। रिपोर्ट में निम्न बिंदुओं की व्याख्या की गई है। लिंग असमानता सुदृढ़ रूप से मानव के गरीबी से संबंधित है। यह आवश्यक नहीं कि लिंग समता कुछ आर्थिक वृद्धि से संबंधित है। जो देश मानव विकास की तुलना में लिंग संबंधी विकास में अधिक सुधार प्रदर्शित करते हैं, निष्पक्ष रूप से विविध हैं। शिक्षा पर विश्व उद्घोषणा। इसके लिए शिक्षा पर विश्व उद्घोषणा 1990 का अनुच्छेद 3 में संकेत देता है। नंबर 1, सभी बालकों, नवयुवकों एवं प्रौढ़ों को बेसिक आधारभूत शिक्षा प्रदान की जानी चाहिए। आधारभूत शिक्षा को समान बनाने के लिए सभी बच्चों, नवयुवकों, प्रौढ़ों को अवसर प्रदान करना चाहिए। शिक्षा संबंधी सभी भेदों को दूर करने के लिए एक सक्रिय वचनबद्धता होनी चाहिए। एक सक्रिय स्थानिक, शरणार्थी, भूमध्य, भाषीय, अल्पसंख्यक आदि के साथ विभेदीकरण नहीं किया जाना चाहिए। आय संबंधी क्षमता। ये सर्वविदित सत्य है कि भारत में गरीबी और निरक्षरता में सकारात्मक सहसंबंध है। यदि देश में गरीबी का प्रतिशत अधिक है तो साक्षरता की दर कम होगी, अर्थात गरीबी शिक्षा प्राप्ति में रुकावट अथवा बाधा बनती है, लेकिन शिक्षा गरीबी को दूर करने का एकमात्र साधन है। इसके लिए निम्न नीतियों को अपनाया जा सकता है। नंबर 1, जनसंख्या नियंत्रण एवं बेसिक शिक्षा की प्राथमिकता। क्योंकि आय के आधार पर गरीबी अनुपात में कमी आ रही है, किंतु गरीबों की संख्या में वृद्धि हो रही है। यदि आय के आधार पर क्षमता को लाना है तो आवश्यक है लड़कियों को अधिक से अधिक शिक्षित किया जाए। ये कार्य जनसंख्या नियंत्रण से ही संभव है, क्योंकि अधिक संतान होने के कारण माता पिता द्वारा लड़के की शिक्षा को प्राथमिकता दी जाती है। गरीबी के द्वारा शिक्षा तक पहुंच सुनिश्चित करने के लिए सरकारी हस्तक्षेप की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। विकासशील देशों में सरकार द्वारा शैक्षिक सुविधाओं में अधिक से अधिक मात्रा में वृद्धि की जानी चाहिए। शैक्षिक अवसरों की समानता। प्रजातांत्रिक देश में सभी नागरिकों को समान अधिकार प्राप्त होते हैं। सभी को विकास के लिए अवसर प्रदान किए जाते हैं। शिक्षा विकास तथा सामाजिक परिवर्तन का एक सशक्त साधन है। शिक्षा समाज में परिवर्तन ला सकती है तथा शिक्षा के द्वारा समाज की समस्याओं का समाधान किया जा सकता है। शिक्षा एक नवीन और अपेक्षित समाज का निर्माण करती है। भारतीय संविधान में सभी को शिक्षा के समान अवसरों का प्रावधान किया गया है। शिक्षा के अवसरों की समानता का अर्थ इस देश के सभी बच्चों को बिना किसी भेदभाव के शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के समान अवसर और समान सुविधाएं प्रदान करना। किंतु कुछ विद्वान शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के समान अवसरों और समान सुविधाओं से तात्पर्य देश के सभी बच्चों के लिए समान शिक्षा और समान पाठ्यक्रम लेते हैं, परंतु कुछ विद्वान इसका अर्थ संस्थाओं के समान रूप से लेते हैं। वे सरकारी और गैर सरकारी स्कूलों के भारी अंतर को समाप्त करने के पक्ष में है। इसका तर्क है कि धनी वर्ग के बच्चे पब्लिक स्कूलों में अच्छी शिक्षा प्राप्त करते रहेंगे और निर्धन वर्ग के बच्चे सरकारी स्कूलों में निम्न स्तर की शिक्षा प्राप्त करते रहेंगे। शिक्षा की समानता का अर्थ देश के सभी बच्चों के लिए स्थान, जाति, धर्म और लिंग आदि किसी भी आधार पर भेद किए बिना एक निश्चित स्तर तक शिक्षा अनिवार्य और निःशुल्क रूप से सुलभ करना और उनकी शिक्षा प्राप्त करने में आने वाली कठिनाइयों को निवारण करना ये प्रमुख उत्तरदायित्व होना चाहिए। शिक्षा के समान अवसर उपलब्ध कराने में समस्याएं आ रही है, वो है शिक्षा के समान अवसर के संबंध में सबसे गंभीर समस्या शिक्षा द्वारा असमानताओं का पोषण है। ऐसी शिक्षा व्यवस्था द्वारा जिसमें धनी और संपन्न व्यक्तियों का नियंत्रण होता है, इससे असमानताएं जन्म लेती है और पब्लिक स्कूलों में केवल धनी वर्ग के बच्चे ही अध्ययन करते हैं, क्योंकि यह इतनी अधिक फीस लेते हैं कि साधारण आय वाला व्यक्ति तो स्कूल में अपने बालकों को पढ़ाने के संबंध में सोच भी नहीं सकता। और अन्य समस्याएं विधियों की है। जिन स्थानों पर शैक्षिक संस्थाएं नहीं हैं, वहां के बालकों को शिक्षा सुविधाएं नहीं मिल सकती जो अन्य बालकों को मिलती है। जहां सब प्रकार की शिक्षा संस्थाएं हैं, इस असमानता को अधिक से अधिक स्थानों पर शैक्षिक संस्थाओं में के स्थापित करने से दूर किया जा सकता है। शैक्षिक अवसरों की असमानता एक बड़े भाग की निर्धनता के कारण भी होती है। हमारे देश में एक अल्पसंख्यक धनी वर्ग की है जो अच्छी से अच्छी शिक्षा अपने बालकों को दे सकते हैं, किंतु बड़ी संख्या ऐसे निर्धन व्यक्तियों की है जो अपने बालकों को शिक्षा खर्च साधारण विद्यालयों में भी नहीं उठा सकते। इसे दूर करने के लिए विद्यालय फीस निर्धन छात्रों से नहीं लेनी चाहिए और छात्रत्व में बढ़ोतरी करनी चाहिए। जो बालक ग्रामीण विद्यालयों में पढ़ते हैं वे बालक सुविधायुक्त वातावरण वाले बालकों से पिछड़ जाते हैं, अर्थात ग्रामीण बालक उच्च शिक्षा संस्थाओं में प्रवेश पाने में असफल हो जाते हैं। अगली विषमता घरों के वातावरण में विविधता होने के कारण भी होती है। ग्रामीण प्रवेश वाले बालकों को शहरी प्रवेश वाले बालकों जैसा वातावरण नहीं मिल पाता है। इसमें माता पिता के शिक्षित होना भी कारण है। वे अपने बालकों को अच्छा वातावरण व अच्छा निर्देशन भी देते हैं। इसका हल विद्यालयों में अच्छा वातावरण प्रदान किया जाए, इसी से इस समस्या से मुक्ति मिल सकती है। भारत में लिंग भेद के आधार पर भी असमानताएं हैं। हमारे यहाँ अधिकतर जातियों समाज में लड़कियों को शिक्षा को महत्व नहीं दिया जाता है और लड़कों की शिक्षा को दिया जाता है। लिंग भेद की असमानता को दूर करने की आवश्यकता भी यहाँ है। शिक्षा के अवसरों की समानता की आवश्यकता भी यहाँ पड़ती है। समाज को स्थापित करने की आवश्यकता है जिसमें सामाजिक न्याय कसौटी हो। जनतंत्र में सभी व्यक्तियों को शिक्षित होने पर जनतंत्र संस्थाओं की सफलता निर्भर है। शैक्षिक अवसरों की समानता से राष्ट्र के शीघ्र विकास को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। शिक्षा के अवसरों की समानता राष्ट्र के सब व्यक्तियों में उनकी क्षमताओं को विकसित करने में सहायक होती है। शिक्षा के समान अवसर से वंचित वर्ग, इसमें अनुसूचित जाति, अनुसूचित जनजाति, अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग, नारी शिक्षा और असमर्थ बालकों का वर्ग होता है। अनुसूचित जाति, अनुसूचित जनजाति भारतीय संविधान के अनुच्छेद 341 एंड 342 के अंतर्गत इन शामिल किया गया है। सामान्य अर्थों में जनजात वह है जो पूर्व सभ्यता काल के जीवन प्रति मानव से संबंध है। इनके सामाजिक जीवन की विषमताएं पाई जाती है। एक असमर्थी बालक होते हैं जिनमें विकलांग अपंग बालक आते हैं। शारीरिक दृष्टि से विकलांग बालकों में अंधे, लंगड़े, गूंगे और बहरे आते हैं। बौद्धिक दृष्टि में जन्मजात अल्प और मंदबुद्धि आते हैं। सामाजिक कारणों से विकलांग, इन सभी के विशिष्ट निर्देशन की रूपरेखा बनानी चाहिए। अब मैं बात कर रहा हूँ नारी शिक्षा। भारत में स्वतंत्रता के बाद नारी शिक्षा पर विशेष बल दिया गया है। बालिकाओं को शिक्षा के लिए सरकार द्वारा अनेक आयोग समितियों का गठन किया गया है। नारी सशक्तिकरण, नारी शिक्षा विकास के लिए अधिक प्रयास करने की आवश्यकता है। अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग से तात्पर्य है जाति, धर्म, भाषा के आधार पर निर्धारित किया गया है। शिक्षा के द्वारा ही उदारता, बंधुत्व और कुशल सहयोग, सहनशील सद्भावना विकसित की जा सकती है। भारत में सामाजिक परिवर्तन पर बाध्यताएं हैं। इसमें जाति, वर्ग, भाषा, धर्म और क्षेत्रफल, ये सभी इसमें रुकावट या बाधाएं डालते हैं। जाति व्यक्तियों का वह समूह है जिसके अंतर्गत व्यक्ति को उसके जन्म के आधार पर सदस्यता दी जाती है। हमारे समाज में जाति का क्रमानुसार व्यवस्था के विशेष लक्षण होते हैं। जातिवाद के कारण समाज की प्रगति रुक गई और इससे छुआछूत की भावनाएं बढ़ गई। जाति व्यवस्था राष्ट्रीय एकता, सामाजिक एकीकरण के लिए हानिकारक है। ये व्यवस्था सामाजिक परिवर्तन में एक अवरोध के रूप में कार्य कर रही है। जाति के आधार पर असमानता संविधान की विशेषता के विरुद्ध है। सभी को संवैधानिक रूप से समानता और अवसरों का अधिकार दिया गया है। शिक्षा अधिकाधिक जाति के अंतरों को दूर कर रही है। शिक्षित लोगों में उच्च और निम्न जन्म की भावना धीरे धीरे समाप्त होती जा रही है। इससे सामाजिक परिवर्तन में वृद्धि हुई है। धर्म केवल संसार में भारत ऐसा देश है जहां विभिन्न धर्मों के बहुत से लोग हैं या जाल हैं। साधारण भारतीय का दैनिक जीवन उसके धार्मिक समूह के आदर्शों द्वारा नियंत्रित होता है। सभी धार्मिक विभिन्न धर्मों का पालन करने वाले सभी लोगों में भाईचारे की भावना का विकास करती है, किंतु धार्मिक कट्टरपन के कारण सामाजिक परिवर्तन कठिन हो जाते हैं। भाषा, हमारे देश में अनेक भाषाओं का प्रयोग किया जाता है। भारत में कुल 1016 वर्गीकृत भाषाएं और 514 अवर्गीकृत भाषाओं का देश है। वर्तमान में भारतीय संविधान के 8वें शेड्यूल में 22 भाषाओं से को सम्मिलित किया गया है। भारत में भाषा
तेजपाल, आप
संबंधी
जो स्लाइड पढ़ रहे हो ना उसी को डिस्प्ले करो। आप तो लास्ट वाली
जी
डिस्प्ले
मैम,
हो रही है,
लास्ट वाली
थोड़ा ये ध्यान
जी मैम, ओके मैम। जी मैम, जिसके कारण हमेशा झगड़ों और शत्रुता प्रस्फुटित होती है। ये सामाजिक परिवर्तन में बाधक है। शिक्षा एक ऐसा साधन है जिसके द्वारा आपसी सम्मान, सहनशीलता को बढ़ाया जा सकता है। सामाजिक परिवर्तन में बाध्यताओं को दूर किया जा सकता है। वर्ग, संसार में प्रत्येक समाज में विभिन्न प्रकार के वर्ग पाए जाते हैं। इन वर्गों में संघर्ष होते रहते हैं। इसके कारण भी सामाजिक परिवर्तन में बाधा उत्पन्न होती है। शिक्षा के द्वारा इसे समाप्त किया जा सकता है। क्षेत्रवाद की भावना देश में हमेशा उठती रही है, किंतु भारत में लोकतांत्रिक दृष्टिकोण अपनाया गया है। शिक्षा के कारण इसे भी समाप्त किया जा सकता है। समाज में सामाजिक और आर्थिक दृष्टि से वंचित वर्गों की शिक्षा, लोकतांत्रिक प्रणाली की सफलता के लिए शिक्षित होना आवश्यक है। वंचित वर्ग का अर्थ है रहित होना, विहीन होना अथवा वंचित होना। असंतोष होता है। वंचित बालक किसी भी चीज से रहित और कुछ कमी के कारण इसमें असंतोष है। वंचित वर्ग में अनार्थिक भूमिहीन मजदूर आते हैं। मछली पकड़ने वाले, मिट्टी के बर्तन बनाने वाले, वंशानुगत व्यवसाय वाले मजदूर, खाना बदोश, कबीले निराश्रित और निशाल विधवाएं, अनाथ आदि आते हैं। वंचित वर्ग हेतु शिक्षा से संबंधित योजनाएं सरकार के द्वारा चलाई जा रही है। इसमें सर्व शिक्षा अभियान वर्ष 2001 में आरंभ किया गया। सर्व शिक्षा अभियान प्रारंभिक शिक्षा के सर्व सुलभीकरण के लिए भारत के सामाजिक क्षेत्रों के महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रमों में से एक है। प्रारंभिक शिक्षा में सार्वभौमिक पहुंच, लैंगिक और सामाजिक श्रेणी के अंतर को पाटना इस राज्य सरकार की मदद से निर्माणित किया जाता है। बस मैम हो गया, बस थोड़ा सा होता है। शिक्षा गारंटी योजना अभिनव शिक्षा है। कस्तूरबा गांधी बालिका विद्यालय
योजनाएं सरकार द्वारा चलाई जा रही है एजुकेशन इक्वलिटी के लिए, वो बताओ।
जी मैम, वो बता रहा हूँ मैम मैं। कस्तूरबा गांधी बालिका विद्यालय योजना, अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति छात्रों के लिए पुस्तक बैंक योजना, मध्याह्न भोजन व्यवस्था योजना और निःशुल्क कोचिंग व्यवस्था योजना। जी मैम, हो गया।
आप एक शिक्षक होने के नाते क्या हेल्प कर सकते हो, क्या है इससे?
जी मैम,
चलो नेक्स्ट।
हेलो, मे आई प्रेजेंट नाउ मैम? जी मैम।
स्लाइड दिखाओ।
गुड मैम, एक बार इंट्रो कर दूं मैं अपना? पहले तो मैम सॉरी, मेरा टेक्निकल के कारण बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी। जी मैम, गुड आफ्टरनून। फर्स्ट of all, good afternoon all of you. I am myself Pratibha Parekh, research scholar in Education Department, Jayoti Vidyapeeth, Women's University. First of all, I would like give to thanks to Manju ma'am, Shobha Lal sir and Mini ma'am also for जी विदुषी
शुरू से सम्माननीय
chairperson ma'am to appreciate to me for a presentation. And today's my topic is peace education. In the present time, in the presentation I am going to tell about relevance of peace education. In present time, why peace education is important for student and what is the role of teacher in the education. So may I start my PPT?
Yeah.
Sir, Ashutosh sir, please help me.
गुड गुड, आप स्टार्ट करिए अच्छे से प्लीज। एजुकेशन की बहुत नीड है देश को भी, सभी जगह, तो अच्छे से
जी मैम। वर्तमान में मेरा जो आज का टॉपिक है वो है वर्तमान में शांति शिक्षा की प्रासंगिकता। सारांश अगर मैं कहूँ इसका, तो आज का मानव बहुत ज्यादा व्याकुल है, बहुत ज्यादा व्याग्र है, उसमें बहुत ज्यादा उग्रता है, और इस उग्रता के कारण वो बहुत ज्यादा अशांतिपूर्ण माहौल में अपना जीवन व्यतीत कर रहा है। मैं अगर शांति शिक्षा की बात कहूँ तो शांति शिक्षा मानसिक और शारीरिक शांति से संबंधित है। अतः शांति शिक्षा से हमारा तात्पर्य है शांति के लिए शिक्षा या शांति के विषय में शिक्षा। अतः शांति के लिए विद्यालयों में छात्रों को शिक्षा दी जानी चाहिए, क्योंकि शिक्षक द्वारा कही गई बातों का विद्यार्थी बहुत शीघ्र ग्रहण करता है। शिक्षक द्वारा शांति के महत्व का बीजारोपण कर विद्यार्थियों को राष्ट्र के एक शांतिप्रिय नागरिक बनने में सहायता की जानी चाहिए। संपूर्ण विश्व के प्रति प्रेम, शांतिपूर्ण भविष्य का निर्माण एवं अन्य लोगों की देखभाल संबंधित गतिविधियों, सूचनाओं, विकास हो सके तथा इस अध्ययन के अंतर्गत मैंने शांति शिक्षा का अर्थ, विशेषताएं, आवश्यकताओं आदि को समावेशित किया है तथा वर्तमान परिदृश्य में शांति शिक्षा की भूमिका का अध्ययन भी किया है, जिससे एक शांतिपूर्ण समाज की स्थापना अगर मैं कहूँ शांति शिक्षा की हम बात करें तो सबसे पहले मेरे दिमाग में आ रही है कि शांति शिक्षा क्यों? शांति, आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं मैम? मैम मुझे आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। जी मैम। ओके ओके मैम, थैंक यू। मैं कंटिन्यू करती हूँ। शांति शिक्षा की अवधारणा हमेशा व्यक्ति की मानसिक और शारीरिक शांति से रही है। इट मीन्स मानव सिर्फ शारीरिक रूप से ही नहीं बल्कि मानसिक रूप से भी संतुष्ट हो, शांतिपूर्ण हो। जब हमारा मन शांत होता है तो हमें कार्य करने की बहुत ज्यादा ऊर्जा प्राप्त होती है। वर्तमान समय का जो समय है वो बहुत ज्यादा तनावपूर्ण है, जिसमें बहुत ज्यादा तनाव, बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रेस है, जिससे इसलिए शांति शिक्षा का जो स्थान है वो आज की शिक्षा में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण माना गया है। वास्तविक शांति किसी समाज के व्यक्तियों द्वारा एक सामूहिक तथा सहकारिता युक्त प्रयास है, जिससे वास्तविक शांति की स्थापना संभव हो पाएगी। अर्थात शांति की अवधारणा के जो अर्थ हैं वो हैं, आशुतोष सर थोड़ा सा ऊपर कीजिए आप। इसमें शांति शिक्षा अवधारणा के मैंने 3 अर्थ बताए हैं। पहला है युद्ध की अनुपस्थिति, दूसरा है मन की शांति और तीसरा है शोषण एवं अन्याय से मुक्ति। अब हम बात करें कि युद्ध की अनुपस्थिति और मन की शांति, इनमें क्या फर्क है? दोनों हमको देखने में बहुत ज्यादा सेम से लगते हैं कि दोनों शायद सेम होंगे, लेकिन युद्ध की अनुपस्थिति अगर हम कहें तो वो हमारी नेगेटिव पीस से है, इट मीन्स नकारात्मक शांति है। पर जो मन की शांति है वो हमारी सकारात्मक शांति से संबंधित है, क्योंकि युद्ध की अनुपस्थिति, अगर 2 देश हैं, 2 पक्ष हैं, उनमें आज युद्ध नहीं हो रहा है तो वो हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि वो सकारात्मक शांति है। अगर हम सकारात्मक शांति की उनको संज्ञा दें तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि उनमें युद्ध ना हो, अपितु उनका जो मन है वो भी क्या है, शांति हुए। तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि इसके 2 अर्थ अलग अलग हो गए कि युद्ध की अनुपस्थिति जो होती है उसमें सिर्फ प्रत्यक्ष रूप से युद्ध नहीं होता है, अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से, इट मीन्स मन में उनके एक दूसरे के प्रति द्वेष की भावना भरी हुई होती है। और अगर हम दूसरा करें मन की शांति, तो मेरी जो शांति शिक्षा का मेरा जो अर्थ है उसमें सबसे ज्यादा अगर मैं हाईलाइट करूंगी तो वो है मन की शांति। इट मीन्स हमें सिर्फ प्रत्यक्ष शांति ही नहीं, अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से भी 2 पक्षों के मन में शांति होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि 2 पक्षों में अगर हम उन्हें किसी तरीके से, जैसे हम ये कह सकते हैं कि
कोई भी नियम लगाकर, कानून लगाकर अगर हम उन्हें, उनका युद्ध हम खत्म कर सकते हैं, पर उनके जो मन की शांति है, उन्हें सकारात्मक शांति हम एक शांति शिक्षा की एजुकेशन के द्वारा ही दे सकते हैं। और कहीं ना कहीं अगर मैं बात करूं शिक्षकों की, तो इसमें शिक्षकों का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान होगा, क्योंकि एक शिक्षक होता है, उसकी कही हुई बात को विद्यार्थी बहुत ही गौर से सुनते हैं और उनका अनुसरण भी करते हैं। तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि इसका पहला अर्थ है युद्ध की अनुपस्थिति और दूसरा है मन की शांति। युद्ध की अनुपस्थिति है वो सिर्फ प्रत्यक्ष शांति से है, और मन की जो शांति है वो अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से, मतलब अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से सिर्फ लड़ाई झगड़ा बंद करना ही बात नहीं है। मन, जो लोग हैं उनका जो मन है वो भी शांत होना चाहिए, उनमें एक दूसरे के प्रति द्वेष की भावना नहीं होना चाहिए, तभी हम एक अच्छे समाज की स्थापना, शांतिपूर्ण समाज की स्थापना कर पाएंगे। तीसरा जो मेरा इसका अर्थ है वो है शोषण एवं अन्याय से मुक्ति। अर्थात शांति शिक्षा के लिए सबसे पहले हमें लोगों को उनके अधिकार, उनके कर्तव्यों से भी उन्हें अवगत कराना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अगर हम उनके अधिकार, उनके जो कर्तव्य हैं, उनसे उन्हें अवगत नहीं कराएंगे तो उन लोग का क्या होगा, शोषण होगा, और वो शोषण नहीं होना चाहिए। इसीलिए मैं ये कहूंगी कि ये हमारे शांति शिक्षा का तीसरा अर्थ है। इसमें दो परिभाषा है शांति शिक्षा की, प्रोफेसर रामशरण त्यागी के अनुसार है, वो है शांति शिक्षा का आशय उस प्रक्रिया से है जिसमें ज्ञान की प्राप्ति, मूल्यों, अभिवृत्तियों, कौशलों, पर्यावरणीय संतुलन एवं सामाजिक शांति का विकास संभव होता है, जो कि एक आदर्श समाज के निर्माण का आधार होता है। इससे समाज विभिन्न कलह एवं विवादों से पूर्णतः मुक्त होता है। दूसरी हमारी जो परिभाषा है वो है मारिया मोंटेसरी की। मारिया मोंटेसरी जी ने कहा है कि जिनको युद्ध चाहिए वे बालकों को युद्ध की शिक्षा दें, और जिनको शांति चाहिए वे बालकों को नैतिक एवं ज्ञानात्मक शिक्षा दें। इसका मतलब है कि अगर हम बच्चों को प्राथमिक स्तर से ही शांति की शिक्षा देंगे तो वो अपने आने वाले भविष्य में एक शांतिपूर्ण नागरिक सिद्ध होंगे। अब आगे मैं बात करूं परिभाषाओं के आधार पर शांति शिक्षा की निम्नलिखित विशेषताएं हैं। पहली विशेषता है शांति शिक्षा की कि यह मानव के सर्वांगीण विकास का आधार है। मतलब हम कहें कि सिर्फ शारीरिक, मानसिक, बौद्धिक सभी प्रकार के विकास शांति शिक्षा से संभव हो सकते हैं। दूसरा है, यह समाज में शांति स्थापना करने में सहायता करती है। जब हम प्राथमिक स्तर से विद्यालयों में विद्यार्थियों को शांति की शिक्षा प्रदान करेंगे तो हमारे पूरे समाज में एक शांतिपूर्ण माहौल बनेगा और एक शांतिपूर्ण समाज की स्थापना संभव हो पाएगी। तीसरा मैं बात करूं, यह सामाजिक व्यवस्था को विवाद से बचाने में मदद करती है। इसका मतलब है जो हमारी सामाजिक व्यवस्था है इसमें धर्म, जाति, लिंग आदि के नाम पे कई विवाद उत्पन्न होते हैं, और इन विवादों से बचने के लिए भी हमें लोगों को शांति की शिक्षा प्रदान करनी चाहिए, जिससे वो समाज में होने वाली जो अव्यवस्था है उसको दूर करें और शांति में व्यवस्था की स्थापना कर सके। चौथा हम बात करेंगे, यह समाज में व्याप्त भ्रष्टाचार, अन्याय, असमानता, विवाद इत्यादि को समाप्त कर शांति स्थापना में सहायता करती है। इसका मतलब है कि हमारे देश में जो भी अभी भ्रष्टाचार है, अन्याय है, लोगों को उनके अधिकार नहीं दिए जा रहे हैं, असमानता का व्यवहार किया जा रहा है, इन सबको हम तब दूर कर पाएंगे जब हम हमारे कर्तव्यों के प्रति, हमारे अधिकारों के प्रति जागरूक हो पाएंगे। पांचवा है, शांति शिक्षा समाज विरोधी गतिविधियों को समाप्त करती है। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारे देश में कई प्रकार के जो युद्ध, जो दूसरे देशों से आपस में युद्ध चल रहे हैं, कई ऐसे अवांछनीय तत्व हैं जो हमारे देश में समाज विरोधी गतिविधियां करते हैं, जिससे हमारे समाज में, ना कि हमारे समाज में बल्कि हमारे देश में भी अशांति उत्पन्न हो रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें शांति शिक्षा की आवश्यकता है। शांति शिक्षा की आवश्यकता मैं निम्नलिखित बिंदुओं के आधार पर स्पष्ट करूंगी। पहला है, सामाजिक एकता के विकास के लिए हमें शांति शिक्षा की आवश्यकता है। हमारे समाज में अगर हम छात्रों को विद्यालय स्तर से, प्राथमिक स्तर से उन्हें शांति शिक्षा के बारे में प्रोत्साहित करेंगे, उन्हें शांति की शिक्षा प्रदान करेंगे, तो वो एकजुट होकर समाज में होने वाली अव्यवस्था को दूर करेंगे तथा एकजुट होकर के शांति की स्थापना करने में सफल हो पाएंगे। दूसरी अगर मैं बात करूं वैश्विक समाज की स्थापना के लिए, वैश्विक समाज से मेरा तात्पर्य है एक समाज जिसे हम ये कह सकते हैं कि वो एक विश्व विश्व को अपना समाज समझे, मतलब पूरा विश्व हमारा एक समाज के रूप में है। तो विश्व में एक शांतिपूर्ण समझने के लिए हम ये कह सकते हैं कि शांतिपूर्ण समाज की स्थापना के लिए भी कहीं ना कहीं शांति के लिए शिक्षा होनी चाहिए। आदर्शवादी मूल्यों के विकास के लिए प्राथमिक स्तर से जब हम हमारे संस्कृति से संबंधित मूल्य आदि को छात्रों के अंदर उनको प्रदान करेंगे, उनको उनसे अवगत कराएंगे मूल्यों से, तो वो एक आदर्शवादी नागरिक सिद्ध होंगे और आदर्शवादी जो मूल्य है उनका विकास होगा। क्योंकि हम ये कह सकते हैं कि एक शिक्षक एक माध्यम होता है, किसी भी नॉलेज को, किसी भी ज्ञान को वो प्रसारित करता है छात्रों तक। तो सबसे पहले मैं ये कहूंगी कि शिक्षकों की इसमें बहुत ज्यादा भूमिका होती है कि वो जो भी मूल्य हैं हमारी संस्कृति से संबंधित, उन मूल्यों से छात्रों को अवगत कराएं। चौथा मैं कहूंगी सामाजिक गुणों के विकास के लिए हमारे समाज में अभी अगर हम बात करें तो सामाजिक गुणों की बहुत ज्यादा कमी है। समाज में लोग एक दूसरे से मिलकर उनका सहयोग नहीं करते हैं, उनसे बहुत ज्यादा जाति, लिंग, धर्म आदि के आधार पे उनसे द्वेष की भावना रखते हैं, तो वो नहीं होनी चाहिए। और वो कब सफल हो पाएगा जब हम शांति शिक्षा छात्रों को दे पाएंगे। अंतरराष्ट्रीय शांति स्थापित करने के लिए शांति शिक्षा की जो आवश्यकता है वो ना कि सिर्फ हमारे परिवार, समुदाय, समाज, अपितु अंतरराष्ट्रीय शांति स्थापित करने के लिए भी कहीं ना कहीं सफल सिद्ध हो पाएगी। क्योंकि हमें हमारे जो दूसरे देश हैं, हमारे पड़ोसी देश हैं, उनसे भी हमें अच्छा व्यवहार रखना पड़ेगा और उनसे भी हम अगर मधुर व्यवहार रखेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारी अंतरराष्ट्रीय शांति भी उससे स्थापित हो पाएगी। नैतिक व्यवहार के विकास में नैतिक व्यवहार है जब छात्रों को एक दूसरे की सहायता करना, सहयोग करना, आपसी द्वेष की भावना ना रखना, इन सब नैतिक मूल्यों का अगर हम उनमें विकास करेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं नैतिक व्यवहार का विकास भी हो पाएगा। सामाजिक न्याय के विकास के लिए जैसे मैं पहले बता चुकी हूँ कि सामाजिक न्याय तब हो पाएगा जब हमारे अधिकार हमें पता होंगे।
प्रतिभा, अच्छा
जी मैम,
प्रेजेंटेशन है आपका, थोड़ा सा
थैंक यू मैम। जी मैम,
जल्दी।
जी मैम। सामाजिक न्याय के विकास के लिए हम सामाजिक न्याय जब होगा जब हम हमारे अधिकारों के लिए हम जागरूक हो पाएंगे। वैश्विक संस्कृति के विकास के लिए विश्व की जो संस्कृति है उसे भी हम अपनाएं। ये नहीं कि हम ये सोचे कि हम सिर्फ हमारी संस्कृति अच्छी है और दूसरे की संस्कृति के प्रति द्वेष की भावना रखें, ये नहीं होना चाहिए। आगे है मेरा चारित्रिक विकास के लिए, चरित्र निर्माण के लिए भी कहीं ना कहीं शांति शिक्षा हमारे लिए बहुत उपयोगी है। जीवन कौशलों के विकास के लिए हमारे जीवन से संबंधित जो कौशल हैं जिन्हें हमें आज सबके सामने लाना है, उसके विकास के लिए भी हम ये कहेंगे कि शांति शिक्षा कहीं ना कहीं बहुत आवश्यक है। पर्यावरणीय प्रेम के लिए शांति शिक्षा के अंतर्गत पर्यावरण से संबंधित प्रेम, जिस प्रकार हम हमारे समाज में, हमारे समुदाय, हमारे परिवार में, हमारे देश में प्रेम की भावना रखते हैं, उसी प्रकार हमें पर्यावरण से भी प्रेम होना चाहिए। सर प्लीज स्लाइड आगे कर देंगे आप। आशुतोष सर, आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे? अब मैं बात करूं वैश्विक परिदृश्य में शांति शिक्षा की वर्तमान स्थिति। वैश्विक परिदृश्य में जो वर्तमान की स्थिति है, वो है पारिवारिक पृष्ठभूमि तथा ऐतिहासिक पृष्ठभूमि, धार्मिक पृष्ठभूमि, सामाजिक प्रभाव से संबंधित होते हैं। इन विचारधाराओं को सार्थक रूप प्रदान करने के बाद ही मानव को शांति दूत बनाया जा सकता है। विश्व विचारधारा के प्रमुख तत्व उनमें से परिवर्तन की प्रक्रिया के स्वरूप को निम्नलिखित बिंदुओं के माध्यम से स्पष्ट किया जा सकता है, जिसमें है पहला पारिवारिक पृष्ठभूमि। परिवार जो विद्यालय में जो छात्र आते हैं वो विभिन्न विभिन्न परिवारों से आते हैं, और शिक्षक को चाहिए कि वो उनको एक सूत्र में बांधकर एकत्व की भावना का उनमें विकास करें। दूसरा मैं कहूंगी मानव विकास के प्रथम पक्ष में परिवर्तन। जो शिक्षालय हैं उनमें प्रत्येक शिक्षक द्वारा इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था की जानी चाहिए जिससे व्यक्ति में पशु प्रवृत्ति का विनाश हो सके तथा नैतिक भाव जागृत हो, और इसके लिए कहीं ना कहीं शिक्षक की बहुत भूमिका होती है। ऐतिहासिक पृष्ठभूमि अगर मैं बात करूं तो शिक्षक को बालक की ऐतिहासिक पृष्ठभूमि जिससे बालक पूर्णतः प्रभावित है उसे ज्ञात कर परिवर्तन करना चाहिए तथा समग्र वैश्विक विचारधारा से जोड़ना चाहिए, जिससे बालक संपूर्ण विश्व के इतिहास का अध्ययन करते हुए मानवतावादी नैतिकवादी विचारों को ग्रहण कर सके। फिर है सामाजिक संबंध। शिक्षक द्वारा सामाजिक संबंधों के आधार के रूप को मानवीय व नैतिक बनाना होगा तथा सामाजिक विचारों में परिवर्तन कर विद्यार्थियों को यह ज्ञान कराना चाहिए कि उग्र विचारधारा को त्याग कर विश्व के साथ समायोजित होने में अपना योगदान दे सके। फिर है संवेगात्मक स्थिरता। कहीं ना कहीं अगर हम बात करूं तो शिक्षक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण स्थान रखता है एक विद्यार्थी के संवेगों को स्थिर रखने के लिए। उसमें जो क्रोध, दुख, सुख जो भी उसके संवेग हैं उनमें वो स्थिरता रखे, एकदम उग्र ना हो और शांतिपूर्ण वैश्विक समाज की स्थापना करने में मदद करे। सांस्कृतिक विचारों में विचारधारा में परिवर्तन। शिक्षक द्वारा विद्यार्थियों को प्रत्येक संस्कृति की अच्छाइयों को ग्रहण कर अंधविश्वास एवं रूढ़िवादियों और परंपराओं को त्यागने के लिए शिक्षा देनी चाहिए। सातवां है विचारों में परिपक्वता। जब तक शिक्षक द्वारा छात्र में विचारों की परिपक्वता के लिए उन्हें नहीं प्रोत्साहित किया जाएगा तब तक उसके विचार परिपक्व नहीं हो पाएंगे। अंत में मैं निष्कर्ष पे आती हूँ। उपयुक्त विवेचन से ये स्पष्ट होता है कि शांति शिक्षा वर्तमान समाज के लिए बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यक है। शांति शिक्षा संबंधित क्रियाकलाप एवं गतिविधियां संपूर्ण समाज में तथा विद्यालयों में प्रचलित होनी चाहिए, जिससे समाज में व्याप्त जो अव्यवस्था है, भ्रष्टाचार है, उसे समाप्त किया जा सके तथा इसके लिए शांति शिक्षा की प्राथमिक स्तर से अनिवार्यता के अलावा कोई विकल्प नहीं हो सकता। जिस प्रकार समाज में हम ये कहें कि तकनीकी शिक्षा बहुत आवश्यक है, तकनीकी शिक्षा होनी चाहिए, उसी प्रकार शांति शिक्षा की भी आवश्यकता है। अतः इसमें शिक्षकों की भूमिका अति महत्वपूर्ण है। सर मेरी स्लाइड थोड़ा आगे कीजिए। आशुतोष सर, आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे? अंत में मैं मेरे सुझाव इसमें प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगी कि विद्यालयों में विभिन्न प्रकार की जो सह शैक्षिक गतिविधियां हैं इनका आयोजन कर समाज उपयोगी जो कार्य है इनको प्राथमिकता देकर शांति शिक्षा को निम्न प्रकार से प्रभावी बनाया जा सकता है। विद्यालय में शिक्षकों को चाहिए कि जो भी संगठनात्मक कार्य हो जिससे विद्यार्थी संगठित होकर कार्य करना सीखे, उस प्रकार के जो संगठनात्मक कार्य हैं उनका आयोजन किया जाना चाहिए। दूसरा है पाठ्यक्रम के माध्यम से शांति शिक्षा का विकास किया जाना चाहिए। इसका मतलब है कि पाठ्यक्रम में शांति शिक्षा का समावेशन हो करके शांति शिक्षा के बारे में विद्यार्थियों को बताया जाना चाहिए, इसकी विशेषताएं बतानी जानी चाहिए, इसकी आवश्यकता क्यों, किसके लिए, ये सब बताया जाना चाहिए। तीसरा है सामुदायिक कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन। समुदाय से संबंधित जो भी कार्यक्रम है जैसे नुक्कड़ नाटक है, इसके अलावा और भी कई गतिविधियां हैं वो बताई जानी चाहिए शिक्षक के द्वारा एक विद्यार्थियों को, जिससे उनमें समुदाय के प्रति प्रेम जागृत हो और वो इन कार्यक्रमों को करने के लिए आगे आए। फिर है जयंतियों का मनाया जाना। आज हम देखते हैं कि छात्रों को पता नहीं होता है कि आज कौन सी जयंती है, कौन सी जयंती नहीं है, और उनके स्कूलों में क्या किया जाता है, इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल जो है उनमें छुट्टियां दे दी जाती है, हॉलीडे दे दिया जाता है। तो मैं कहूंगी कहीं ना कहीं उन्हें जयंतियों से उनको बताया जाना चाहिए। जैसे 2 अक्टूबर गांधी जयंती है, गांधी जी के जो विचार हैं वो छात्रों के सामने रखे जाने चाहिए, जिससे छात्र उनके विचारों से प्रोत्साहित होकर उनका अनुसरण करे और शांति शिक्षा के लिए भी प्रोत्साहित हो। राष्ट्रीय पर्वों को मनाया जाना, 26 जनवरी 15 अगस्त से जो प्रोग्राम है उनमें विद्यालयों में छुट्टी कर दी जाती है, हॉलीडे दे दिया जाता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं मैं इसके पक्ष में नहीं हूँ। मैं ये कहूंगी कि 15 अगस्त 26 जनवरी जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय पर्व हैं उनको मनाने के लिए छात्रों को अधिक से अधिक प्रोत्साहित किया जाना चाहिए, जिससे वो अपने उनमें राष्ट्र प्रेम जागृत हो और अपने राष्ट्र के प्रति वो एक सजग नागरिक बने और अपना ज्यादा से ज्यादा योगदान दें। और शांति शिक्षा संबंधित अन्य गतिविधियों का विकास भी किया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि शांति शिक्षा से संबंधित जो भी गतिविधियां हैं उन गतिविधियों में जैसे नुक्कड़ नाटक हैं, अन्य प्रकार के चौपाल वगैरह हैं, अन्य कई गतिविधियां हैं जिससे शांति शिक्षा वो विद्यार्थियों को दे पाए, उन ऐसे जो कार्यक्रम है उनका आयोजन कर छात्रों में शांति शिक्षा के प्रति प्रेम की भावना जागृत की जानी चाहिए, जिससे छात्र इसमें बढ़ करके भाग ले। मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ मैं समाप्त करती हूँ। धन्यवाद सभी को।
हाँ, अच्छा था कृतिका, आपका टॉपिक भी
थैंक यू
अच्छा
मैम।
है।
थैंक यू मैम।
नेक्स्ट माहिर, एनी क्वेश्चन? ओके, लेफ्ट हो जाओ बेटा। प्रतिभा लेफ्ट हो जाओ। माहिम आप अटेंड करो आपका।
यस मैम, रेडी। मैम, shall I start?
माही ने अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करिए करें।
पायल, फिर आप तैयार रहना। नेक्स्ट। पायल के बाद अनुपमा, फिर कल्पना।
Is my screen is showing on that?
शैली, तुम भी हो क्या ऐड?
माही ना, अब स्टार्ट करिए अपनी।
आशुतोष सर, इसका बच्ची का जरूर होना चाहिए, तो बहुत एक्साइटमेंट है कई दिनों से इसका।
Thank you, ma'am.
ओके मैम।
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Madam, Honorable Advisor, Chief Executive Officer Sir, all the dignitaries, teachers, and all my dear friends. I, Javian Maim Khan, student of B.Ed second semester, welcome you all in this hall. I would like to thank Director Manju ma'am for believing in me and giving me this opportunity.
माही मैम, अपनी पीपीटी ओपन करिए पहले।
वॉइस भी थोड़ी तेज रखो बेटा।
पीपीटी को ओपन करो अपनी। आपने अपनी पीपीटी ओपन कर रखी है, उसको डबल क्लिक करके ओपन कर लिए ना।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, it's not opening.
कौन सी पीपीटी आपकी? पीपीटी 1 है क्या ये?
Yes, sir, PPT 1.
हाँ, तो इस पे एंटर मारिए अपने लैपटॉप में से। एंटर बटन होगा, उस पे दबाइए।
Yes, sir, doing that only. Unable to.
क्या हुआ?
Sir, unable to share it. Sir. Now, sir, is it okay?
आपकी स्क्रीन विजिबल हो रही है, बट आपकी पीपीटी ओपन नहीं हो रही है आपके लैपटॉप से।
Now, sir.
के बीच में भी दे सकते हो बेटा, अगर आपको ऐसा लग रहा है तो कोई प्रॉब्लम आ रही है टेक्निकल।
So why is it not working?
आशुतोष सर, हो रही है इसकी डिस्प्ले?
नहीं मैम।
मायम बेटा, टुमारो ऑल्सो ना, हमारे पास कल का दिन भी है, आप देख लो और ट्राई कर लो, तुम 3:45 तक और ट्राई कर लो बेटा, है ना। पायल, आप प्रेजेंट करिए अपना।
ओके मैम।
बताओ। आप और ट्राई कर लो बेटा, जब आपकी शुरू हो जाएगी है ना, हम आपको दे देंगे चांस। अभी ना अभी 250 हुए हैं, आप कर लो, ट्राई कर लो एक बार। पायल आप अपनी प्रेजेंट करो ब्रीफिंग में।
ओके मैम। इज इट विजिबल मैम?
हाँ पायल, हो गया आपका, स्टार्ट करिए आप।
Ready? Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Manju Ma'am, Chaudhary Sir, and all the Honorable dignitaries. Myself, Payal, Research Scholar in Education from Jyoti Vidyapeeth University, Jaipur. Today, I am here to present my topic, Effects of Online Learning in Education. Next. Ma'am, is it audible?
पायल कंटिन्यू रखिए।
Okay, okay, sir. As I have mentioned earlier, my topic is effects of online learning in education. So my flow of presentation would be like this. I will start with the introduction, then definitions of online learning, then future aspects of online learning, then facts and figures about online learning, then types of online learning, then why we need online learning, then advantages and disadvantages, and last is conclusion. First, introduction. Thanks to the rapid advancement of technology, online learning is the newest and the most popular form of education today. Online learning is a part of many institution courses offering around the world, from certificates, PhDs, impactful online language learning, and everything in between. Learning online has never been so easy. Within the past decade, it has had a major impact on past secondary education, and the trend is only increasing. Online learning is education that takes place over the internet. Advances in technology now allow students to study entirely online while still socializing with classmates, watching lectures, and participating in subject-specific discussion. Online learning is the future of education. Next is definitions of online learning. The non-existence of a physical classroom / flexible schedules and reduced personal interaction. Online education is a type of distance learning, taking courses without attending a brick and mortar school or university. Instead, online students and teachers interact over the internet. Next is future aspects of online learning. As a country, we are going through an incredible phases of technological development, and it is impacting every sector, not just in business, but in education as well. Since long time, we were relying on traditional teaching methods in four-walled classroom, that too depending upon only teachers' ability without right tools. Several online learning platforms have mushroomed up in the past few years to make learning easier, simpler, and convenient. As of now, we have more than 560 million internet users in the country. It means that the online world has become easily accessible for a major chunk of our population, and we need to make the most of this change. Several institutes have transitioned to a blended learning model and are planning on continuing with it, even after the pandemic subsides. Now that people have realized the benefits of online education, they will most likely continue with it in some way or form in the future as well. Now, some facts and figures about online learning. More than 6 million students are currently in online courses as part of their higher education program. Almost half of all students enrolled in online courses are educated exclusively through distance education. 85% of students think that online learning is the same or better than the traditional classroom experience. India is now the third largest online market for education in the world. Next are types of online learning. First is computer managed learning. Computer managed learning, also known as computer managed instruction. Computers are used to manage and assess learning process. Next one is computer assisted instruction. Computer assisted instruction, also sometimes referred to as computer assisted learning, is another type of online learning which use computer together with traditional teaching. Next one is synchronous online learning. Synchronous online learning means group of students to participate in a learning activity together at the same time from any place in the world, like online chats, video conferencing. Next is asynchronous online learning. Asynchronous online learning means where instructor and learner do not meet in time or space. In the case of asynchronous online learning, group of students study independently at different times and location from each other. Next one is blended learning. Blended learning means this is where students attend traditional school on a part-time basis and complete their classes online. Next one is M-learning. M-learning is the way to learn the tools of communication involve mobile wireless, which creates the premises of an area spreading messages on a global scale. Next one is why we need online learning. The teacher to student ratio in India is very poor to drive a demand for courses which can be available and can be taught without any physical presence. Next one is the demand for online education learning and the advancement in technology can very well support this new way of education. As per shared with you all about the effects of online learning, you all would be agree that there are always pros and cons of everything. Now I am sharing advantages and disadvantages. Advantages is some advantages of online learning are first is flexibility. In online learning, student can study the course material during their own time. Next one is comfort. In online learning, online lectures can be attended from the comfort at your home. Reduced cost. Online learning is not expensive. No age limit. There is no age limit of learners. Save time. It saves time of the learner. Next is no geographical barrier. Online learning has no geographical barrier. Next है more effective. Online learning is more effective because it is accompanied by various teaching aids. Next one is free from boring lecture. Online learning is free from boring lecture methods. It includes other methods like demonstration, project method, and so on. Online learning do not require any infrastructure to teach students. There are very few disadvantages of online education too. Some disadvantages of online learning are first one is lack social interaction. In online learning, it is difficult to have group discussion, classroom interaction is missing, student teacher interaction is also missing. Next one is technology issue. Many students face technology issue like slow internet speed or inconsistent internet connectivity. Everyone is not able to run internet. Next one is cheating. In online learning, student can cheat easily if exams are conducted online. Next one is inability to focus. Many students find it difficult to focus on screen for long period of time.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am, ready.
this is to conclude that we as a society has both the aspects of online learning. There are both positive and negative to online education. As per the conclusion, online learning offers opportunity to schools and help the student to break the education barrier. Still, we need a lot of improvements and need to create awareness for online education. We can say that in coming years, online education would be the cornerstone in building the nation strong. That's all. Thank you so much.
अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन था। क्या
Thank you,
ब्रीफिंग में
ma'am.
थोड़ा सा और बता दो कि क्या क्या मेन थीम क्या कहना चाहते थे आप?
मैम एक्चुअली जो हमारी ऑनलाइन लर्निंग है इसका फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है। आने वाले टाइम में ये एक तरह से बहुत ही रिक्वायरमेंट चीज़ होने वाली है, लेकिन आज भी इसमें थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम है। अगर उनको इम्प्रूवमेंट किया जाए तो आगे ऑनलाइन लर्निंग का फ्यूचर जो है बहुत ही अच्छा होने वाला है। आजकल वैसे भी हम हर चीज़ ऑनलाइन करते हैं, चाहे शॉपिंग हो।
नेक्स्ट ठीक है बेटा, अच्छा था आपका।
थैंक यू मैम।
हाँ, अब आप लेफ्ट हो जाओ, नेक्स्ट कैंडिडेट
ठीक है
को
मैम।
ऐड करेगा।
ओके मैम।
Good, good
अनुपमा,
afternoon. Yes, ma'am.
करिए बताएं। शैली आप
आज
तैयार हैं
अपने
नेक्स्ट?
महिम महिम कर रही है प्रेजेंट अब।
अच्छा, माइम कर रही है, ठीक है। माहिम
Yes, ma'am.
अच्छा, गॉड ब्लेस, चलो करो शुरू।
Yes, ma'am. Namaste, Honorable Chairperson, Madam, Honorable Advisor, Chief Executive Officer.
लाउड
Sir.
वॉइस, लाउड थोड़ा,
Okay, ma'am.
नॉट ऑडिबल।
Ma'am, now? Ma'am, now I am audible? Ma'am?
इंक्रीज योर वॉइस, स्टार्ट।
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Namaste, Honorable Chairperson, Madam, Honorable Advisor, Chief Executive Officer, Sir, all the dignitaries, teachers, and all my dear friends. I, JVN Mahim Khan, student of B.Ed, second semester, welcome you all in this conference. I would like to thank Director Manju ma'am for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to present my PowerPoint presentation on the topic online education in India these days. Ma'am, why it's not?
टेक पेशेंस। अभी आशुतोष सर को भेज दी थी ना, अभी क्या हुआ, दिक्कत आ रही है स्लाइड में?
Yes, ma'am, वो शेयर नहीं हो रहा।
कंटिन्यू रखो, क्या आशुतोष सर देखो थोड़ा सा इसको, इसकी स्लाइड में क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रही है?
Present कर लूँ जब तक?
नहीं नहीं,
Mahim,
बच्ची
please
वो
change your slide by down.
अनुपमा पहले बच्ची करेगी, माइम कर रही है।
Mahim, change your slide by using down key.
Ma'am, from where? Yes, ma'am, I'm trying to, but it's not. Ma'am, now?
Now it is visible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. First of all, I'd like, ma'am, is this working or not?
हाँ, आ रही है आपकी।
Okay, ma'am.
निशु मैम आपको बता रहे हैं ना बेटा, उस वाली चीज को क्लिक करो।
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Doing that. Ma'am, first of all, I'd like to answer why questions which may have popped up in many of your heads. Why I have chosen online education as my topic. We all know that India is going through hard time due to COVID-19, and due to this India is facing lots of problems. Majorly it is affecting education sectors in which students are suffering in their academic years. To overcome this problem, e-learning emerged as a shining star to teachers as well as the students during this pandemic time. Now, over the years, Technology have progressed at the continuous basis, and it directly seems that we can learn anything from the online. Earlier we could do some basic things, not all the things that are related to education, but nowadays we can attend any classes, study materials online as per our comfort. For our living room, like physical tutorials, videos, online classes, sessions. Moving to the next slide, let us see what is online education. What does it really mean? Online education refers to an education system which involves electronic media and information and communication technology. In simple, it is the technique of learning, getting training, conducting research through electronic medium. Ma'am, is I audible? Ma'am?
वही में आप कंटिन्यू रखिए.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Huh. In our online online education student, sorry, where is
ऑडियोबल नहीं हो रहा है माइम.
is it now audible?
हाँ, बीच बीच में आवाज जारी करो बेटा, कंटिन्यू रखो. नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन.
Okay, ma'am. In online education, students and teacher interact over the interest through their live session record lectures. In a two-way communication, now you would like to be thinking, what is two-way communication? I was explaining that through an example. There are two persons, person A and B. He sends a message through the email. Person B responds to this, and the cycle goes continues until it comes to a solution. This is what is the two-way communication. Now, through an education purpose, I will explain one more example. Like in the two-way communication, there is a teacher who is teaching online. There is a student, while teacher is teaching, student asks the questions and respond to all that question likewise. It goes on until the students get satisfied by the teacher answer. This is the two-way of communication. And through this, the student gain the knowledge and about the particular topic.
स्लाइड भी चेंज करते जाओ बेटा.
No, ma'am, it's include all these.
Okay, 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 okay.
Okay. In the next is the interaction over the internet, over the interest. Sorry, online education allows students to fit education into their life. Instead of the recognition, they live around education. E-learning makes education more convenient for students living in the rural areas, those with the health concern or disabilities, those who have frequently travel or move. Online education is flexible. Online education is flexible in that we can enroll our online classes. We can able to study the review courses material during the own time. What moves we can do can continue caring for your loved ones and working full time while earning on educations. Online bring education to home means while sitting in a home we can access to the knowledge in the a comfortable and relaxing environment. We didn't have to travel a long distance to earn the knowledge. Online courses offer more individual attention because you have a direct pipeline to the instructor. Why? While Google Meet, YouTube live sessions, you can get to the question answered directly. Within the instant, many students are uncomfortable asking the question in the class. For fear of feeling stupid, the interest hopefully eliminates the fear. Online courses help us meet interesting people like many of you don't really take the time to get the know or follow the students, especially in the large classes. We might be busy, we are not having any plain shy, or an online courses provide an opportunity to get to know other students via bulletin board, chart boards, mailing list. Even it gives us a type of interaction with other students and those peoples that just isn't practical in the main limited on the campus classroom. Now next slide. While moving to the benefits, variation in the course module, online courses module typically contain contents and activities organized to create a clear learning path for the students. If people find modules boring to their switch to the other modules for more better understanding. Lower cost. Online education costs less as compared to the institution, which asks lots of money to provide knowledge. This is very tangible benefits of the having access to the e-learning. Comfortable learning environment. In e-learning, there is no any kind of disturbance, no noise, which can distract your mind from getting that topic. You can access to the knowledge in your own learning environment in your place. Continuous in profession. It means that while learning new things, we can continue our profession also. For example, a student who is doing a job in public sector, he or she wants to get knowledge about the programming. In earlier time, he might have to leave his or her job to get the knowledge for programming through the offline mode. But now it's possible he can continue his or her professional life while learning on online platform on having their job and there is no any hamper to the students in their professional as well as in the learning process. The next slide is about the there are there are two types of the learning. First is synchronous and the second is asynchronous. Synchronous, it runs real time with student and instructor attending together from the different location. Synchronous virtual classrooms operate much like traditional classroom with set study schedules and live sessions. Schedules with the students accessing class material during the different hours and from different locations. Asynchronous. Classroom looks like different as students digest the instruction and communicate with each other on their own line.
माहिम आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। माहिम नेक्स्ट शैली, अनुपमा और कल्पना 3 है। आशुतोष सर, तीनों को भी चांस दे दो।
मैम मैं स्टार्ट करूं?
हाँ माहिम।
मैम स्टार्ट करूं या रुके?
हाँ कर दो।
ठीक है मैम। आदरणीय चेयरपर्सन मैम, शिक्षाविद, मेरे सम्माननीय गुरुजन और सभी को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। मैं अनुपमा तिवारी, ज्योति विद्यापीठ महिला विश्वविद्यालय में रिसर्च स्कॉलर इन एजुकेशन। मेरी शोध निर्देशिका मैम मंजू मैम है। उनके मार्ग निर्देशन से आज मैं कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं अपना टॉपिक वक्त की मांग है लैंगिक समानता पे अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ। यदि कोई त्रुटि हो तो क्षमा कीजिएगा। महिलाएं समाज और परिवार की धुरी है, लेकिन उनके साथ दोयम दर्जे के व्यवहार की समस्या अभी भी बरकरार है। समानता का इंसानी हक आज भी आधी आबादी को सही तरह से हासिल नहीं हुआ है। भारत ही नहीं, दुनिया भर में स्त्रियां अपनी पहचान बनाने को जूझ रही है। उनके इस संघर्ष में सबसे बड़ी बाधा लैंगिक असमानता है
और बीच में बंद हो गया था, कोई बात नहीं।
लैंगिक असमानता, पुरुषों और महिलाओं के बीच मौजूद असमानता की खाई आधी आबादी के लिए दंश बनी हुई है। गैर बराबरी की सोच और व्यवहार से आधी आबादी को घर से लेकर दफ्तर तक हर जगह 2-4 होना पड़ता है। एक अध्ययन के अनुसार भारत ही नहीं, दुनिया भर में बढ़ती आर्थिक असमानता में सबसे ज्यादा लड़कियों और महिलाएं प्रभावित हो रही। शायद यही वजह है कि महिला दिवस पर यूएन संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ की टीम ने इस विषय को थीम बनाया है, थिंक इक्वल, बिल्ट स्मार्ट, इनोवेटिव फॉर चेंज। इस टीम का उद्देश्य ऐसे प्रयासों को बल देना है जिनसे लैंगिक समानता आए, महिलाएं सशक्त और आत्मनिर्भर बने। इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी ये ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जहां पर महिलाओं की भागीदारी बहुत कम है और इसे बढ़ाने के विचार के लिए इस टीम का लक्ष्य है कामकाजी आबादी में महिलाओं की हिस्सेदारी में इजाफा करना। संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के द्वारा एक विजन, एक प्लानेट तैयार किया गया है कि 2030 तक 50-50 हासिल करने का लक्ष्य रखा गया है। प्लानेट 50-50 से तात्पर्य है कि महिलाएं और पुरुष बराबरी का हक हासिल करें प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में, ना केवल सामाजिक क्षेत्र में बल्कि प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में। इसका एक अन्य उद्देश्य लैंगिक समानता स्थापित करना भी है। इस बदलाव के लिए हर स्तर पर प्रयास किया जाना आवश्यक है। समाज में उपेक्षित महिलाएं। तमाम तरक्की के बावजूद परंपरागत रूप से हमारे समाज में महिलाओं को अभी भी कमजोर वर्ग के रूप में देखा जाता है और उनकी भागीदारी को कम करके आंका जाता है। नतीजन घर और दफ्तर दोनों जगहों पर महिलाएं उपेक्षा, शोषण, अपमान और भेदभाव को झेलने के लिए विवश होती है। महिलाओं के प्रति भेदभाव का यह व्यवहार दुनिया के हर हिस्से में मौजूद है, कहीं कम तो कहीं ज्यादा। विश्व आर्थिक मंच की लैंगिक अंतराल रिपोर्ट 2018 में 144 देशों की सूची में भारत 108वें पायदान पर है। यह मंच स्त्री पुरुष समानता की 4 मुख्य मांगों, आर्थिक अवसर, राजनीतिक सशक्तिकरण, शैक्षणिक उपलब्धियां और स्वास्थ्य व उत्तरजीविता के आधार पर तय करता है। यही वह मानक है जो किसी भी देश की महिलाओं को स्वतंत्र अस्तित्व गढ़ने और उसे कायम रखने का आधार बनाते हैं, उन्हें स्वावलंबी व आत्मनिर्भर बनाते हैं। इस रिपोर्ट के अनुसार वैश्विक स्तर पर लैंगिक अंतराल को 68% तक कम किया गया है। इस रिपोर्ट में भारत में कन्या भ्रूण हत्या, महिला साक्षरता,
आप विजिबल भी रहो अनुपमा।
ओके मैम, मातृ मृत्यु दर जैसे कारणों, मातृ
मगर तुम दिख जाओ बेटा एक बार, क्योंकि पता नहीं चलता ना कौन बोल रहा है।
ठीक है मैम, एक मिनट।
मातृ बेटा,
ठीक है मैम,
हाँ ठीक है।
स्क्रीन
कल भी मैंने चारा को बोल दिया था तो मैंने क्या है तो हाँ करो बेटा।
हाँ मैम, मातृ मृत्यु दर जैसे कारणों को महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण और समानता से जुड़े चिंतनीय पहलू को भी फहरिस्त में रखा गया है। विश्व आर्थिक मंच के इस अध्ययन में चेतावनी देते हुए कहा गया है कि जिस हिसाब से असमानता दूर करने के लिए प्रयास हो रहे हैं, उन्हें देखते हुए पूरी दुनिया में सभी क्षेत्रों में महिला पुरुष समानता को अगले 108 साल तक दूर नहीं किया जा सकता, क्योंकि कार्यस्थलों पर गैर बराबरी की खाई बहुत ज्यादा गहरी है, इसलिए उसे पाटने में 200 वर्ष तक लग सकते हैं। यह परिदृश्य वाकई चिंतनीय है। एक कटु सच यह भी है कि महिलाओं के प्रति भेदभाव और शोषण के बुनियादी कारण हमारे सामाजिक ढांचे में ही मौजूद है। इसका निवारण सिर्फ आर्थिक आत्मनिर्भरता या प्रशासनिक कार्य योजनाओं के माध्यम से नहीं खोजा जा सकता। पारंपरिक सामाजिक ढांचा। भारत में जिस तरह का पारंपरिक सामाजिक ढांचा है, उसने केवल सरकारी योजनाएं और कानून महिलाओं को सशक्त नहीं बना सकते और समानता के दंश से मुक्ति पाने के लिए समाज की सोच में भी बदलाव की जरूरत है। इस जरूरत की पूर्ति इसलिए की जानी चाहिए क्योंकि महिलाओं का उत्थान और उसका सशक्तिकरण परिवार और समाज की बेहतरी में ही सहायक बनेगा। देश के सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए भी हर क्षेत्र में महिलाओं की भागीदारी बढ़ाना जरूरी है। हमारे देश में सबसे ज्यादा बदलाव की दरकार समाज में मौजूद परंपराएं और रूढ़ियों को लेकर है। बेटे और बेटी के लिए जाने वाले भेद की मानसिकता के चलते आज भी दूर दराज के गांव में बेटियों की शिक्षा और उनके स्वास्थ्य को महत्व नहीं लिया जाता है। आज भी हमारे परिवारों में महिलाओं के प्रति होने वाली हिंसा को व्यवस्थागत समर्थन मिलता है। महिलाओं के सम्मान और सुरक्षा के मोर्चे पर तो अनगिनत चिंताएं हैं। घरेलू हिंसा, दहेज, कन्या भ्रूण हत्या और बाल विवाह जैसे दंश भी बेटियों के जीवन के दुश्मन बने हुए हैं। सबसे खराब बात यह है कि सार्वजनिक स्थलों में महिलाएं खुद को सुरक्षित नहीं पाती है। यह स्थिति सभ्य समाज के लिए कलंक है की तरह है। वे कैसे हर जगह स्वयं को सुरक्षित महसूस करें, इसकी चिंता हर किसी को करनी चाहिए। यह चिंता करना केवल सरकार का काम नहीं है।
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड
करना। यस मैम।
रिपीट में बोलो। शैली तुम हो गया लाइन में? शैली, शैली
यस मैम।
चलो आप कंटिन्यू करो, अनुपमा कंटिन्यू करो।
यस मैम। क्या हो रहा है? अटक रहा है मैम, 1 मिनट अटक रहा है थोड़ा सा।
चलो शैली, शैली आप।
अरे करने क्यों नहीं दे रहे यार प्रेजेंट? उन्हें प्रेजेंट करने दो ना।
महिलाओं का सशक्त कदम। अनगिनत विरोधाभासों से जूझती हुई महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ रही है। सशक्त बनने के मोर्चे पर आधी आबादी ने साबित किया है कि वह स्वयं सिद्ध है। आज जब वह जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में खुद को साबित कर रही है, तब यह देखना पीड़ादायी है कि तमाम क्षमता और योग्यता के बावजूद उन्हें कम करके आंकने की सोच समाप्त होने का नाम नहीं ले रही। लैंगिक समानता भारतीय संविधान के मूल तत्वों में समाहित है। भेदभाव विरोधी तमाम कानूनी प्रावधानों भी मौजूद है, फिर भी महिलाएं दोयम दर्जे का व्यवहार झेलने को मजबूर है। उदारीकृत व्यवस्था में महिलाओं की भागीदारी। आज की उदारीकृत व्यवस्था में महिलाएं श्रम शक्ति का एक बड़ा हिस्सा जरूर है, लेकिन वे उपेक्षा और शोषण की शिकार भी बन रही है। राजनीतिक भागीदारी से लेकर हर क्षेत्र की वर्क फोर्स में उनके बढ़ते दखल के बावजूद शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और आर्थिक मोर्चे पर पीछे रह जाने का कारण उनका महिला होना ही है। लैंगिक असमानता के चलते ही अस्मिता और सामाजिक सम्मान से जुड़े सरोकार के संघर्ष में महिलाएं आज भी खुद को अकेले पाती है। एक लोकतांत्रिक देश के नागरिक होने के नाते सुरक्षित और सम्मानजनक जीने के लिए लैंगिक असमानता को दूर करना आवश्यक है। बराबरी की यह भाव स्त्री अस्मिता ही नहीं, मानवीय मूल्यों से भी जुड़ा है, जो हमारी सामाजिक पारिवारिक व्यवस्था की दशा और दिशा तय करता है। कुल मिला के आज हमें समझना जरूरी है कि समाज और परिवार को लैंगिक समाज की बुनियाद बनना चाहिए। थैंक यू मैम।
अच्छा था। और आप शिक्षक हैं, करना भी है समाज में इक्विलिटी का।
थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू मैम।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट शैली, शैली आपका प्रेजेंटेशन दो। शैली आप सुन पा रही मुझे? हाँ माइम है। हाँ कल कर देना। हाँ
वंदना राजपूत, आप अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करिए।
सर मेरा कल को स्लॉट दिया है सर।
ओके,
जी सर।
तो ठीक है, आप रिमूव हो जाइए।
कल्पना भारद्वाज जी किस लिए? शैली गुप्ता।
शैली गुप्ता
आ गई।
शैली गुप्ता अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करिए।
शैली अनम्यूट होइए, अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करिए। आशुतोष सर, शैली आई क्या? शैली,
शैली आप अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करिए। शैली गुप्ता।
आपने जिस व्यक्ति को कॉल किया है वो अभी दूसरे
शैली आप सुन पा रही हैं? नेक्स्ट कैंडिडेट को चांस दें फिर शैली। शैली फिर कल्पना को बोल देते हैं। हाँ? तो करो फिर, तुम अगर ऐड हो तो फिर शो करो बेटा। फिर नेक्स्ट हमारे पास एक कैंडिडेट और है। ब्रीफिंग ब्रीफिंग में कर देना, एक कैंडिडेट और हमारे पास है ना बेटा। शैली अगर आप नहीं शेयर कर पा रही तो कल्पना करेगी फिर। नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम आ रही है शैली, तो फिर देख लो। कल्पना आप हो जाओ बेटा एंट्री। कल्पना, आशुतोष सर कल्पना की प्रेजेंट करवा दो।
कल्पना आपकी वॉल्यूम प्रॉब्लम है थोड़ा सा।
कल्पना बेटा आप कर दो अपनी शुरू। वॉल्यूम प्रॉब्लम आ रही बेटा।
रेनू गुप्ता, आप अपनी पीपीटी प्रेजेंट करिए।
रेनू नहीं है, पहले कल्पना को और इसको शेरी को तो करा दो। रेनू का तो आज था ही नहीं नंबर इसमें। कल्पना शैली लक्ष्मी को और आउट कर दिया। लक्ष्मी को बुला सकते हैं वैसे। वही कैंडिडेट बुला लूं क्या फिर मैं लक्ष्मी को, आज जिसका पहले से नाम था? हाँ? रेनू प्रेजेंट करो, तुम्हारा तैयार है तो? रेनू करो बेटा, करो प्रेजेंट अगर आपका तैयार है तो। रेनू
हेलो,
हाँ करो, शुरू करो, पीपीटी प्रेजेंटेशन दो। जिसकी भी खुल रही ओपन हो रही है, कोई भी कनेक्ट हो जाओ बेटा, 3 कैंडिडेट हो आप। कल्पना की भी नहीं खुल रही, इनकी खुल रही नहीं, पता नहीं क्या चक्कर हो रहा। शैली, कल्पना, इनका नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। हाँ सर। jvw.ac.in पे फटाफट करो। अभी आशु सर है ना, आपको ऐड कर लेंगे।
हेलो हेलो क्या मैं देख पा रही हूँ?
रेनू बेटा आपकी पीपीटी नहीं दिख रही है।
हेलो
हाँ रेनू,
जी मैम।
रेनू आपका वो पीपीटी से प्रेजेंट
हाँ जी मैम।
खुल रही नहीं है, आपकी शो नहीं हो रही है।
हाँ मैम, ये रहा मेरा टॉपिक है।
बेटा दिख रही तो
अब
नहीं है
नहीं
ना
दिख रही है
स्क्रीन
मैम,
पे?
दिख रही है।
एक बार आप मेल करो, मेरे को कॉल करो, मैं बताऊं किस मेल पे करना है। करो AUTSH AUS ASHU
ASHU
TOSH @ हाँ हेलो, देखो 10 मिनट के लिए कैसी परेशानी आ गई। हाँ हाँ हाँ, तो वो एंट्री दे देंगे आशुतोष सर। आश लक्ष्मी को एंट्री दे दो।
अरे, महिमा अपनी पीपीटी स्टार्ट करिए।
Yes, sir. Already done. Doing so.
हाँ, तो ये आपने इसको पीपीटी शो करिए आप।
सॉरी।
ओपन करिए इसको अपनी।
हाँ बोलो बेटा।
Yes, sir.
थोड़ा जल्दी करिए, टाइम हो जा रहा, बहुत देर हो गई है।
Sir, it's not clicking over there. Why is it
अभी
having
वैसे
a
भी
problem?
टाइम ओवर हो गया है, अभी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स चल रहा है।
आप एक काम करिए, नेट है तो आशुतोष@jvw पे मेल कर दीजिए।
Okay, sir.
कोई बात नहीं बेटा, कोई बात नहीं, वैसे भी
आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस का समापन करने जा रहे हैं। उस समापन में मैं हृदय से माननीय चेयरपर्सन मैम श्री विदुषी गर्ग मैम ने अपना अमूल्य समय देके आप आई थी बुजुर्ग करा, उनके लिए मैं दिल से धन्यवाद। और जो हमारे गेस्ट आए हैं, गेस्ट में विभिन्न इंडिया के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से जो भी हमारे गेस्ट आए हैं, डॉक्टर पाल, प्रोफेसर रीटा अरोड़ा, डॉक्टर फॉइजन, शोभिता, हमारे हरगोविंद खुराना चेयर के चेयर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अश्विनी कुमार, उन सब ने हमारे और हमारे बहुत सारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिन्होंने अपना पार्टिसिपेंट करा 1 से 4 बजे तक। पहले प्रीति शर्मा ने शुरुआत करी थी रिसेंट एडवांसेस इन टीचिंग मैथोलॉजी एंड एजुकेशन डेवलपमेंट। प्रीति ने सारे मॉडर्न टेक्निक क्या है और ट्रेडिशनल टेक्निक क्या है, उनका तालमेल कैसे होकर के हेल्दी लर्निंग बालक को कैसे हम उसको अंडरस्टूड करवा सकें, वो बताया उन्होंने। नेक्स्ट हमारे आकृति पांडे जिन्होंने इंक्लूजन ऑफ लोकल नीड्स इन सिलेबस, एक सिलेबस में क्या लोकल नीड होनी चाहिए उसका पूरा उन्होंने डिफाइन करा हमारी स्टूडेंट बीएससी बीएड पीसीएम 6 सेम की आकृति पांडे ने। नेक्स्ट हमारे अदिति बीएससी बीएड 4 सेम की, उसने भी मैथोलॉजी, न्यू मॉडर्न टीचिंग मैथोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशन किया। इसके बाद प्रतिभा पारिक, पीस एजुकेशन जो आज की आवश्यकता है, रिसर्च स्कॉलर इन एजुकेशन, ज्योति विद्यापीठ यूनिवर्सिटी की रिसर्च स्कॉलर है। उसने अपने पीस एजुकेशन की क्या मीनिंग, क्या डेफिनेशन, क्या आज यूटिलिटी पूरे वर्ल्ड में उसकी क्या यूटिलिटी है और एक टीचर को और एक टीईआई टीचर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस में इसकी क्या यूटिलिटी होती है, उन सब के बारे में बताया है। इसके बाद नेक्स्ट जो माहिम खान बीएड सेकंड सेम की जो स्टूडेंट है, उसने ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन के क्या क्या एस्पेक्ट्स होते हैं, क्या क्या उसके उन सारे पे उन्होंने फोकस किया और आज टूडेज उसकी क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है। जो कोविड पैंडिक हम जो सारे फेस कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें आज का क्या उसका वो है। नेक्स्ट हमारे जो पायल रानी है, पायल रानी ने इफेक्ट्स ऑफ ऑनलाइन लर्निंग इन एजुकेशन पे, जैसे अभी हमारे सीनियर सेकेंडरी के एग्जाम पोस्टपोन कर दिए गए, कैसे क्या उनको कैसे ऑनलाइन से कैसे जो ऑल कॉम्पिटिशन्स जो हमारे होते हैं उन सब में ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन कैसे इफेक्ट हो रही है, या उसकी क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है, या क्या ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन से बहुत सारे बेनिफिट्स हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को हुए हैं, इन सब पे उन्होंने पूरा डिस्कशन करा। अनुपमा शर्मा जिन्होंने बताया कि जेंडर इनइक्वलिटी जो हमारे पूरे वर्ल्ड में और पूरे एक आपके कॉर्पोरेट में, गवर्नमेंट में, सब जगह जो जेंडर इक्वलिटी देखी जाती है, उस जेंडर इक्वलिटी इनइक्वलिटी को कैसे इक्वलिटी में लाना है, ये सारा इन बातों पर फोकस करा। नेक्स्ट तेजपाल थे, उन्होंने तेजपाल रिसर्च स्कॉलर ज्योति विद्यापीठ यूनिवर्सिटी एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में थे। उन्होंने भी शैक्षिक अवसरों की समानता कि कैसे क्या योजनाएं चलाई जा रही गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से और कैसे क्या किया जा रहा है। ऐसे ही हमारे इग्नू से मैम थे, उन्होंने भी अपना बताया। ऐसे जो सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी मणिपुर से जो पॉइजन मैम थी, उन्होंने भी पूरा बहुत अच्छा अपना डिस्कशन एक हम्बल वे में उन्होंने बताया और कैसे एक टीचिंग लर्निंग को ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग के साथ कैसे उसको आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है। ऐसे ही प्रोफेसर रीटा अरोड़ा जो मैम थी, उन्होंने बताया कि कैसे एक सस्टेनेबल होती है, एक सोशल साइंटिस्ट कैसे समाज को जोड़ते हुए आगे बढ़ते हैं। ऐसे ही हमारे चेयर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अश्विनी कुमार जो थे, उन्होंने पूरा बताया कि क्या क्या मॉड्यूल्स बना करके हम और इसको ज़्यादा एनरिच करके और हम समाज को क्या हमारे ज्योति विद्यापीठ विमेंस यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से हम दे सकते हैं। बहुत सारी का सबका इन्वॉल्वमेंट इसमें रहा था। उन सभी का मैं और हमारे जो सारे एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के हम सब हैं, उन सबके सहयोग से हम आज इसको सफल कर पाए आज के इसको। तो मैं हृदय से सभी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। नमस्कार।